A split second later, all of them had received the answer written boldly on the screen. 17501BF. Is this real? In disbelief, Felix mumbled while staring widely at the number, not daring to register it in his mind. Who could blame him? His strength was increased by a whopping 10 kbf just from hitting the first mark. As expected, your mark is truly too exceptional, Lady Sphinx commentated. As far as I know, the most gifted devourer to ever appear had a mark that allows him to obtain 8 kbf equivalent of strength in each stage. He went to reach the 26th stage, making him slightly stronger against dragons, physically wise. Felix grinned widely at the sound of that. Knowing that he had a 10k strength limit in each mark, implied that he would surpass the dragons in strength while he was still in a lesser stage than that gifted devourer. He also understood that it would take tremendous work to hit the limit in the mid and late stages, since the amount and quality of natural treasures he would require would increase substantially. But he wasn't complaining in the slightest, as he officially had a method to break off the stigma that humans were limited in strength. 17501BF while in the second stage of replacement. Even peak legendary 6th stage bloodliners wouldn't amount much before him. However, Felix never took humans as his enemy or competitors. His true rivals were the primogenitors champions, who were extensively trained and nurtured by the primogenitors themselves to bring them as many profits as possible in the games. Now, he finally had a cultivation system that would help him go toe-to-toe with them. Elder Sphinx, if I manage to somehow reach the 30th stage, which is the peak, how will you rank me in strength compared to the strongest in the universe? Felix asked with a curious tone. Lady Sphinx thought about it for a second and replied, It's doubtful that you could even reach the 10th stage. Is it because of the resources? Felix asked. Yes, your body absorbs only 50% of the consumed natural treasures. This meant you are paying always double what you require to hit a stage. Lady Sphinx clarified. If it wasn't like this, you would have needed only 6 natural treasures that cost 60 billion SC to reach your second mark. This might not seem like a lot now, but imagine wasting 50% of a natural treasure that would cost 1 trillion SC if placed in the market? Lady Sphinx said with her eyebrows frowned. That's half trillion worth of resources lost just to increase your strength by a little. Indeed, that's a massive loss of resources. The Jormungandr nodded his head and gave his own intake. I suggest you stop at 10th stage. To reach it, you will require 61 trillion worth of resources. This is a conservative number, as it would probably reach even 100 trillion if you decided to buy everything instead of getting them with your own hands in the universe. Felix shook his head firmly. I am not a retard to buy expensive ones. Felix firmly believed that getting those resources on his own would be far more economical. It would be dangerous, of course, but he couldn't avoid it either ways if he wanted to collect as many natural treasures as possible. After all, he had other expenses to take care of, and it wouldn't be a reliable plan to place all of his capital on getting them. I still have 50 billion SC. I can dedicate 30 billion for online purchases, while the other 20 billion would be used to turn Eric and Malik into primogenitors bloodliners. They would be of great help to me in ruins exploration, or I can even give them the coordinates and let them lead the exploration teams to further enhance my earnings without wasting too much time being in every exploration. Felix pondered out loud. He was always sleeping on them since they were given a task to protect his grandpa. But now, it was finally time to carry on the private squad that would be his greatest assets in exploring the universe. I will contact them later after I gather enough essence again, Felix thought while moving towards another machine. This machine was meant to test his mental defenses. Felix already knew that the Devourer's cultivation system wasn't able to enhance his mental defenses as well as his physical strength. However, with such a massive boost, there was bound to be some splash on his mental defenses, turning them a bit better. Alas, when he finished testing, he realized that the increase was barely noticeable. As for his elemental energies, they were also left untouched. Well, it was worth the shot. Felix shrugged his shoulders and moved back to the punching machine to get some practice done with his newfound strength. After spending 2 hours getting a good feel of it, he stopped and went for quick sparring with the Sand Warriors. Unsurprisingly, They weren't a real match to Felix, as one punch was enough to obliterate them. When Lady Sphinx created them, it was based on the assumption that Felix would have at max 12 kbf. Thankfully, they were sand-made and she could easily increase their strength by adding to the density of the sand they were made from, making it tough for Felix to break through them with one punch. Since they were equipped with extraordinary battle techniques and senses, they were giving trouble to Felix, making it almost impossible for him to utilize his full strength. Naturally, he wasn't using poison or the lightning active abilities that he unlocked after reaching 51% in his integration in the earliest 3 months. He wanted to beat them fully by relying on his physical strength, but sadly he spent 2 hours trying but still failed to achieve it. Your melee combat needs heavy improvement now that you have enough strength to fight in a close battle, the Jormungandr mentioned. Yes, I will also need a weapon to bring out the most of it, Felix said while wiping his sweaty forehead. I can't rely on my elemental abilities all the time since my capacity is bound to get exhausted one way or another. Let's focus first on close combat, the Jormungandr said. The weapon will come on its own after you find your fighting style. Now, start again from the top. Felix exhaled a long breath and dashed towards a bunch of sand warriors, getting right in their formation. After throwing a couple of punches heroically, he got the beating of his life under Asna's sadistic laughter. After 3 days of hard training, Lady Sphinx finally allowed him to leave the room as she had gathered the data she wanted. After all, she needed to see how would Felix's body perform with the added strength from the Devourer's heart. Right now, Felix was lying on the bed in Lady Sphinx's castle, having no plans to return to the academy yet. His absence was already dealt with by the headmistress after she was spoken to by Lady Sphinx. The excuse used was that Felix went out for a long-term mission to learn under Sage Delilia and improve faster than in the academy. This naturally sent a shockwave through the campus and also the universe, as it just emphasized how much love Felix was receiving from Queen Allura to make her own advisor teach Felix privately. If the kidnapping attempts lessened after emerging, it would simply mean that some individuals were affected by it and decided to give up on capturing him for either his eyes or bloodlines. Not that it mattered right now, as Felix was planning on returning to the academy after he deals with the promotion game. I have now enough strength to fend for myself against those races with their unique cultivation systems, Felix said while bringing out his holographic profile. Without further ado, he clicked on Start a New Game that was at the bottom. Immediately after, the Queen asked him, "You are eligible to enter the promotion game that will promote you to the Universal Individual Supremacy Games platform. Before deciding, please read this white sheet that explains the rules and terms of the entire process." Since Felix had never reached this point in his previous life, he didn't skip this step but carefully read everything, wanting to see if there were any differences from what he read in the network. UISG Promotion Game Rules. 1. Each game can have up to 30 players. 2. There can be only 2 players from the same race. 3. The use of coupons in promotion games is forbidden, except in-game coupons, such as World Announcement Coupon. 4. After the game is chosen, the players will be given 10 days of preparation. 5. The players receive only 0.5% of streaming revenue if they won the game. 6. Winning the game will instantly promote you to a low-tier gold rank in the UISG platform. 7. Losing a game will disqualify you from joining another promotion game for 4 months. 8. Most of the promotion games are extremely deadly. 9. Players have a chance to drop out if they got cold feet after reading the details of the game mode. Rule number 7 will apply in this situation. 41. The wish value of the promotion game is capped at 3 billion SC. Felix spent 2 seconds scrolling through the entire list of rules and removed it after realizing that all the rules were the same. He understood each one of them and why they were implemented. First, the reason the players were capped at 30 was to make it slightly easier for the players to win the game and enter the platform. After all, winning a game against 30 players wasn't as difficult as doing so against 100 players. Meanwhile, the second rule was placed to avoid having multiple players from the same race allying and ganging up on the rest. It was to be expected that players from the same race would find it more trustworthy to help each other than ally with other races. As for the third rule, it was implemented to make the game standard random format that was based on each player's luck. The promotion game was an important step that needed to be as fair as possible to every player. On the other hand, the streaming revenue might seem like it was butchered, but one shouldn't forget that the game would be played universal-wide. The exposure was beyond massive, and if the game was popular, the viewership could reach up to hundreds of trillions of unique viewers. 0.5% streaming revenue off that was still beyond worth it to participate in those games and aim for the championship. The other rules weren't too important as they were somewhat similar to what Felix experienced in his previous games. Hence, Felix didn't hesitate to voice his request. "Queen, I want to partake in the promotion game. Are you certain?" The Queen asked for a confirmation. "Yes." Immediately after, he was transported to another holographic tab, where it had a colorful button in the middle. Without wasting time thinking too much about the formats, Felix instantly pressed the button and watched the colorful wheel emerge then spin rapidly. "Stop!" Ting ting ting. Ting. The wheel span for a few more seconds before stopping exactly on a purplish board. A moment later, "Congratulations on picking puzzle format." Felix's brightened up after seeing it. He loved puzzles in his previous life and was actually winning most of his puzzle games on the platform. In this life, he wanted nothing but battle format since he always had an overpowering strength against other humans. But in the UISG, he might not be the strongest in battle formats since there were some races that could strike his defenseless mind, bypassing his abnormal physical strength. Hence, he would gladly take puzzle format, especially when his cognitive skills and memory were enhanced immensely. "Let's see what we will get." Felix rubbed his hands and pressed on the button for the second wheel. With held breaths, he focused on the needle spin round and round, until it started to slow on its own. Ting ting ting. Ting. Congratulations on picking the final keykeeper. Immediately after, a side hologram emerged, showing its details. Game platform: Universal Individual Supremacy Games. Game type: Promotion game. Game format: Puzzle. Game name: The Final Keykeeper. Participants number: 28. Still increasing. Strength allowed: Human race system from Awakening Realm to 6th stage of replacement. Prizes pool: high-grade stones, peak-grade stones, vial of hatred, flask of dream vision, draft of the guru hideous mask artifact, dagger of solitary. Rules of the game: 1. There are 100 apartments in an apartment complex. The 30 players will be given a random apartment in this complex. 2. They will be given a key to their room and a random key that could open up an apartment of another player. 3. There will be 1 hour day and night circle, 30 minutes of daylight and 30 minutes of darkness. 4. During the daylight, the players are allowed to exit their apartments and scout for the apartment in which their key could open up. No battles are allowed during daylight. 5. During the night circle, all the players must enter their apartments and lock the doors behind them. 6. The only way to leave the apartment at night is by declaring the right of the hunt. 7. The right of the hunt implies that the player must leave his room and use his key to enter the apartment of another player and kill him. 8. To avoid declaring the right of the hunt wantonly, the hunter will be given 30% strength debuff by the Queen if he failed to kill his target during the night circle. 9. To encourage players to seek out their targets, the hunters receive 10% enhanced strength during the night circle. 10. To discourage players from hiding in their apartment in every night circle, they would receive a -10% to their strongest suit in every night circle that passes. 11. If a player declared for the right of the hunt but didn't find his target in his apartment, he must return to his apartment and wait for the daylight circle. 12. If a player declared for the right of the hunt but his target had ended up getting killed during his hunt, the player will be assigned a new target after a shuffle. 13. The shuffle occurs after each full circle. The players who died will have their apartments closed for good. 14. The killers will receive the dead player's keys. They could restart the hunt again to kill the newer target and obtain his key. 15. To encourage players into continuing the hunt, each key they collected could be traded at the end of the game with 1k GP. 16. Two players during the call of the hunt can't fight each other. They could only fight against their prey. 17 alliances could be made during the daylight, but they could not fight together during the right of the hunt. They could also not communicate with each other telepathically. 18. To win the game, simply emerge as the last keykeeper. For more information, please open your SG profile interface. Good luck to all participants. Interesting concept. Felix scratched his chin while rereading the rules. He never played or heard of this game before, and from its rules, he could see that it requires a lot of intelligence and foresight to win it. So, 100 apartments, but only 30 are occupied. This means that it would be challenging for the players to find out what apartment their key could open. Felix noted down the first point he concluded from the apartment system. He understood that there were many layers of depth to this rule only. For example, the players were allowed to leave their rooms during the daylight to scout. At the same time, they could also remain hidden in their apartment from the very first cycle. This would give them a slight chance of knowing their hunter after he tries to open their apartment while they were still inside of it. After all, how would he know if anyone was inside when it was common sense to take advantage of the daylight to scout for the targets? Damn. If I still had my perfect copy and senses sharing abilities, I could easily leave a copy inside while I head to scout other apartments. Felix shook his head with a wry smile. In this game, his sand abilities would have made it much easier for him to confuse the players and mess with their minds. Alas, he had already reached 51% in his integration, and he was now the owner of 6 lightning-based abilities. For passives and 2 actives abilities. For the passives, he currently possessed lightning immunity, lighting quick reflexes, super discharge, and lastly, electrical telepathy. The newest passives that he unlocked at 45% were quite a niche in their utilization, unlike the first 2 passives. However, in the right conditions, they would become godlike abilities. As for the active abilities, Felix unlocked electrical pull and electrical field. They weren't full destructive abilities, but they had their amazing utilizations as well. Especially electrical field that could be used even as a defensive mechanism, plus provide Felix's the ability to charge his Avian evolutionary trait, the lightning absorbers. My lightning abilities will work just fine in this format. Plus, Felix snapped his finger, creating a dark misty sphere, and said while licking his lips, I can finally go all out with my poison manipulation. Felix might not have mastered inner manipulation or external manipulation, but his progress was good enough. He was capable of using the most known active poisonous abilities instantaneously. This was going to provide him with such versatility that humans could only wish to obtain. If only his external manipulation wasn't absolute crap, he would have possessed the ability to spew out his poison naturally and shape it up as he pleased on the outside instead of being forced to do it internally. But a step at a time, and he would get there eventually. For now, he could only drop everything at once and focus purely on analyzing the rules of the game to create a plan that would set him straight to victory. After Felix was done analyzing the rules, he went straight to the participation list, wanting to make thorough scouting on his opponents. He knew that some players might actually possess almost the same physical strength as him in this game. After all, the minimum was the 3rd stage of replacement, but the limit was the peak 6th stage of replacement. The system's calculation was always based on humans integrating from awakening to the 6th stage of replacement using nothing but legendary bloodlines. Since legendary bloodlines all give an enhancement of strength equivalent to 1 kbf, it meant that peak 6th stage bloodliners possess 12 kbf at a minimum without considering mutations and passives that boost their physical strength even further. Any human wanting to partake in the UISG needs to have at a minimum this amount of strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't even make it past the promotion game, as the competition to enter the universal platform was beyond fierce. Though there were some humans who had done with skills and a lot of luck. After Felix brought out the hologram, it appeared as such. Participants list. Doomsday_1344, Orc Silver Rank, Peak Tier wins 12/losses 4. For more details, click on the name. Pretzel_1224, Winter Wolf Silver Rank, Peak Tier, wins 3/losses 6. Hell's Crow _4754, Crow Halfling Gold Rank, Peak Tier, wins 8/losses 3. Blood Merchant _2199, Noble Vampire Silver Rank, Peak Tier, wins 5/losses 1. Unpaid landlord _ 6996, human gold rank, mid-tier, wins 6/losses 0. Malamu _ 4496, cobalt gold rank, peak tier, wins 11/losses 5. Anissa life _ 9796, marine gold rank, peak tier, wins 13/losses 6. As expected, everyone has a positive win ratio. Felix wasn't surprised by the many wins everyone posses, as he understood that anyone who is attempting to enter the UISG wouldn't be an ordinary player. They were all dragons among men, and they should be respected for reaching the big league. As for the differences in the ranks, that was understandable since the UISG was based on a strength range instead of a rank range. After all, the human race's SG branch couldn't be compared to the dragon's SG branch. A bronze-ranked dragon could wipe the floor with a peak gold player. That's why dragons and some overpowered races get access to the UISG straight away without bothering with promotions games and such. They also get placed in gold rank, the starting rank of the UISG. So no humans in my game. Typical. Felix commentated after he scrolled the entire list and didn't see another human. Instead, he found quite a few players from the same race, like the 2 vampires, Blood Merchant, and Van Lord. He decided to start with them first. He clicked on Blood Merchant and was transported to his profile interface. The first thing he noticed was the elimination number that reached barely 5. Knowing that Blood Merchant was fighting against other vampires in his race SG branch made it less surprising. After all, the vampires were known for their tenacity, monstrous innate rejuvenation, and lastly immortality as long as they were able to refine quality blood. Felix guessed that the vampires were the descendants of the blood primogenitor since they had limited blood manipulation as well, allowing them to reach the second stage. From some videos that he just watched of Blood Merchant, he had amazing external control of blood, unlike him who had just entered the second stage of poison manipulation and was learning how to utilize it more effectively. After spending hours scouting and reading everything about his opponents, Felix asked the Jormungandr, "Elder, how do we know if any of these players are champions to primogenitors? You need to be signed up first in the primogenitors games so you can get marked." The Jormungandr said, "Leave that to me and the Sphinx." Okay. Felix didn't understand much, but he decides to focus on his own gameplay. If he wanted to be always the hunter in this game, he needed to have a sharp mind and a solid plan. Hence, the first thing he did was modify his UVR's room into a random apartment complex with 10 floors. The game didn't give away how the apartment complex was going to appear, but Felix knew one thing. The apartments were going to have a wide space inside of them to facilitate the battle between the players. After the creation of the complex, Felix gave himself one key to his room and another random one. Then, he placed a holographic 30 minutes timer beside him and started testing how long it would take him to test all the apartments with his key. While Asna was watching him in boredom, the Jormungandr and Lady Sphinx were in a conversation about the primogenitors games. "What do you think? Should we sign him now or wait until he first wins the promotion game and enters the UISG platform?" Lady Sphinx inquired. "To sign him, we need to head to the primogenitors assembly in the UVR and meet with the rest." The Jormungandr pondered while scratching his purplish beard. "This meant we will expose him to them, and I believe that some of them are going to watch his promotion game. It would be quite humiliating if he ended up losing the promotion game." Lady Sphinx nodded her head. She also had invested in Felix and didn't want to see those old fogies mock her for picking Felix with the Jormungandr yet still losing his first ever game against non-champions. She knew that those old pricks were brutal in their roasting and she didn't want to be at the end of the stick. However, it seemed like the Jormungandr was sharing a different opinion than her. He stood up with a faint smirk and said while glancing at Felix, who was doing his hardest to find loopholes in the game design, "I have full belief in the child." Lady Sphinx glanced at Felix as well and gave a half-shrug before saying, "When should I set the appointment of his signing?" "Today at 8 p.m. The Jormungandr said, "There is no point in delaying it any further." "True," Lady Sphinx agreed. She knew that the primogenitors need to sign their champions at least 5 days before their games. That was long enough to discover every dirt about Felix. So doing it now or 5 days later wouldn't make much difference. "It's done." Lady Sphinx said with a beautiful laugh. I have sent the word to everyone that I am rejoining the games without mentioning you. I can't let my Jormy goes without making an entrance. Haha. I am too old for such childish moves. The Jormungandr shook his head with a chuckle. There is no such a thing for being too old for us primogenitors. Lady Sphinx quoted from a book she read. When we have all the time in the universe, we can be children, adults, or elderly at heart. Who's there to judge us? That is our biggest advantage and disadvantage. The Jormungandr sighed with a bitter smile. There is no one to judge us. A few hours later, in a wide-spaced assembly room that appeared like any other without any unique design or jaw-dropping decoration, flashes of light kept reoccurring here and there, filling up the empty wooden seats. When they finally stopped, the assembly hall was packed with tens of humanoid creatures. Every one of them had a distinctly unique shape, visage, and aura to him/her. Some of them had breathtaking visages, while some didn't even have a form, changing from a different mass to another. Humongous eye with a tiny slit, looking left and right at the rest. One appeared like a shadowy figure, while another was a humanoid creature with molten rocks, dripping down his arms. Yet, the weirdest one had to be the singular humongous eye that was looking left and right at the rest with its tiny dark slit. The overbearing auras they kept subconsciously releasing would turn anyone's legs into jelly. This was the gathering of the peak, the gathering of one of the strongest beings in the universe, the gathering of the primogenitors. Yet this overbearing atmosphere was broken with a click of a tongue, coming from a fair-skinned, bewitching lady. Tisk, because it's Sphinx, 40% of you old pervs decided to show up. Last time when I introduced my champion, not even 5 came. Standing 5 feet 5 inches tall, this fair-skinned woman was releasing an enchanting feeling about her with every movement she makes or sounds she releases. Her pink hair, dip-dyed at the ends with shades of light red, was elbow-length and left to hang below her waist. It was long enough. It was touching 9 thick, fluffy, creamy whitetails that were coming out of her breathtaking, tight-fit, sparkling gray dress. Even without jewelry or makeup, she would give even Asna a run for her money at a beauty contest. That's because we see your ugly face in every assembly, unlike Lady Sphinx. A deep, shallow voice was emitted from inside of a shadowy humanoid figure. He appeared like a shadow that came to life, as he also didn't have a face or any distinctive body feature. It was obvious that he was either the shadow primogenitor or the darkness primogenitor, Erebus, a faceless shadow like you can't comprehend what true beauty is. Komiho sneered in irritation while releasing an invisible pinkish aura around her that enhanced her looks to an unimaginable degree, making her appear like an angel from paradise. Charm Primo, didn't we tell you to stop releasing your charm aura in the assembly? An elderly deep voice emerged from the mouth of a humanoid man with a turtle shell behind his back and mows growing out of his face. He appeared tired and old, like life was just a drag. Aspadakalone, can you be fun just once in your life? Komiho said with an irked expression while withdrawing the released aura that was about to touch some primogenitors. Naturally, none of them were worried about getting affected by it, as they had their own countermeasures against her annoying charming aura that could affect even their mentality. At least he is not acting like a 16-years-old teenager. A melodious sound that was pleasant to the ears echoed in the assembly hall. It came from a delicate lady who had oceanic blue silky hair and big wide blue eyes. What unique about her was that her bottom half was fish-like. Siren, why don't you mind your business? Komiho crossed her arms as she gave her an unfriendly look. I would have remained silent like the others if you didn't try to start another dram. My, it sure is lively here. Before Saran could reply, Lady Sphinx's reposeful voice echoed in the hall after she teleported successfully to her designated seat. Welcome back, Lady Sphinx. Aspadakalone smiled faintly and said, It's been thousands of years since your last participation in the games. We sure missed your appearance. Any successful new projects? Don't forget that I have dips of exploration on any separated dimension that you open up. One primogenitor after the other commentated, making it quite clear that Lady Sphinx had friendly terms with most of them. It was to be expected, as she never fought nor did she seek it. Plus, her projects were too valuable and wanted by most primogenitors. Hence, they would never want to break bridges between them. If you missed me this much, I wonder how will you react when you see an old pal? Lady Sphinx replied with a chuckle, making the primogenitors a bit confused. However, soon their confusion was cleared out after Jormungandr showed himself right in the middle of the assembly hall, wearing a purplish robe and a gentle elderly smile. He appeared quite dominating but at the same time as cool as a breeze. "Hello, old friends," Jormungandr greeted while looking around, eyeing one primogenitor after the other. While they were looking at him with a stunned expression, he was seeking his enemies, wanting to see their reaction. "Wendigo is the only one here?" Jormungandr narrowed his eyes at a humanoid figure who was wearing a black cape that fully hidden his entire body, leaving behind only his head that resembled a gray moose's skull. It also had long horns protruding from it, making Wendigo appear quite spooky to look at. Spotting that the Jormungandr was staring at him, Wendigo merely waved his hand without showing any expression. Well, it was difficult to do so while his eyes were spewing utter darkness. "Jormungandr, old friend, I have never thought that I will be able to see you again after the pact meeting." Aspidocalone was the first to stand up and teleport towards the Jormungandr, giving him a friendly hug. Jormungandr accepted it with genuine laughter, making it obvious that he was close friends with Aspidocalone, unlike the others. They remained in their seats, but they did shower him with welcoming words and questions about his situation. "Didn't you and Thor end it in one last battle?" Siren inquired with a different enticing tone, appearing as another girl had spoken. For the sound primogenitor this was effortless. "It's a long story and I don't want to bore you to death." Jormungandr waved his hand, rejecting to answer indirectly. The primogenitors understood his cue and didn't bring the matter again. That's what everyone thought but Wendigo. "Jormy, did dying ruin your memory and made you forget that we primogenitors are always bored?" Wendigo stressed with a dreadful voice. Without waiting for an answer, Wendigo looked at the Jormungandr with his darkened eyes and asked calmly, "We sure will appreciate the story if it's going to entertain us. I don't mind telling my story, but I know that a certain someone will definitely deform it and spread it far and wide." Jormungandr replied with a cold tone. Yikes. It didn't even take a minute before those two got at it again. Kumiho thought to herself with an amused expression. The other primogenitors all quietened down after hearing, so as they knew that Jormungandr wasn't coming in here to hang out, but to deal with Wendigo and the other two primogenitors who defiled his legacy and almost caused mass extinction to his descendants after his death. They knew that Jormungandr and Wendigo's conflict was deeply rooted in both of their factions. It could never be solved without having the other faction completely being wiped out. The conflict didn't actually originate from those two but from two other primogenitors belonging each to their faction. They were merely brought in it at the start. Too bad. Billions of years were enough to turn any conflict into a deep-seated hatred that could never be resolved peacefully. Hence, the primogenitors kept their words to themselves and merely turned to Wendigo, wanting to hear his response. Alas, they waited and waited, yet Wendigo simply kept staring at the Jormungandr in silence. In a few moments, he finally opened his mouth and said, "Mananangal and Saurus would be ecstatic to hear the news of your revival." The Jormungandr narrowed his eyes dangerously and replied, "So as Fenrir and Thor after they hear about your astonishing actions against our descendants." A dark fog was released from Wendigo's skull, shaping up as a wide, creepy grin. "I'm sure they will be." Although the conversation was kept civil and quiet, the primogenitors could smell the gunpowder in the assembly room. For a tiny consciousness, Jormy sure is ballsy. Lady Sphinx smiled faintly, liking the fact that the Jormungandr hadn't changed one bit. Although they didn't meet a lot in the earlier days, she had heard of him plenty and the way he carried things. Thus, she knew that he might look like a gentle elder in peaceful times, but against his enemies, he was a ruthless, vengeful soul. Nevertheless, she knew that whatever he said didn't hold a single thing, since he was merely a tiny consciousness that could be killed by a single breath from other primogenitors. However, as long as he kept this tough act, the other primogenitors would never guess that he was living in Felix's consciousness. This sense of unknown would be a key factor to Felix against the primogenitors. Jormungandr, please take a seat, so we can start looking into Lady Sphinx's newest champion, Aspidocalone requested while teleporting back to his seat. He didn't want the assembly to end up being wasted due to Jormungandr and Wendigos conflict. I don't know if Lady Sphinx mentioned the games or not, but you can also recommend a champion to join and earn some goodies, Aspidocalone informed. The Jormungandr teleported to an empty seat and informed casually, "There is no need. Her champion is mine as well." "What? Why would you do that?" "Interesting." "Oh who?" Each primogenitor reacted differently to the news, but most of them expressed bafflement at their decision to share one champion. There was absolutely no merit since the moment their champion loses, they would need to cough up twice the bet proposed. If they won, they would have to share the rewards. Maybe their shared champion is good enough to win all of his games? The primogenitors thought. This was the only reason why would two primogenitors ever go for this plan. Knowing so made them curious about who was the champion they picked. They didn't need to ask as Jormungandr had brought up the matter on his own. "I am here to sign up Felix Maxwell in the primogenitors games. Please prepare the contract." Felix Maxwell? The primogenitors looked at each other and saw the confusion in their eyes. They weren't confused because they knew who Felix was and his viral news, but because they could see that the name didn't belong to a serpent halfling. He didn't choose one of his surviving descendants? Maybe the champion is a descendant of Lady Sphinx? But all of them are trash. While some primogenitors were thinking about the matter, the others quickly manifested a search engine and wrote Felix's full name. Immediately after, they were hit with trillions of results, making them realize that he was quite a bit famous. But when they entered one article and saw his picture, they couldn't help but exclaim out loud, "The hell? You chose a lowly human as your shared champion." Lady Sphinx and Jormungandr glanced at each other and said at the same time with a faint smirk, "Got a problem with that?" The primogenitors looked at each other in absolute disbelief, feeling like they were being pranked by Lady Sphinx and Jormungandr since they hadn't met for a long time. But looking at their confident expressions made them realize that those two were in it for real. "You guys lost your minds?" Siren shook her head and advised them with good intentions. "I don't mind taking your treasures after wiping the floor with your champion. But still, I beseech you to reconsider your decision and pick another champion from an actual decent race." Aspidocalone nodded his head and supported her claim. "Humans can barely contest against other participants. In front of our worst champions, they would still get obliterated. You better pick another or at least pick few more champions from your descendants to increase your odds. This Felix Maxwell barely has what it takes to participate in the promotion games." Erebus commentated while reading Felix's details from a hologram. "Thank you all, but we know what we are doing." Lady Sphinx said calmly, "Now, can you please bring the contract so we can get this over with? I still have matters to attend." Aspidocalone and the rest of the primogenitors looked at each other one last time before shrugging their shoulders carelessly. In their eyes, they said more than enough if Lady Sphinx and Jormungandr were hell-bent on going ahead with their plan. Then they would gladly watch it crumble and hope for their champion to be the one who ends up against Felix. "Lady Sphinx, the contract had received a couple of modifications since the last time you signed it," Aspidocalone said while projecting two holographic contracts. Lady Sphinx and Jormungandr both lifted their heads and started reading its terms silently. The rest of the primogenitors continued discussing Felix's situation while at the same time searching for news about him. If it was any other champion, they wouldn't bother giving him much attention since each primogenitor had hundreds of champions registered under him. However, a human champion that was shared by Lady Sphinx and Jormungandr? They knew that they were missing something since there was no way for Lady Sphinx to be stupid enough to pick a human to represent her when she actually participated in the primogenitors games and saw how brutal they were. "Anyone going to watch his upcoming promotion game?" Kumiko asked everyone telepathically. "If my champions didn't meet with any of yours in that time, I will give his game a quick glance and see what's so special about him," Erebus informed. "Some of his videos are showing that he is using multiple abilities of poison and sand. Do you think that Lady Sphinx has found a method to install two limited manipulations in one body?" A humanoid body made completely out of molten red rocks asked telepathically. Charuf might be on to something here. Siren exclaimed. It's already known that our descendants or any race related to us can't inherit more than one elemental manipulation. But for humans? That's a different matter. With Lady Sphinx's terrifying intelligence, I actually feel like she might pull it off. Kumaho mentioned while peeking at Lady Sphinx, who was reading the contract with a casual look. Hee, I know what my first bet against them is going to be, Erebus said while smiling creepily with his shadow form. The rest of the primogenitors showed more or less the same expression, appearing like they were all scheming something against Lady Sphinx. In a short while, Lady Sphinx and Jormungandr signed the contract immediately after not discovering any loopholes that were detrimental to them or Felix. After all, the entire reason this contract was made was to protect the champions somewhat plus punish the primogenitors who failed to abide by the terms signed. Like reining in a bet or giving something totally different than what the original wager. Naturally, for existences like the primogenitors, the punishment would be severe enough to make the breaker feel the pinch of his actions. If it was possible to make the punishment as severe as death, those primogenitors would have done it to make the games be taken more seriously. Too bad. Every primogenitor was connected to the UVR by using merely a separated tiny part of his consciousness. So, it was impossible for the Queen to obliterate their consciousness like she does to other people. If it wasn't for so, those at the top wouldn't dare enter the UVR. Alright, old pal. Now you are capable of seeing other champions in the participation list just like yours would be shown to other primogenitors. Aspidocalone explained the basics while looking at Jormungandr. If you noticed a champion, simply contact the primogenitor above him and place a bet and the conditions of winning it. Thank you, Aspie, but don't waste your breaths. I have already informed Jormy about everything that he needs to know, Lady Sphinx said while standing up. Jormungandr followed after her and said to Aspidocalone, Old Turtle, pick a date and call me. Let's catch up over some drinks. I will make sure to bring the others as well. They would be thrilled to see you again, Aspidocalone said while giving him a slight head nod. Ladies and gentlemen, until we meet again. Jormungandr and Lady Sphinx instantly teleported away after leaving this remark behind. The primogenitors glanced at each other for a second or two before throwing themselves into their contact list. All of them started sending messages to their faction members who didn't bother to show up in this assembly. Wendigo included had sent a message to 2 more primogenitors, informing them about everything that transpired at the moment and also to set up a meeting as fast as possible. The emergence of that snake means the other snake may not be dead as well, Wendigo thought grimly. After everything we had done to their descendants and legacy, we need to be prepared for the worst retaliation. 5 minutes later, in the consciousness space, Lady Sphinx and Jormungandr had just informed Felix about his successful sign-up in the Champions Games. I bet they looked down on me pretty hard, right? Felix said, chuckling. That's to be expected, Jormungandr said. This will make it more fun. Felix smirked faintly and opened up the participation list again. He had already done his homework on every one of those players in the past hour, memorizing everything public about them. Now, it was time to check if there was a primogenitors champion within his promotion game. Look and behold, Felix had spotted that the name Blood Merchant was golden unlike the rest of the participation. He instantly knew that he was a champion since his name was also shining brightly. Blood Merchant, Mananangle's champion. Jormungandr's expression turned as frigid as ice at the mention of the blood primogenitor. Upon hearing his bone-chilling tone, Felix knew that the situation had changed entirely. He didn't even need to ask if the blood primogenitor was his enemy, though he didn't know what exactly happened between them and he wasn't planning on asking. If Jormungandr wanted him to kill the blood merchant, Felix was going to do so in a heartbeat. He was offered too much and treated too well by Jormungandr to object to his requests. It seems like he is the newest champion to Mananangle, Lady Sphinx informed. Should we contact Mananangle now or wait for him to do so? Let's wait, Jormungandr said indifferently. Upon hearing so, Felix clicked on Blood Merchant's profile again and started rereading his information extensively to see if he missed anything. Based on what he previously read, the blood merchant was known for his brutality in killing, as he always saps his targets dry of blood before throwing them like juice containers. It was unknown how far he reached in his second stage of blood manipulation, but based on his videos, it was obvious that he was in the high ends. That's because he could create towers of blood out of nowhere with a simple finger snap. Compared to Felix, who had just entered the second stage of poison manipulation, he was way too far in his control. Felix was barely capable of creating poison bombs 3 meters away from him. Although he was improving with a tremendous speed, it was still not enough to catch up to those champions. Thankfully, he had other strengths to rely on. Meanwhile, inside a cozy living room that was floored with gray wood and decorated with many waxed creatures' heads, 3 individuals were sitting in front of a burning fireplace. Besides the cracking of burning wood, silence reigned the living room as those 3 appeared like they were in deep contemplation. One of them was Wendigo, and the other 2 were his close friends, allies, and his faction members. The one sitting on the left armchair had a gloomy feel to him due to his scrawny figure and dark eye bags on his bleached skin. The other appeared like a 4-legged centaur with his horse-like body parts. The only reason he wouldn't comes off as a centaur was his ash-gray smooth skin and unique U-shaped red horn on top of his bald head. A few moments later, the pale man let out a long exhale and said with his eyes closed shut, "I still can't believe it." "Neither did I, Brother Mananangal. Neither did I." Wendigo shook his head and said, "But it is the truth." Mananangal looked at the horned man and asked, "Brother Saurus, mind sharing with us your thoughts?" Saurus broke out of his contemplation and said, "To be honest, I am quite stumped." "How so?" "Think about it. The news of his death and Thor's had been confirmed from the tiny pieces spread in the massive area around the place they battled in. Only by going supernova would their bodies end up in such a state, which made us confirm their death and carry our plans against their descendants. Now, you are telling me that he is alive and kicking?" Saurus shook his head. "I don't know if they staged their death by splitting parts of their bodies and sending them away, or they had truly died and Jormungandr's current existence is merely a surviving wisp." Wendigo scratched his skull with a bony finger for a short moment before addressing Saurus' guesses. "There is a small chance that he is a surviving wisp, since he would need someone to awaken him. I doubt that Lady Sphinx would bother doing so, since she understood that would offend our faction immensely." The rest nodded their heads in approval. They understood that Lady Sphinx was the last primogenitor who would do such action that would cause her a shitstorm of trouble. That's because she was known for avoiding any kind of drama or conflict that would do nothing but waste her precious time. In addition, I doubt that there is any merit in awakening that snake besides getting some of his buried treasures. Wendigo added, "If she was aiming for dead primogenitor's treasures, we would have been seeing that all of the dead primogenitors had been revived by her." "Correct. You forgot the most important reason," Saurus said calmly. "No primogenitor would be disrespectful enough to awaken a primogenitor who chose to die at the worst possible timing." All of them agreed on this point. They knew that every primogenitor who died right after the pact had gotten shafted hard by destiny. By waking them up, it would serve no purpose but rubbing it in their faces. What they didn't know was that Felix was the asshole who woke up Jormungandr without having a single clue about any of this. He was the missing link that made Jormungandr's being awakened after his death not logical at all. It was more believable that both Jormungandr and Thor had faked their deaths, however. This hypothesis had another issue that wasn't logical as well in their eyes. Why would they do it? And I doubt that I have seen Jormungandr and Thor in the illusionary world with us. Mananangal said with a frown. Maybe they have entered it after we had been put to sleep by the illusion primogenitor? Wendigo suggested. Possible, but that still doesn't answer the biggest question. Why did they do it? Mananangal looked at them and said, "If it was a way to ambush us when we least expected, then they have failed miserably after the Jormungandr exposed himself. Plus, they left their faction member Fenrir fending against all 3 of us. It just doesn't make any sense. None of the options make sense. Something is missing, something that would clear this fog," Mananangal said coldly. "We just need to find it and act based on it." Just as Wendigo wanted to speak, Manananggal's bracelet started vibrating. That kid has landed against another champion in his first game. Manananggal raised an eyebrow in surprise and said, "Give me a second. It seems like my newest champion got his chance to shine before I even implemented a tiny piece of my consciousness in his mind." The other primogenitors got closer to him and glanced casually at a hologram that was showing the participation list that his champion had sent it. However, the moment they scrolled down and spotted Felix's name shining brightly, all of them were left at loss for words. "Am I losing my vision, or is destiny playing a game on us?" Saurus said with a doubtful tone. The other two also had the same reaction, as they knew that it was difficult for champions to end up in the same game when the platform was packed with millions of games happening every damn day. Yet, Manananggal's champion had actually landed against Jormungandr's champion right when he had just appeared. Such a far-fetched coincidence could be only explained by fate messing with them. "Aren't we lucky?" Saurus showed them a slight grin and said, "We just received a perfect chance to absolutely humiliate Jormungandr before everyone." Manananggal smiled cunningly and said, "Indeed, most interested primogenitors would be paying attention to this game due to their intrigue in that human and Jormungandr's choice to share it with Lady Sphinx. So, if my lad didn't just kill his first champion but absolutely thrashed him before all, Jormungandr would be a laughingstock in the assembly. Those pricks wouldn't stop ripping him for the fun of it, just like they always do to other primogenitors who picked shitty champions," Saurus said, grinning. Upon imagining that scene, they all showed an anticipated expression. "Let me take care of this." Manananggal dialed the call on his phone and said calmly after the call was connected, "Kid, use the link and join me for a quick chat." Then, he hung up the phone and eyed those two with a faint smirk. "Let's call that snake and show him his place in this new era. Haha. We can't meet him with you, but make sure to rip them off good." "You don't have to worry about that," Manananggal said with his hand supporting his chin. "I will make sure to place the highest possible stake until he would never dare approach the champion's games again." 10 days quickly passed by for Felix as he spent the majority of them practicing in the measurement center plus reading books and concocting potions for the upcoming exams. The news of him participating in the promotion game had already gone viral 10 days ago, and most of the people interested in the SG games in the galaxy were anticipating it. Especially the Earthlings whose lives were getting better and better due to Felix demolishing the planetary games and obtaining billions of coins as capital to help the planet advance forward. Currently, at least 10% of the Earthlings had obtained their own AP bracelet and were exploring their chances in the UVR. Meanwhile, the anti-surveillance system and the defensive grid were still in the middle of construction. Thankfully, most non-natives were behaving properly due to the Anti-Alliance's deterrence and the Phantom organization. Right now, at the Earthling headquarters, Olivia and the rest of the team members were chilling in front of a humongous hologram that was displaying a countdown, the details of the game, and lastly the participants. "It's going to be brutal for Felix," George commentated while showing the horrifying states of some players. "They can all rank up as diamond players easily in the human SG branch." "True," Kenny nodded his head and said calmly. "Felix shouldn't be even at peak third stage of replacement currently. I honestly don't know if it was his own decision to participate or he got forced by the organization." Sylvia shook her head. "Whatever it was, this game isn't going to end pretty for him. Hey, how about you guys have a little bit of faith in Brother Felix?" Olivia gave them an annoyed look and said, "I am certain that Brother Felix has a plan in mind." "Certain?" Alas, George and the rest couldn't muster having Olivia's optimism. They had seen other universal games and knew that their local games were merely a shallow pond compared to them. 99.9999% of human bloodliners are happy to swim in this pond and earn from it. The rest who went outside, they either never return or retire right after they survive their first game. It was impossible to go back to playing in-branch games after getting promoted. Hence, only those purely confident to climb up the ladder dare to attempt it. Alas, most of them end up failing, and those who succeed were stuck in platinum rank. Only 4 humans had made it to diamond rank in the UISG and were currently idolized as legendary figures. Yet, Felix had entered this race while he was merely in second stage of replacement. In their eyes, he was nuts. Alas, nothing they could say could change the fact that the stream was going to start in 10 minutes. Let's just pray that he survives it and make him rethink his decision to get promoted so soon, George said, making Felix's teammates nod their heads with worried expressions. Humph, doubters. Disgruntled, Olivia crossed her arms and focused on the screen that was now showing a short display of each player's career highlight in his previous branch games. While she was waiting to see Felix's highlights, he was playing cards with the tenants in his mind, continuing the tradition. However, a few minutes later, he was forced to leave his consciousness space and prepare to get teleported. This time, Felix was wearing his branded clothes. They were a set of ripped dark jeans, green army boots, and a long simple white t-shirt with his brand logo in its chest area. The logo appeared like this, which stands for landlord. Thankfully for him, the contract he signed with the three brands had included all types of games that he takes part in. Hence, the contract that bound him had ended the moment he won the fourth planetary game. This was truly unfortunate news for those three companies, since having their brands getting advertised at such a universal level was a dream comes true. After all, they paid a measly fee for such massive that could potentially bring them trillions of interested customers visiting their shops. Now, Felix's clothing company was the one that was going to soak in all of this attention and turn it into a mountain of coins for Felix to utilize in his wasteful new cultivation system. 5 minutes is left. Might as well check the known bounty sites and see what I am going to deal with in the game, Felix murmured while taking a seat on the couch. After a couple of clicks here and there, he managed to gain access to the biggest bounties websites in the universe that accept only SG-related bounties. He typed in his SG ID in all of them, and a split second later, hundreds of bounties emerged with his name on them. 70 billion SC to force to sign a slave contract in the game belonging to the payer? I will be damned. Felix didn't expect that someone was actually willing to pay that much for his eyes. After all, there was measly a tiny chance that Felix's eyes might work on others if extracted properly. Those bounties wouldn't cause much trouble for me in this game, but in the upcoming ones, I might actually suffer if most players put their focus on me instead of the championship, Felix said while closing the sites. There was no point in reading about the rest when the biggest bounty outshone all of them. He understood that 70 billion was a big sum that would move most players. If the primogenitor's contract sign didn't forbid placing bounties on opponent champions, Felix would have thought that it was the blood primogenitor's doing. Just because we have a strict contract, it didn't mean that we don't have the capability to go over it. Jormungandr shook his head and clarified. The contract is there to only make it impossible to hold out a bet. As for other matters, our pride is the one stopping us from pulling dirty tricks like sending subordinates to assassinate champions or placing bounties and making it difficult. Felix thought about it for a second and realized that the primogenitor's contract indeed didn't have too much power over them. That's because they were signing in to the UVR by using only a tiny piece of their consciousness. Hence, their separated main consciousness could easily do as it pleases without having the Queen's supervision on them. In fact, he believed that even the bets weren't really enforced by the contract itself, since the main consciousness could easily break out of its terms by destroying the tiny piece of consciousness and creating another. However, doing so would make it impossible to rejoin the games again, since it was written within the terms that doing that would ban the primogenitors from taking part. In addition, the moment the bet gets made by two primogenitors, they needed to both have the contract signed. Only then would the details of their bet get registered by the Queen in her database. So, if one of them decided to hold out, the rest of the primogenitors would be informed and deal with it by the rules. If the price wasn't this low, I would have considered it being the doing of Mananangel, Jormungandr said with a repelled tone. I can totally see that disgraceful scum going for such tricks to secure the win against me at all costs. Damn. I will probably get beaten to death if I don't win against the blood merchant, Felix thought while sweating slightly from his forehead. He didn't know what bets were placed or how the meeting went with Lady Sphinx, Jormungandr, and Mananangel, but he could see that Jormungandr's hatred didn't lessen one bit. In short while, Felix was teleported to the game hall just like the rest of the players. Unlike the previous game halls he was in, this one was held in a forest with trees penetrating the sky. All of the teleported players had opened up their eyes to the birds' chirps and chilly atmosphere. They were standing in an empty area of grass field, while in front of them there was a small tree with purplish leaves. It seems like the MC is going to be species who prefer living in nature, Felix thought while looking around him. He believed so because the MCs in the UISG platform ranges from all races in the SG Alliance. If a human was going to be their MC, there was a high chance of him picking a closed-off assembly hall. Soon, Felix stopped bothering with the environment after he realized that all the players were focusing on him either openly or discreetly. Hee. It seems like everyone had taken a peek at your bounty, Asna said with a snicker. Unbothered, Felix gave a half-shrug and started surveying the 29 unique players, wanting to find Blood Merchant. It didn't take him even a split second before he spotted a slender tall man in a red tuxedo, leaning against a tree while gazing at him with a friendly smile. His gentlemanly demeanor made his smile appear quite genuine. Alas, Felix knew that he was a monster in disguise, as the videos of him sapping his victims dry out of blood were already installed in his memory. Felix, I am heading with Sphinx to a small assembly of friends to watch your game together. Remember that we won't be able to talk with you at all during your game due to the rules imposed in the contract. Felix nodded his head in understanding. He was already informed that the moment he was signed as a champion, he lost the privilege of having the primogenitors in his mind speak up to him, since it was possible for the primogenitors to abuse it. After all, they could easily watch the game with their main consciousness and give tips to their champion to facilitate winning the game. The way to combat this was simply making the queen rat on those primogenitors the moment she hears their voice in their champion's minds. Hence, it was much better to watch the game in the assembly than in his mind, where they could only remain silent lest they break the rules. Naturally, Asna was free from this rule since her soul was connected to Felix, unlike the primogenitors. Hence, anything she said was the same as Felix having a thought. It wasn't against the rules to think. Although I won't be talking to you, do know that I am watching everything. So, crash him in front of everyone and show them why I put my faith in you, Jormungandr said while staring coldly at Blood Merchant. Felix smirked faintly and promised with a confident tone, "Leave it to me." Immediately after hearing so, Jormungandr closed his eyes and logged in to the UVR. Lady Sphinx didn't go with him since she was connected to the UVR with another piece of consciousness. Meanwhile, Felix had already dropped the staring contest with Blood Merchant and went to find a place to sit down. Soon he found a thick branch close to the ground. Felix jumped on it and got comfortable, knowing that waiting for the MC might take a few minutes. On the other side of the grass field, a slim, tall, tanned man with pointy ears and long fangs reaching to his chin was currently walking elegantly to Blood Merchant. Felix noticed this and narrowed his eyes. Vanlord, the second vampire in the game. He must be aiming to start an alliance with Blood Merchant. As he assumed, Blood Merchant and Vanlord seemed like they hit it off quite easily, as they kept conversing with each other nonstop for quite a while. Soon, they made a handshake and glanced both at Felix for a split second before separating. Whatever, no matter how many allies he adds, our fight will still be 1 against 1. Felix understood that making an alliance in this game was purely meant to look after the other during the daylight cycle. That's when the players could gather, communicate, and scout for the apartments. If someone had an ally, he could totally make an agreement with him to take shifts on patrolling their own apartments to force other players to give up on attempting to test their doors with their keys. However, he knew that there were many disadvantages to this plan. First, the moment a player leaves his ally to guard his door, the ally would 100% try to see if his key could open up that apartment. This could be combated by using the contract terms. Second, the apartments given were random. Hence, if 2 allies ended up getting apartments that were on different floors or something, it was impossible for them to guard both at once. If one player gave up on guarding his apartment just to protect his ally's apartment, then what's the point of the alliance? The only good point about the alliance was trading information telepathically, as they cover a bigger ground. Like which player had exited from an apartment or who's missing from those who went outside to scout. Felix had already created a plan to get this information all by himself in the first cycle. That's why Felix wasn't considering taking an ally in this game. If it was another format, he wouldn't hesitate to drop his soloing style and take advantage of numbers. We have been waiting for 7 minutes already. Where is this? Poof! Before Felix could finish his thought, a sudden explosion of white mist had occurred in front of the tree with purplish leaves. Everyone focused on it and saw that a tiny dark shadowy figure was inside of it. Whoosh! Hey, hey! Not giving them a second to guess. A tiny cute fairy had flown outside of the white mist while waving her little hands at the players. She had blue sky skin and short piggy-tailed azure hair. With her glossy purplish lips, she gave off quite of a sinister feeling to her, unlike other sparkly fairies. What an unlucky-ass game to end up with a fallen fairy. Felix cringed just like the rest of the players who were giving the fairy an unfriendly gaze. Boo-hoo! Why are you glaring at Luna? The fairy pouted with teary eyes and said, You make Luna sad. Very, very sad. Alas, the players' expressions were still as hard as stone, unmoved by her fake act. They merely kept staring at her expressionlessly, waiting for her to stop wasting their time and begin the rules explanation. Humph! Luna is too good to hang with you anyways. Luna puffed out her cheeks in annoyance and fluttered right above their heads. She snapped her tiny fingers, causing the tree leaves behind her to shape up into a humongous empty square. A moment later, the empty area in it brightened up, displaying a building inside a stadium. The building appeared like any other modern apartment complex with multiple floors, and each floor hosted many apartments. This is your battling ground. I assume that all of you have read the rules extensively, so throw all of your questions right now. Luna ordered with her hands placed on her waist, giving off a bossy vibe. The players lifted their hands obediently, knowing that fallen fairies were evil little things who wouldn't hesitate to make their lives hell in the game if they offended them. They just needed to find a loophole in the rules and they would go out of their way to fuck you up out of pure joy. Luna looked at them one by one and picked the only player belonging to the Winter Wolf race, who were known for their overwhelming strength if they entered a phase they refer to as blood frenzy. He had a snow-white tail and ears above his darkened hair. With his blue eyes and short height, he appeared quite cute like a furry doll. I want to know if it's possible to trade keys or throws them? He asked with a frigid tone, completely ruining his cute visage. No, Luna rejected and added, players can't trade keys, throw them, lose them, or make other players enter the same apartment that their key had opened up. Upon receiving his answer, the Winter Wolf player withdraws back within the pack and focused on the players with their hands raised up. Soon, Luna picked another and he asked, Is the environment destructible? Like the doors, walls? No, just go all out in your apartments. Next, is it possible for the prey to escape the apartment after the hunter opened up the door on him? No, the moment the hunter opens the door, it would be the same as stepping into another dimension. Nothing else can go in or out, even if the door was open. Thank you. Next, is it possible to leave the apartment complex? No. Does the strength debuff stack or they would be gone after each shuffle? They will keep adding up until you manage to kill off your target. If your target died before you do so, you will be assigned a new target during the shuffle and you will be required to kill him, or else the debuffs will keep stacking up. The players all reacted in disgruntlement at the sound of that, as they knew that it was going to be hard to find their targets as fast as possible. Oh, you don't have to worry about receiving debuff if you fail to locate your target, Luna clarified. Only those who hid in their apartments passively would receive the penalty. Phew, that makes more sense. Most of the players sighed in relief after hearing so. After all, there were 100 apartments that needed to be searched and only 30 minutes at the start to finish it. If they failed, they would have minus 10%, which would give them a massive disadvantage during either their upcoming hunt or while being hunted. Next, how many cycles there would be before the game ends? Van Lord inquired while bowing his head politely. There is no limit, Luna replied. As long as the last keykeeper hasn't emerged, the game will keep going and going. Though, I wouldn't bother myself with that since after each shuffle, some players are bound to die. She snickered wickedly. A game like this that leaves no choice for the players but to win, die, or disqualify was mostly used in promotion games. If the player lucked out on one in normal games, they would be given the choice to retry for another game. After all, the platform never forces players to either play or die. It was totally up to the player's own decisions and reasons. Yet, quite a few players still choose to go for those types of deadly games since the rewards were always too enticing. Next, will the apartments remain the same for each player after shuffles? No, everything will be randomized again. Upon seeing that no one had his hand in the air after her answer, Luna proclaimed loudly while breaking into light particles. The questist and answer is over. You have 30 minutes to make friends. After her voice echoed one last time in the grass field, she disappeared out of sight, leaving the players to look at each other with hidden killing intent. In this game, it was destined that only one player would survive. Unless some players here had coupons to save them in worse situations like the surrender coupon, or they made themselves get disqualified by breaking the rules. I guess the news is true. Felix rubbed his chin while thinking. The winner of every promotion game will receive a general title called the Big League Player. When Luna left, the players dropped the killing intent and started to mingle with each other, seeking at least one partnership that might turn useful. Some of them had even contacted each other before the game started. The players from the same race had it easy to make friends, unlike the rest. But still, from the same race or not, they were bound to betray each other. That's just how things were in the individual games. Felix being considered as the weakest of the bunch due to him being only at second stage of replacement in public made him a popular choice to those players. Too bad. Felix rejected them all, thinking that alliances were a waste of time in this game mode. It wasn't just him who believed so, but actually many other players. In those 30 minutes, only 10 partnerships were erected, leaving 10 players solo, Felix included. Throughout the entire duration, Felix was in the crossfire of Blood Merchant and Van Lord, who never bothered to hide their murderous intentions even though they had always that polite smile affixed on their lips. Felix just ignored it by closing his eyes and waiting patiently for the game to begin. In the same assembly hall, Jormungandr and Lady Sphinx were currently sitting with multiple primogenitors. The number of attendants had already surpassed the previous time where Jormungandr and Lady Sphinx had signed the contract. It was to be expected that such interest was on this game after news had been spread that a human was chosen as a champion by 2 primogenitors. Let's not forget the juicy ongoing drama between Jormungandr and the Darkin faction. I am betting a broken piece of soul mirror on Mananangle's champion. Chauffeur gestured with his hands at the primogenitors and asked with a confident tone, "Any takers?" Most of the primogenitors showed a disinterested expression at the bet since they didn't require his treasure at all. They knew that the soul mirror had been broken into millions of pieces, and collecting them all was an impossible task since they were spread universal-wide. Plus, they also don't want to take a losing bet as they lacked the confidence in Felix to emerge victorious after doing extensive research about him. "I will you take on that one?" Aspidocalone showed a kind elderly smile and proposed, "I am offering a location to a newborn star core." Flames burst out of Charuf's eyes at the sound of that. "It's better to be a big one. It's been a while since I enjoyed such a delicacy," Charuf said with an elated voice. "It's B. Ladies and gentlemen from all over the universe, please give a round of applause to your players." Aspidocalone interrupted himself after hearing the tiny Luna shout cutely at a miniature version of a mic while extending her hand at Felix and the rest of the players. They had just gotten teleported and opened their eyes to a feverish stadium that was packed with almost 100 million spectators. All of those spectators were mostly fans of those 30 players, paying at least 20 KSC for a normal ticket to watch this game. Although the tickets were expensive as hell compared to watching the games in one's own galaxy, those loyal and fanatic fans would still pay them any day and time just to support their idol. Blood Merchant, Anissa, Doomsday, Landlord. The noisy chants of tens of millions of viewers were loud enough. It gave everyone the sense that the stadium was left trembling and rumbling. Leader Emma, Marcus, and the rest of Felix's royal fans were part of this mayhem as they were beating on drums and waving giants holographic flags that were displaying Felix's image while he was wearing his branded clothes. To advertise the brand and the club, Emma was smart enough to sell the clothes at a 30% discount to all the club members. Hence, the reason why everyone was currently wearing Felix's branded clothes. Alas, the camera didn't focus on them, but on the tiny Luna who was fluttering her wings towards the players. When she reached them, she began interviewing them one by one, asking them basic questions such as the reason they chose to join the promotion game, or what's the desire was driving them to continue climbing the ladder even though they clearly had more money to spend for the rest of their lives. Some players answered those questions while some just gave a word or two, not wanting to expose their private information. Luna didn't waste time on them but moved on to other players. When there were only 2 minutes left in the clock for the interview segment, Luna spotted Felix squatting behind an orc and an actual humanoid giant, who was 5 meters tall. Hee hee. Trying to hide from me? Luna snickered and dashed through the players, reaching Felix within an instant. Upon hearing the annoying buzzing noise of her wings behind him, Felix sighed while thinking, "So close. Mr. Landlord, mind telling us about your reason for taking part in the promotion games this early?" Luna got closer to his face and said with an intrigued tone, "From the information I collected, it seems like you are still in the second stage of replacement. I doubt that fourth stage bloodliners could actually win a game here unless they got super lucky." Boo! Our lord is undefeated. You punsy mortals can't comprehend our lord's mind. Felix's fans and the humans' viewers didn't like the sound of her question one bit. While the fans went ham in their booing, the casual viewers remained quiet as they were also intrigued by Felix's decision. This was the first ever second stage bloodliner to dare partake in the promotion games, and they hoped that he didn't go for it due to his overconfidence after brutalizing most bloodliners in the games. Alas, there was no way in hell Felix would expose his newly gained strength before those players just to ease up their curiosity. "I believe that I can win it if I worked hard for it," Felix said, smiling. He gave them the most generic and tasteless answer, making the viewers doubt if he truly thought like that or he had a hidden agenda. Whatever it was, Luna did her job by pressing him for an answer, but Felix's answers were as boring and anticlimactic as ever. If it wasn't forbidden for the players to advertise in the interview segment, Felix would have already turned it into an ad for his brand. Unsupportive prick. Luna cursed in her mind while taking her mic and leaving him alone after seeing that the last 2 minutes were over. She teleported back to her small commentary table that appeared like a toy table and proclaimed, "After the countdown reaches 0, all of you will be teleported straight to random apartments and be given 2 minutes to explore it before the first daylight cycle begin." Upon seeing that the players were nodding their heads with focused expressions, she clapped her hand twice and the countdown manifested on the screen. The moment it reached 10, the viewers started counting backward with it until it hit 0. Let the battle of wits and courage begin. Whoosh! On a comfy leather armchair, light particles started to gather, forming Felix's body. A split second later, he opened up his eyes and was met with the sight of a stretched-out white room, resembling a white arena if it wasn't for the walls and the glass ceiling above that was showing a blue clear sky. In the entire apartment, there was only a black door and an armchair. "Apartment my ass," Felix murmured while standing up. He kept turning his head left and right, checking out his apartment that was emptier than a robbed house. As he expected, the apartments were modified to accommodate battles, while the apartment complex was there to make the game mode unique. Hopefully, this works. Soon, Felix had turned on his visions one by one and focused on the walls, wanting to see if he could spot players on the other sides. Too bad. Not a single vision managed to penetrate the walls and see what was lying beyond. Honestly, Felix had a tiny hope that the game would have such a loophole, since those with vision would easily know which apartments were taken and which ones were empty. Not to mention watching players battle and also spotting those scouting near the door. This must be caused by the dimension separation, Felix reasoned while walking towards the door. Luna had already informed them that the rooms were considered as separated dimensions. It was only natural to not be able to see beyond dimensions. Maybe when I reach the 4th classment and unlock void vision, I can see through dimensions? Felix contemplated to himself. He remembered that Lady Sphinx mentioned that the void vision allows him to see even the 4th dimension, though that was still in the far future since he had yet to master the use of quantum vision. When Felix reached the black door, he dropped those thoughts and concentrated on the game. The first thing he did was pull out 2 golden keys that were placed in his jeans pockets. Both of them appeared almost identical as they had the same tip, head, shoulder, and blade. The only difference was in their ridges and notches, as they had some tiny deviations in their placements. Let's see which one belongs to me, Felix thought while putting one key into the keyhole. Upon feeling that it had gone through without hindrance, he turned it right but faced resistance. Next, he turned it left and still felt resistance. I guess this is not it. Felix pulled out the key, knowing that adding more pressure or trying again wouldn't change the outcome. If it was in real life, maybe that would work, but not in the games. The tools were designed to work for the first time perfectly. As he expected, the second key had unlocked the door the moment he turned it left. Instead of opening it up and going out, he locked it again and placed the keys in the spatial card. Let's do some tests to the door first. Felix laid on his stomach and zoomed in at the bottom of the door to see if there was an opening. Upon seeing that the door and the floor were connected, he placed his palm near it and spewed a colorless poisonous mist at it, wanting to see if it was truly connected. Upon sensing that his mist didn't exit the door, he dropped the test. It seems like spewing poison or sand inside their apartments without opening the doors isn't a feasible plan, Felix thought while beaming his key again. He felt like there was no point to continue other tests since it was clear that the room was fully separated from the outside. The 2 minutes is almost over. It's time to release the contained lightning. Felix snapped his finger with a faint smirk, getting himself coated fully in lightning charges. His hair stiffened again, but the bright light his skin was emitting made it almost impossible to see the left dark side. The viewers who were zoomed in on his body almost got blinded by the emergence of the sudden light. Meanwhile, the others could only watch him open the door with their mouth agape, not knowing how to react. SCHCHCHZ. Just as some of his fans rubbed their eyes, they noticed that Felix was nowhere to be seen. The only things left behind were the door that was automatically closing on itself and an explosion loud enough it resounded in the apartment complex. Boom! The sound barrier had been broken by Felix's sheer speed, stunning Olivia and the rest, who were left doubting their own eyes the moment Felix was engulfed in lightning charges. First sand, now lightning. Ha! Grandpa Robert murmured next to Malik and Eric. Are my genes just that good? Am I tripping, or did our Lord had just utilized a lighting ability? Leader Emma said with a dazed expression. Alas, neither Marcus nor the rest of the fans answered her, as they were just as stunned as her. All of them wanted to believe that he had utilized lightning-based abilities, but it was too much for their brains to process. Having 2 elements at such a high affinity had already placed Felix as a gifted prodigy in their eyes. But having 3 elements and all of them high enough to make him integrate faster and efficiently? That's a bit insane in their eyes. We need to double-check if he truly used lightning or some other unique ability from his 3rd bloodline. Maganda Chief scrambled to click the replay of the scene in his customized stream since he was watching the game live in a VIP lounge. Princess Bird and the rest of the Anti-Royalty Alliance had all broke off from their days and paid attention to the screen that was displaying Felix's transformation in slow motion. The stream had brightened up from the lighting sparks that were covering Felix's entire body. Since the stream was in slow motion, their doubts were fully removed as the lighting charges were too obvious. Even a kindergarten child would recognize them. Lighting element. Why do I feel like I know nothing about Landlord? Zojia said. No one replied to her as they were still watching the replay, wanting to know exactly how did he disappear. A split second later, Princess Bird covered her mouth in shock at the sight of Felix's body brightening up like a star for a millisecond before he disappeared out of sight again. This meant that he was still faster to be captured by slow motion. Whoosh! Just as they wanted to discuss this matter, the original stream had switched to Felix as he was creating chaos in the apartment complex by running through the corridors with unfathomable speed. Even the camera was having difficulty focusing on him as he appeared like a bolt of lightning, passing by the dumbfounded players. Crack, crack. All of them were forced to close their ears as the sound of the thunder resulting from his speed was loud enough it left a buzzing noise in their ears. "This bastard is harming us. This is against the rules." A fishwoman with blue skin and gills on her naked stomach shouted with a disgruntled tone. She had every right to feel this way since her ears were left bleeding from the last thunder explosion that happened right next to her. Alas, the queen denied her accusation monotonously. "He is using his abilities without intentions to harm or kill anyone." That's the only thing she said before going silent again, leaving behind only the sound of Felix's explosions resounding in the area and the curses of other players who could only shield themselves with their abilities against it. Based on the game rules, battles were forbidden but not using abilities. If someone threw a bomb or smacked another player in the face, that would count as initiating a battle. So as mental abilities or spreading poisonous mist and affecting those around you. Felix was merely sprinting around with genuine intentions to scout out the players and the doors they were standing in front of. He knew that by taking advantage of his speed and lightning-quick reflexes, he would end up meeting with most players next to their apartment's door, planning to head out to scout. By spotting them before their doors and memorizing them with his photographic memory, he would have a massive advantage over them in this cycle since he would know his targets before declaring the right of the hunt. With this advantage, he could plan ahead based on his target's strengths and weaknesses. "I need to head to an empty place. The lightning contained in my body is about to be exhausted," Felix thought while sprinting on the empty stairs, climbing upward. Everything in his sight appeared in slow motion, making it easier for him to maneuver with his supersonic speed. If it wasn't for that passive, he would have collided with many players on his path, causing him to get disqualified. Whoosh! Crack! In a few moments, Felix reached the topmost floor in the complex. Instead of entering it, he stopped on its empty staircase by closing off the lightning absorbers on his skin. The moment he did so, the electrical charges had disappeared, allowing his stiffened, brightened hair to return to normal. Damn, even though I absorbed millions of volts in real life and contained them before joining the game, I still spent 70% of it in merely 40 seconds. Felix smiled wryly while climbing the stairs. The lightning contained inside Felix's body was the one providing him this speed boost instead of the active or passive ability. Felix had already managed to close off the lightning absorbers by utilizing his advanced mental energy control. Well, it wasn't the perfect solution like controlling them consciously, but it was enough to hold on to the lighting stored for as long as he manages to keep his mental energy suppressing it from releasing. It was the same as creating an invisible pressuring field on his pores that blocked the lightning from escaping. Since he couldn't keep having his focus split up to contain the lightning, he came up with this plan of taking advantage of it to scout the entire complex in under 40 seconds without being recognized. While the viewers didn't notice the tiny holes in his skin due to the camera being zoomed out, the primogenitors had spotted them way before but didn't bother to address them. However, upon seeing what they were capable of, they got reminded of one of Thor's annoying techniques. For this lad to use his bloodline, this meant that there is a high chance that Thor is also still alive like Jormungandr. Wendigo said to his faction members. For that alcoholic rowdy man to not show up before Jormungandr is quite hard to believe. Saurus mentioned with a puzzled look, "What is their game or goal? Naturally, it's always going to be us." Mananangle narrowed his eyes at Felix. "We just need to find out what their plan is." Meanwhile, Felix had started recalling what he saw during his rapid scouting. So, Blood Merchant is 3rd floor and his apartment is 54. On the other hand, Vanlord is on the 7th floor and his apartment is numbered 95. I must try my random key on their apartments first. Felix was climbing to the 7th floor for this reason. While the rest could only use their key randomly on doors until they luck out on someone, Felix had already eliminated more than 60% of the empty apartments in the complex by his strategy. Before he stepped into the 7th floor, he activated his infrared vision and did a quick scan on the entire floor. Upon noticing that there were 7 players in the corridors, he thought, "It seems like 2 players either returned to their room or they went to another floor." Felix didn't think any further and joined those 7 players. The moment his foot landed on the silent corridor, everyone did a sharp turn, staring right at him. "It's the human!" A halfling tiger exclaimed in his mind with brightened eyes. Hopefully, his key manages to open my apartment. When he thought so, he glanced at his apartment door that was the nearest one to the staircase. Please let it be me. I should probably leave my door unguarded for him. Meanwhile, the rest of the players wished for the opposite, wanting to be prey on Felix. In their eyes, Felix was the weakest of the bunch and they had higher chances of ending up killing him if he declared the right of the hunt for them. Sir Blood Merchant, the human is currently on my floor. Vanlord sent a telepathic message while eyeing Felix behind a veil made of blood. The veil was covering his entire body, making it impossible to know if he was Vanlord or Blood Merchant. This was a common strategy used by most players to avoid getting recognized when trying to open the apartments. After all, there was a huge difference between knowing who would be targeting you and having absolutely no clue. How did you know it's him? Blood Merchant arched his eyebrows as he asked while within a similar blood veil. Didn't he hide? No, he is striding casually from a door to a door without caring about others seeing his movements. Vanlord informed while eyeing Felix's hand closely, wanting to spot if his key might open the door or not. If he wasn't too far, he might be able to listen to the slight clicking noise of the lock when it gets opened. That's a bit odd, Blood Merchant thought to himself. Either he doesn't have a method to conceal himself or he is a moron. Although Blood Merchant knew that Felix was representing two primogenitors at once, he still believed that he was an idiot if he had a method to hide but refused to use it. From the info I gathered, he should be quite clever. Blood Merchant rubbed his chin while trying to unlock a door. So, he truly doesn't have a method to hide. Sigh, I hope he doesn't die before we meet up. Although the ancestor will win the bet by default, it still wouldn't be as rewarding as ripping that human apart with my own hands. Blood Merchant smiled bitterly and requested telepathically. Mr. Vanlord, please keep an eye on him. We can't lose that bounty. Naturally, Vanlord had no clue about the primogenitor's bet on Felix and Blood Merchant. But thankfully, there was the 70 billion bounty on Felix, making it appear quite normal that he was focusing on him. I will see what I can do, Vanlord said while moving away from his door, allowing the approaching Felix to try and open it. He didn't move far away but just a couple of meters. He wanted to remain nearby so he could hear the clicking noise of the key if Felix managed to open it. When Felix reached Vanlord's door, the first thing he did was activate his X-ray vision and inspect the bone structure of Vanlord. He is slightly taller than Blood Merchant, Felix concluded. Since they are the only blood manipulators in the game, he must be Vanlord. During the game hall, Felix made sure to memorize each player's bone structure and unique characteristics in the game by relying on his vision abilities. Because of his perfect memory, he was able to take advantage of such tiny details that would be ignored most of the time. To not get caught, Felix deactivated his X-ray vision the moment he got what he wanted. Then, he placed the key in the keyhole of Vanlord's door and turned it. Felix didn't know that Vanlord had his eyes closed shut to enhance his hearing senses so he could hear the click. Alas, the only thing that resounded in his ears were Felix's footsteps as he bypassed him and went to the next door. When Vanlord saw this, he wasn't sure if Felix's key managed to open it or they were simply not destined to fight together. Whatever it was, he made a swift decision of following him while at the same time trying his key on the doors he passes by. Should we follow them, Bloodslayer? The winter wolf asked telepathically while eyeing a gray furry werewolf whose nose was long like bloodhound dogs. It seemed like they got allied together. It was to be expected since both of them were a fellowship of the same species. Leave them be, Pretzel, Bloodslayer sneered. Those piss-drinking bats will have difficulty getting the bounty in this format even if they got lucky and managed to hunt down that human. Pretzel thought about for a second and nodded his head in understanding. You are right, the rules enforce us to kill our targets after we declare the right of the hunt. If one of them only had beaten him to force him to sign a contract, his strength would get reduced by 30%. I hope that one of them is greedy enough to go for it just to end up getting hunted in the next cycle. Let's carry on our scouting, Pretzel informed. There are only 25 minutes left and we have just covered half a floor. While those two had returned to their apartments hunting, Felix had ignored all of the other apartments and went downstairs to the 6th floor. He already went through the 8 populated apartments on the floor, and his key didn't work on any of them. Is he done with this floor, or is he going back to his apartment? Vanlord wondered in confusion while continuing following Felix up close. He didn't care if Felix knew about his stalking since he could do nothing about it. Felix also didn't give a shit if one or even all players chased after him since he would always end up fighting against one player in his apartment. That's also the reason he gave up on defending his apartment like some players were doing. It wasn't really that good of a plan since if he was too close to the door, he would expose that the apartment belongs to him. If he supervised it from afar, the players wouldn't hold back at all from testing their keys on his doorknob. In Felix's eyes, the best play in this situation was focus on finding one's own target so they would always have the upper hand on other players. After all, if someone declared the right of the hunt on him while he was declaring it on his target, he would survive the night cycle while having an advantage in his upcoming fight. Even if he didn't find his target, he would simply get returned to his apartment without losing anything. So being on the offense is the best strategy, and since Felix had already memorized most of the players' apartments, he kept going straight for them, shocking the viewers and weirding out the players at his uncanny accuracy. Some players welcomed him to try on their own door, wishing that they would strike rich by taking care of his bounties. Meanwhile, some were taking even Felix seriously. This slowed down his speed as he needed to wait sometimes for those players to give up on their idiotic plan and fully aggressive just like everyone else. So far, Landlord has tried exactly 26 apartments in 14 minutes, and 20 of them belong to players. He only needs 10 more and he might find his target, Luna exclaimed while switching the camera to him after noticing this peculiarity. Immediately after his face got displayed in the stream, his fans went wild, breaking into hysterical cheers and drumming. Alas, Luna didn't leave him on the screen for even 10 seconds before she placed the camera on Blood Merchant, who was currently standing before a closed-shut door. For the players on the floor with him, the sight was nothing abnormal. But for the omnipotent viewers, they could easily see that the door had been unlocked since it was written on it just like the name of the owner. Blood Merchant is the 6th player to luckily find his target after opening only 8 apartments that belong to players. Luna commentated in excitement. It belongs to the Winter Wolf Pretzel. I believe that we have found our main battle. Wooha! The moment the news reached the viewers, they exploded into a cheering frenzy as they knew that battles between vampires, werewolves, and lastly, Winterwolf players always were intense and bloody. If the battle didn't end up with one of the players getting ripped to pieces, it wouldn't be concluded. Since there would be multiple battles happening at the same time during the night cycle, it was only natural that Luna would need to focus on one until it was over and jump to the others if they weren't concluded yet. If they were concluded, she was planning on showing the highlights of those battles. What a bummer. I wanted to watch my lord use lightning abilities. Same, he is Q. Before those two fans could carry on their conversation, their eyes brightened up in elation after noticing the unlocked sign had shown up on the door that Felix was currently trying to open. At last. Without a subtle delighted grin, Felix pulled the key from the keyhole and routinely went to the next door. Did he just grin? Vanlord arched his eyebrows and tried to recall what he saw. He really did grin faintly. Vanlord immediately sent a message telepathically. I believe that Landlord has found his target. You positive? Not quite sure, Vanlord informed. He showed a subtle reaction before hiding it. Currently, he is still trying to open doors with the same key. I see. Blood Merchant rubbed his chin and said, Ignore it for now. We will know in the next cycle if he truly found his target or not. Agreed. Vanlord smirked faintly while glancing at Felix's back. Meanwhile, Luna had switched the camera to him after getting notified that he had unlocked a door. The first thing she did was check on the name of the player that was going to be Felix's prey. Landlord's unlucky streak continues as his target turned out to be the great giant Baguga, Luna proclaimed loudly. The viewers couldn't help but agree with her as some of them even started clamoring out loud for her to focus the camera on the battle first since it was going to end in mere seconds. All of them believed that the fight was too unbalanced since giants were known for their monstrous physical strength and tough skin that was resistant against all destructive elements. Brother Felix also has the ability to transfer himself into a giant. Olivia said with an uncertain tone, maybe that's enough to bridge the gap? Upon hearing so, George shook his head and said, if we used our system of measurement, then Baguga should possess no less than 16 kbf. This information is simply based on what he had shown in his previous games. There is no way that Felix could bridge that gap since he would need to be at least a peak 6th-stage bloodliner. Sylvia sighed. I don't know why did he choose to participate in this vicious game against those vicious players, but I do hope that he at least come out of it safely. Is that even possible? Leo wondered. Sylvia nodded her head and clarified. If I was in his situation, I will try to kill Giant Baguga. When I fail to deal any damage to him, I will escape the apartment. Then, I will hit someone in the corridors to disqualify myself from the game. That's a good strategy. George glanced at her and said calmly. But who said that the doors wouldn't shut on the players until only one of them remain alive or the next daylight cycle begin? Silence descended in the dome at the sound of that. Only frightful gulps were resounding in the area. All of them didn't comment after that, but just paid close attention to Felix, who had yet to stop fake opening other doors. Felix, please be safe, Olivia murmured with a worried expression. Appearing her utmost belief in Felix was beginning to waver at the information thrown about those monstrous players. If only she could hear Felix's thoughts, she wouldn't have bothered to worry about this prick. Should I use an electrical field or corruption mist? Maybe both will do the trick. What about going full ham with my physical strength? I believe that I should be either equal to him or slightly below. Before long, the daylight cycle had only 20 seconds left in its lifespan. Yet, the players were finding it hard to know who located his target in this cycle or not, since everyone was still trying to open the apartments. Only the viewers knew that currently there are only 9 players who managed to find out their target. This meant that if all of them declared the right of the hunt, 18 players would be fighting in the night cycle while the rest would be chilling in their apartments. Since they had actually shown effort to locate their targets, they wouldn't be punished by the Queen. Only the ones who hid in their apartments or guarded their door for 30 minutes straight would be having their strongest suit reduced by 10%. A few moments later, Felix's bracelet vibrated twice, alarming him that the daylight cycle had concluded. Let's see if we are going to get teleported back to our apartment or get forced to sprint to the... Never mind. Before he could finish his thought, his entire body started deconstructing just like the players near him on the 2nd floor. Damn it! I got nothing from this. Vanlord cursed in his mind after seeing that he was getting teleported away. His entire chase had bore no fruit since he didn't find his own target in all of those apartments that Felix had chosen. Naturally, Felix wasn't an idiot to continue fake opening only the players' apartments when he had already found his target. He knew that he would be doing a favor to Vanlord if he did so. Hence, he mixed the players' apartments with multiple empty ones. While the players were getting sent back to their apartments, the entire atmosphere of the apartment complex and the area surrounding it had turned ominous and dark. Soon, the fog had manifested in the area, covering almost everything except the blood moon that had emerged in the sky, shining brightly like a red gem. All the players were currently gazing at it deeply from the glass ceiling in their apartment. Let the hunt begin! Thrilled, Luna shouted while clapping her hands twice, splitting the camera into 9 parts. They were showing only the players who succeeded in locating their target. Malik and Eric, who were currently standing behind Robert in his fortified suite, focused only on Felix's screen. They were expecting that he would head to the door like the rest and declare the right of the hunt, but he merely kept gazing at the blood moon silently. Why isn't he declaring the right of the hunt like the others? Eric asked with a baffled look. As he said, 6 players had gotten the right to exit their apartment and hunt their prey. The only ones left were Blood Merchant, Felix, and an orc player called Doomsday. It seems like we are going to postpone Blood Merchant's battle, Luna said while eyeing the 6 players who were currently actively sprinting towards their targets. She picked the most promising battle of those 6 and placed it on the big screen. While the viewers had engrossed themselves in the battle, Felix was tapping his finger on his elbow while pondering. If I made a move now, I might end up finding the apartment empty. It's best to hunt him down at the last 10 minutes. Since the night cycle was 30 minutes long, this implied that the players could declare the hunt at any moment they desired. The only requirement to avoid punishment was successfully eliminating the prey before the new daylight cycle emerges. Felix believed that it was optimal to delay the hunt as much as possible since he didn't know if Baguga found his target or not. He had only one shot to meet with Baguga inside his apartment and eliminate him. If he missed it, he would be required to return to his room and wait for another cycle. This sounds like the perfect decision to make. Yet, 6 players decided to declare the right of the hunt right at the start of the night cycle. Why? Felix knew that it was due to their worry of getting targeted unluckily by their own hunter. If that happened, they would be forced to fight against a player that had 10% extra strength than them. It might not seem like a lot, but in those high-leveled battles, tiny enhancements like those could be the tipping point to win. This signified that Felix was fully aware of the danger he was currently in, but he still refused to declare the right of the night so soon. However, instead of gazing at the blood moon any further, Felix walked to the door and released a cloud of colorless mist from his pores that covered the entire area behind the door. Then, he controlled it with his mental energy to remain affixed like that instead of spreading everywhere. This mist was emerged from paralyze inducement and headache inducement. Felix chose this combination so the mist would remain colorless and undetectable, unlike the rest of his inducements. Even paralyze inducement had a light yellow color and could be noticed if one paid close attention to it. Since it was colorless, Olivia and the rest of the viewers didn't manage to see it at all. His movement simply made them believe that he was finally planning on aiming for his target. Alas, Felix returned to his chair and continued chilling silently, baffling them even more. Seconds went by, then minutes. Felix kept glancing from time to time at the door, waiting for someone to come in rashly and get paralyzed. Too bad. 20 minutes went by, yet no one even knocked. It seems like I am in the safe for now. Felix cracked his neck while standing up. Hopefully, that giant would be waiting for me as well. Queen, I am ready to hunt, Felix said indifferently while walking to the door. The moment he reached it, he unlocked it with his key and emerged into the desolate, semi-dark corridors. Then, he walked casually towards the staircase, planning to head to the second floor. Pitter-patter. Only his well-paced footsteps kept resounding the apartment complex, making it seem like he was in an abandoned building. The other players must be either fighting or have already finished. Felix guessed after he surveyed the entire building with his infrared vision and saw not a single soul outside of his apartment. But he didn't bother with this matter for now, but purely focused on his upcoming battle. Shortly after, Felix had reached apartment number 24 under the views of his eager fans and worried family members. He brought out the second key and slowly pushed it in the keyhole. Then, he unlocked it and opened the door wide open. He didn't bother hiding behind the wall or such, as he knew that it was impossible to be harmed unless he stepped foot in the apartment. Hence, he merely narrowed his eyes at Baguga, who could be seen sitting on his armchair while yawning in boredom. He was bald, beardless, and had a sophisticated feeling about him since he was wearing a formal blue marine suit and a white tie above his black shirt. Plus, the way he carries himself made it clear that he wasn't an idiotic giant with a trash IQ. If it wasn't for his giant status and big head, he would have been thought of as a human due to their resemblance. I guess it's my lucky day? Baguga smiled faintly at the sight of Felix frozen still in front of his door. He might not be able to hear what Felix was mumbling, but he could see that he was sweating slightly from his forehead, a subtle hint of fear. Hopefully, he balls up and enters. Baguga sighed in his mind, believing that there was a high chance of Felix bailing out. Phew! Crack! Just as that thought coursed in his mind, Baguga was shocked to find out that Felix had disappeared from his sight after a sudden burst of electrifying light. When Felix reappeared, he was standing exactly on top of Baguga's giant bald head with his hands in his pockets. With hair stiffened like spikes and skin as bright as a light bulb, Felix glanced down at the dumbfounded Baguga, whose nerves weren't fast enough to react to such a situation that happened in less than half a second. Alas, Felix wasn't planning on giving him time to recover his wits, as he simply snapped his finger while calling in his mind, "Electrical field, activate, SSH. The instant the order was given, the lightning energy within Felix's body had transformed automatically into lightning white tongues and emerged from every single inch of his body, turning the entire area into a blinding lighting show. It was so bright, the viewers who were watching him live with their omnipotent vision were forced to close their eyes tightly. ZZZZZZ. SHSH. The only sounds resounding in their ears were of flesh getting scorched and lightning zapping anything that it touches. This lightning show lasted for exactly 10 seconds before Felix snapped both of his fingers and jumped away from the paralyzed Baguga. Even for a giant like him, it was impossible to avoid having his nerves paralyzed while sitting inside the heart of an electrical storm. Thud! By the time Felix landed on the ground, the lightning had broken into white particles, leaving behind a perfectly well-maintained floor and armchair, but a wholly scorched black giant. Smoke kept releasing from his entire naked body, and especially his lowered head. When Felix's fans opened up their eyes and saw this sight, their jaws almost dropped to the floor in disbelief. The great giant Baguga, one of the hardest players to kill due to his skin's toughness, was scorched black with one ability? The scene was too unreal. Can someone tell me what had just happened? A fan's doubtful voice didn't travel far as the stadium was heated with noise from the ongoing main battle of Blood Merchant and Pretzel. Even Luna was fully engrossed in her commentary to bother with other players and their situation. Hence, this mind-boggling sight was seen by only those interested in Felix's battle. Like the primogenitors who were wondering how would Lady Sphinx and Jormungandr's champion perform. Currently, they were all glancing at each other, then at Jormungandr, who was smiling faintly while rubbing his purplish goatee. Beside him was Lady Sphinx, who was nodding her head in approval at the end results of Felix's battle. "This level of strength is to be expected," Kumaho said lazily. "If he can't even beat that brute with your peak abilities, I will truly start believing that you guys are trying to prank." Kumaho stopped speaking at once after noticing a slight movement of the scorched body. At first, it was only the fingers slightly trembling, but seconds later, Baguga's chest was rising and falling silently. With his scorched skin and the smoke that was still coming out of his body, he resembled an infuriated bull on the verge of waking up. "I guess that didn't pack enough power to break through the giant's tough skin." Siren spoke while eyeing Baguga, who was slowly but steadily standing up on his feet. Since he was nude, only having a pair of ripped pants to cover his nether region, all of his beefy muscles were exposed in the open, sending shivers in some viewer's spine. The giant's tough skin truly deserves its reputation. Felix narrowed his eyes at the behemoth before him while taking a few steps back. He honestly believed that his strategy was going to one-shot him, since he had placed him right in the heart of his electrical field, getting him exposed to millions of volts at once. He didn't underestimate him at all, since that was his second strongest attack in his current arsenal in terms of destructiveness. Cough, cough. After Baguga inhaled a large amount of air, he ended up coughing some smoke, making Felix believe that his attack had touched his internal organs. That wasn't enough to kill him, but he should be hurting with his internal wounds, Felix thought while snapping both of his fingers, turning them both into a whirlwind of pitch-black mist. Then, he extended his palm and the poisonous mist had surged like a pillar towards Baguga's head. Instead of running away or holding his breath, Baguga unsurprisingly inhaled deeply and roared with bloodshot eyes. "You are dead, little bug." Whoosh! The roar was booming to the point a shockwave had been released, causing the mist to explode during contact and spread in every direction, getting carried by the wind. Without waiting for Felix to pull another fast one on him, Bagugo pounded his chest like a beast and charged towards him while shouting thunderously. Whoosh! Just like before, the wind in the apartment had turned against Felix, causing all of his attempts to utilize his poisonous mist to fail. The poison element sure sounded strong if used in a hidden fashion, but against other elements like fire, wind, water, etc., it gets countered pretty hard. Die! The moment Baguga reached Felix, he swung his giant fist from above at Felix's head, forcing him to jump out of the way since it was big enough. It could flatten him at once. Boom! The explosive noise produced from the contact with the floor had ensured that his decision was the right one. Just because Felix's body was stronger than before didn't mean that he could tank all of the attacks thrown at him, especially ones coming from a giant with the same amount of physical strength as him, if not more. However, when Baguga got this close, he made it easier for Felix to start utilizing his poison again. Thus, he didn't hesitate to release his own version of corruption aura by minimizing its size to 5 meters radius and 8 meters in height. Whoosh! Although it was smaller, the cloud had engulfed the giant Baguga with Felix, hiding them from the dumbfounded spectators who felt like their brains were too rusty to comprehend this battle. It wasn't because of its complexity but due to the poison abilities that Felix kept using like flowing water. The primogenitors instantly glanced at Jormungandr as they had noticed from the very beginning that Felix's poisonous abilities were a bit too free in their shape and form, unlike the known bloodline abilities. Did Lady Sphinx really find a method to make a human host a limited manipulation? Interesting, a human with limited elemental manipulation. Aspidocalone rubbed his chin while gazing at Felix. Lady Sphinx is really outdoing herself. Upon noticing that some primogenitors were giving her a respectful look, Lady Sphinx got confused at the start before connecting the dots within a split second. It seems like no one is suspecting that the Jormungandr had gifted his manipulation to that little thief. Lady Sphinx recognized that everyone must have believed that the Jormungandr would have either died and got revived or he didn't die in the first place. In both scenarios, Felix had absolutely no method of getting in touch with the Jormungandr and claiming his perfect poison manipulation. After all, a quick search result and everything about Felix's childhood would show that only with a miracle could Felix get in contact with Jormungandr. Hence, it was far more logical and grounded to believe that Lady Sphinx had outdone herself and created a method to give the human race the limited elemental manipulation that they had always dreamed of. Jormungandr, what are your thoughts about the situation? Lady Sphinx asked while keeping her eyes on Felix, who seemed like he was in a pinch due to his corruption inducement not affecting Baguga's skin efficiently. Let's leave it this way, Jormungandr said. If they found out about his perfect poison manipulation, there would be a blood path to take it away from him. Plus, I will be exposed that I have lost a major core of my strength. Couldn't agree more. Upon saying so, Lady Sphinx dropped the subject and focused on the poisonous cloud that was being forcefully deformed by Baguga's fierce windy strikes. Every time that happens, the battle inside gets exposed in the open for few seconds, showing that Baguga was holding his breaths while his eyes were closed shut. It was clear that he was merely striking down randomly, hoping to land a punch on Felix. Alas, that wasn't happening any time soon as Felix was too nimble to get hit. If I kept dancing like this, the corruption inducement would take minutes before affecting him. Felix arched his eyebrows while sliding between Baguga's legs. Corruption inducement sure was deadly against humans, but the potency was quite shit to deal with beings like Baguga who were highly resistant to elemental abilities. It's time to pump it up. Boom! Felix leaned backward, evading a foot swinging at him from the front while instantly creating hundreds of tiny pitch-black bombs and merging them internally. That resulted in the creation of a single condensed pitch-black bomb that emerged from his palm. The daily grind over the past months had finally paid off as he could now create a potent poison bomb instantaneously. He didn't stop as he added another one and kept them hovering both on his palms while continuously evading left and right. Where did this rat go? Baguga cursed in his mind while swinging another punch at the ground. He didn't know Felix's exact position, but he knew that he was still nearby since the poisonous mist was still causing his skin to itch. That was the effect of the enhanced corrosion, trying its best to melt off his skin. That's why he closed his eyes, since they were far more sensitive than his skin. I need to make a run for it to the wall to get a breather in and see the situation, Baguga decided. Whoosh! However, the moment he tried to take a step forward, his instinct screamed at him to duck. He didn't question his guts at all as he bent down his knees, dropping to the floor at once. Poof! One pitch-black bomb flew past his head and exploded on the ceiling. Upon hearing that sound, Baguga sighed in relief and tried to jump back so he could put as much distance as possible from Felix. Bam! Alas, A tiny leg with a bomb hovering on its sole smacked him right on his face the moment he lifted his head slightly. Arg! The leg might appear tiny compared to the Baguga's size, but the force it carried behind it was strong enough it broke Baguga's nose and 2 front teeth, forcing him to groan in agony. That wasn't the worst of it, as he had to inhale the potent corruption bomb, allowing it to rain chaos in his internal organs and also mind. It was an inducement made out of 20 merged effects, and most of them target the mentality of the affected. The giants were known for having weak mental defenses. Hence, Baguga's eyes rolled at the back of his head, forcing him to faint due to hypotension's inducement that was added to the mix. Thud! The moment he passed out, he ended up falling on his back with his arms and legs spread wide open. Felix merely cleaned his bloodied army boots while gazing indifferently at Baguga's, who was bleeding profusely from his 7 orifices. The blood wasn't red at all but black, as if it was affected by the plague itself. Upon noticing that his heart was still beating even though his entire organs were in process of corroding, Felix decided to be merciful and give him a quick death. Whoosh! He dashed forward in a split second and jumped in the air. Then, he somersaulted and smashed Baguga's skull with his army boot. Splash! Baguga's head exploded akin to a balloon, hurling brain matter and blood all over the place. This was the result of a full-powered kick from Felix against the defenseless Baguga. An utter obliteration. Phew! If it wasn't for my lightning abilities not working well with my poison, this would have been much easier, Felix thought while looking at Baguga's hideous and ruined body. His head was no more. His skin was scorched and his black blood refused to stop spewing from his neck. So much for a merciful death, Asna snickered. If any kid saw his body, he wouldn't sleep for 7 days straight. I did my best. Felix shrugged his shoulders and requested, Queen, please change my outfit to set 2. The queen obliged and Felix's dirty clothes were swapped to another different clean set. Seeing that his branded new clothes were on him, Felix showed a thumb up in the air and shamelessly made a plug-in. Landlord's clothes? Only winners have the right to put them on. His fans, his family members, his teammates, and even the primogenitors were left at loss for words at his antics, as they had never seen someone say his brand slogan nearby a cold corpse. Yet, his honest expression as he said it made them realize that he didn't see anything wrong with it. How did you find this unhinged boy? Kumaho asked speechlessly. Jormungandr's eyelids twitched as he replied, I would rather not say. Lady Sphinx also shrugged her shoulders and remained quiet. It's not like she could tell them that it was Felix who found them. There are more pressing questions to deal with. Aspadakalone gave Kumaho a side glance and asked, Lady Sphinx, may I know how did that human possess such high physical strength? I am quite intrigued since he clearly wasn't using any ability that belonged to either of you. Indeed, for his kick to smash a giant's head by a single hit, it only implies that his strength should be somewhat equal to his target. Even if we took the 10% strength buff into consideration. I doubt that it was possible to obtain that kind of physical boost by inheriting one of your abilities. The other primogenitors also chimed in their own questions as they were truly quite curious about this mystery. They already figured out that Felix was utilizing Jormungandr, Lady Sphinx, and even Thor's bloodlines after they made extensive research on him. It wasn't really that hard to find out about it since Felix's looks had been similar to those 3 primogenitors in the past years. His green hair with purple tips, his triangle-shaped golden pupil, and lastly those tiny holes on his skin. By knowing this, everything cleared out to them about the source of his unique abilities that weren't meant to be possessed by any human. At the start, all of them were weirded out by the fact that Lady Sphinx and Jormungandr had decided to let him inherit their strongest suit, which was size manipulation and truth eyes. But then, it clicked in their minds that they were probably preparing the strongest champion to win the games against their own. However, knowing that his strength was still trashy, making it possible for him to get killed by a single slap from their champions, they still didn't feel like he would be a threat in the games. But after this demonstration, their underestimation had been completely uprooted. After all, if he could smash Baguga's head, it only implied that his physical strength was way higher than some of their elementalist or mentalist champions. You really think I will tell you? Lady Sphinx showed them a pretty smile and turned her head to the stream, focusing on Felix, who was returning to his apartment while spinning a key on his finger. We will find out eventually, Charuf said while crossing his molten red arms. The other primogenitors dove into their own thoughts or started a telepathic conversation to figure out the method used to pump Felix's strength to such an abnormal degree. Meanwhile, Wendigo, Mananangle, and Saurus had all gotten strangely quiet in their own little cozy living room. There were two streams in front of them. One was showing Blood Merchant, transformed into a hideous bat and sucking Pencil's blood from his neck. On the other one, it was displaying Felix strolling casually to his apartment. I believe that we haven't been respecting Lady Sphinx's intelligence. Wendigo sighed, releasing a dark smoke through his skull. Mananangle glanced at Felix and said while rubbing his eyebrows, "If this is the kid's entire strength, my champion might still have a chance to win it. But I saw that he still has that snake's size manipulation. If he combined it with his elements..." Sigh. Mananangle and his faction members weren't delusional to believe that Blood Merchant would demolish Felix easily after witnessing what happened to Baguga. The fact that Felix could utilize lighting, deadly poison, sand abilities, and now even had strength equivalent to a giant, was enough to cripple their confidence in Blood Merchant. Indeed, your champion is good, but he's still lacking in refinement and transformation departments, unlike your best champions. Saurus agreed. He is still young and learning, Mananangle said. If he managed to win this game for me, I will personally nurture him and show him the way of the blood. But if he lost, well, if he didn't get killed by Jormungandr's champion, I will get rid of him on my own. That's to be expected. Wendigo said, useless trash has no place within our circle. Mananangle rested his chin on his hand and focused back on the game after hearing Luna exclaim out loud, how is this possible? Landlord has actually completed his hunt successful. He muted her so he wouldn't hear her blabbering on Felix's replay or the spectators' noise. All of them had missed the battle since Blood Merchant's fight against Winter Wolf was a true exhilaration spectatorship. But after they saw Felix's replay and the way he dealt with Baguga, they were left rethinking their original opinion on him. As for those close to Felix, they were left all in a state of bewilderment since the moment the fight was over, as they had no clue what they had just witnessed. What's worse, there was no one to give them answers since everyone was equally fucking confused. Even the Origin Realm bloodliners who decided to give a glance at Felix's game due to the Phantom organization didn't know what's going on anymore. They could excuse Felix from having 3 mythical bloodlines from different elements. Hell, they could even excuse that his affinity in them was high enough it was uncanny. But having a legit elemental manipulation and strength good enough it would put peak 6th stage bloodliners to shame? Like hell they would excuse that. I going to report this to Great Elder. He will know how to carry our plan from there on. Maganda Chief said with a bitter smile, Felix's matter is officially out of our league. No matter how much Zojia and the rest wanted to retort, they knew that he was right. What Felix had displayed was going to move even the half-dead corpses in their beds. Legit elemental manipulation is the dream of every bloodliner in the galaxy. Especially the Origin Realm bloodliners who had their paths cut off from them without a single method to improve any further or gain more years to prolong their lifespan. I will inform the grandfather as well, Gabrielle sighed. Though, I doubt that would change anything. The Phantom organization clearly had its roots spread universal-wide. I am certain that words and promises won't do anything to make them expose the method of obtaining elemental manipulation. Just pass the message along and let them deal with it, Zojia said calmly while watching Felix chilling in his apartment. If they manage to find out the method, we will be the first to take advantage of it. Elemental manipulation, Princess Bird murmured. I wonder how it would feel to control our element? Don't we all? The chief patted her head and mumbled as well. I am starting to feel like the Phantom organization's grand goal wasn't a joke. You mean making the human race one of the 10 ruling races? Zojia scoffed. Unless they manage to kill off at least 6 of those 10 races, they could forget about ever pulling it off. The rules placed at the creation of the SG Alliance by the 10 ruling races made it impossible for anyone to replace them no matter how high they climbed the ladder. Barry supported her claim. Forget what I said. The chief chuckled lightly. It was just a spur of the moment. Now, let's focus on the game. Only 9 players had died and another 4 are injured pretty badly. The rest are still in optimal condition just like Felix, he said while rubbing his chin. I am quite anticipated to see how good his poison manipulation and how different than the rest. I am more interested in his abnormal super strength, Zojia said with her eyelids twitching. It's too abnormal, it should be illegal. I doubt that my physical strength is close to his. Let's not exaggerate now. Barry waved his hand and said, don't forget that he merely cracked that giant's skull after he made him defenseless. Barry, it's you who is forgetting something. The chief glanced at Barry and reminded him casually, did you forget that he is able to amplify his size to 40 meters plus? Barry felt like his brain was hit by a hammer after memories of Felix's 5th game resurfaced in his mind. Memories showing that Felix could get as big as a fucking whale if he wanted. Holy, if he is this strong without using that ability, I don't dare to believe what would happen if he got that big, Barry said with a quivering tone, feeling horrified at the image of Felix for the first time. As I said, he is out of our league and we can only inform the elders to deal with those matters. The chief said calmly. They are the ones who will put him in his place if we ever had a meeting with him again. Phew, ladies and gentlemen. That first cycle was surely full of surprises, Luna said while wiping her sweaty forehead after finally done commentating on Felix's replay. Then, she pointed her mic at Felix's stream and announced, we have found our true wolf in sheep clothing. Let's see how many preys will he hunt. Immediately after her voice resounded in the stadium, the remaining players had all received a notice in their minds. The first shuffle will start in 5 seconds. Prepare for teleportation. When Felix opened his eyes again, he found himself sitting in exactly the same room as he was in before. Wide enough to hold battles and also impossible to engulf it entirely with poison or sand. Now that everyone has been teleported to a new room, my previous scouting information isn't that useful, Felix thought while bringing out the 2 keys in his possession. The moment he eliminated Baguga, the keys to his apartment and for his target had been given to Felix. Since Felix didn't know the target's identity, he requested in his mind, Queen, I want to replace both keys with 4,000 game points. Are you certain? Yes. Turing. 4,000 GP had been successfully deposited in your account. After the emergence of the notification, the keys in Felix's hand had disappeared. A second later, another key had shaped up in his palm. It seems like all the winners from the last hunt didn't want to miss out on free game points. Luna chuckled while showing Blood Merchant and the rest transforming their keys to points. Based on the rules, after each shuffle, the hunters without a second key would be given another. But, since they had found one in possession of their prey, they weren't going to get the third key. That's to stop the hunters from actually going for 2 targets in one cycle. So, if they didn't trade their second game, it would be the same as wasting an extra 2k GP. Sir Felix, there is 1 minute remaining before the daylight cycle start, the Queen informed diligently. Felix rested his chin on his hand and started pondering if he should carry on a plan that he had erected before or not. The previous data was useless and he knew that it was impossible to repeat the same strategy. After all, he had lost all of the stored lightning and he couldn't store more because it requires him to keep focusing on his mental energy. Having his focus split up in the middle of battles wasn't an option against those experienced fighters. He knew that he could totally spend this minute of free time releasing the electrical field again to absorb it. But it truly wasn't worth the elemental energy loss. After all, it wasn't like he had 100% lightning energy stored in his body. It was actually just 45% lightning energy while another 45% for poison energy and the remaining 10% was for sand energy. Just in case he required to use the remaining 2 sand actives, Sand Burial and Sand Domain. The number of the apartments had been reduced. Don't know by how much, but it should be by 10 to 15 based on how many players had been eliminated in the first cycle. Felix thought, since all of the players have no clue about the death list, I believe that some of them will take advantage of that and remain still in their apartments for this cycle. Isn't it too risky? Asna interjected with a mouth filled with popcorn. They might get their apartment found, and during the night cycle they will be penalized with a 10% debuff, and that would put them at a disadvantage in their battle. But what if they didn't get found out? Felix said calmly. Sure, they will still get penalized, but don't forget that players will not come out of fights unscratched like I did. Oh, so those players' strategy is to give up on this cycle and let others fight and injure themselves. During third cycle they might have 10% debuff, but it wouldn't be worse than injuries taken from a life or death battle. Asna said with a muffled voice. Exactly, Felix added. I believe the injured hunters from the previous cycle might do it as well to give themselves time to recover. Of course, that's if they didn't have a way to heal themselves. So you are still going with your original plan of fooling Blood Merchant? Asna inquired. TSK. If you read my mind and saw my plans, why annoy me with questions? Felix clicked his tongue in annoyance. The usual. Asna smiled beautifully. Just to irritate you. I am ignoring you. Felix's eyelids twitched as he went to sit on the armchair. It looks like landlord had no intentions of scouting in the cycle, Luna commentated. She said so because the players had already been given the right to leave their apartments. Currently, the floors were somewhat half-filled with more than 16 players. Luna gave Felix a minute to see if he was going to move or not. After she saw that he was hell-bent on staying, she replaced him with the others. Found him yet? Blood Merchant inquired while looking around under that veil of blood. No, Vanlord replied. I will search from top to bottom, try to mirror me. All right. Both of them kept trying to find out their newest target while at the same time look for Felix. Alas, minutes went by and they had almost inspected 9 floors out of 10. Yet Felix had still not shown himself. Do you think that he went hunting and failed? Vanlord inquired with a bitter expression. He wanted to deal with Felix personally for that fat bounty. But the odds of that happening were looking grim. There is a high possibility of that being the case. Blood Merchant didn't make it any better by his agreement. If that's the case, will the ancestor punish me for not doing his bids? Blood Merchant's composed expression broke slightly at such horrifying thought. But soon he got his shit together and thought positively. It's not my fault that trash ended up failing to kill his first prey while having his strength buffed by 10%. Really, why is he even a champion? Blood Merchant wasn't a stranger to the Champions games, as he had knowledge of them from the moment he was born due to his extensive training to become one. His vampire prestige family had a long-hidden heritage of fostering and tutoring vampire children to serve their duties as their ancestors' champions. Thus, he understood that he was merely the weakest of the bunch when compared to the real champions who bring the most profit for the primogenitor. Yet, he never thought before that not one primogenitor but 2 of them would take a lowly human as their champion. In his mind, that was the same as spitting at such prestigious games that were only meant for the strong and nobility. He is lucky he didn't end up meeting with me. After thinking so, Blood Merchant let out a long exhale to regain his composure and continued to wander from a floor to another, seeking his next prey. Meanwhile, Felix kept tapping on his elbow while zooming at the doorknob, concentrating on it for more than 25 minutes now. Throughout the entire duration, he saw many keys entering the keyhole, but not one managed to unlock it. Felix actually wanted his hunter to find him since that was included in his master plan to deal with Blood Merchant. You see, he didn't want to just fight and win against him but demonstrate that he was a league apart from him in everything. That's his own method of humiliating him and getting a win to Jormungandr in these times. Alas, he waited and waited, yet still no one had unlocked his room. Only 1 minute remaining. I guess my target is hiding just like... Felix narrowed his eye closely at the doorknob after spotting a new key entering. He believed that it would be a failed attempt just like the previous ones. However, to his own surprise, the key actually turned left. Landlord's apartment had been discovered. Luna proclaimed out loud immediately after getting notified. Before the viewers could react, she switched the camera to his apartment's door. It's actually Hell's Crow, Luna exclaimed in delight. The maestro of fire against that abnormal freak. This is going to be a fun ride, don't you think? Woa! The viewers all clamored at once, following those two idols club in their cheers. They didn't care if they weren't their idols as long as they entertained them with an epic battle. Hell's Crow didn't bother leaving since he was going to be teleported to his apartment in a few seconds. He might be a halfling from the crow species, but he didn't have wings at all. Instead, his upper body was almost too human-like with his smooth long orange hair and crow tattoos all over his tanned skin, appearing like a tribe aboriginal. On the other hand, his lower half was an exact copy of Dark Crow's legs with talons, dark feathers, and everything else. A few moments later, the half-hour of daylight cycle had been concluded. In this cycle, 8 players had located their targets from a total of 21 players. This entailed that it was highly likely that the next cycle would include only 14 or 13 players. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment the night cycle began and the blood moon emerged, every player in the corridor had been taken to their apartments. Hopefully, this is not Anissa's apartment. Hell's Gate wished in his mind while breaking off into light particles. Anissa was a female from the fisherman's race who was obviously capable of manipulating water to her wishes. Hence, Hell's Crows feared meeting with her greatly in this game. He hoped dearly that she would get eliminated. In his eyes, she was actually the only potential threat to his promotion. Alas, he was soon going to learn about the existence of another threat that was far more deadly than Anissa. Currently, that threat was cracking his knuckles while walking slowly to the corner of the room with a trail of a poisonous greenish mist behind him. The reason Felix created that greenish poison cloud was to check how much weaker his control and potency had turned out after he received a 10% debuff to his strongest suit. In his case, it was obviously his poison manipulation. If I had only poison manipulation in my arsenal, I would probably be worrying right now. Felix smirked devilishly while his hands had fully been encased in purplish lightning charges. Too bad, my lightning abilities aren't too shabby on their own. Meanwhile, at the topmost floor, Hell's Crow could be seen sprinting on the corridors while having all of his tattoos brightened up like they were set in flame. Behind him were a few more hunters, seeking their targets as well. In this dark and gloomy atmosphere, Hell's Crow is acting like a bright star leading the way for the rest of the hunters. Go, go, go. Slaughter them for me. Luna's cute appearance was no more as her sinister words sent shivers down some viewers' spines. Fallen fairies were truly little devils. In a few moments, Hell's Crow had arrived at Felix's apartment. Instead of entering at once, he tapped his bare feet on the ground twice and hellish crimson flames had emerged from his soles and engulfed his lower body and back. Yet, it didn't stop there as it had shaped up 2 gorgeous flamboyant wings on his back and a helmet on his head. He left only his arms and chest for some reason, though he did appear extra cool with such a transformation. There it is. Hell's Crow's signature elemental transformation. Eternal Flames body armor. Luna commentated excitedly while zooming the camera on Hell's Crow, spotting as much light as possible on him. The armor is capable of protecting Hell's Crow automatically from any attack targeting his chest area. He explicitly trained for years and years to make his subconsciousness utilize his flames like they were his limbs. Not a bad lad. Charuf nodded his head in approval, knowing that Hell's Crow internal fire manipulation had reached the first step of unconsciousness control. This was actually one of the hardest steps since it allows the element to move freely on its own just like how humans breathe without thinking about it. Felix was far from reaching this level even though he had stepped into the second stage of manipulation. Well, stepping into that stage simply meant that he could now practice external manipulation. It didn't mean that he became a god of internal manipulation. Not even close. He was still missing too many holes to patch up. This was the reason why even though there were only 2 stages of manipulation for other races, there could still be a wide gap in strength between 2 elementalists in the same stage. It's starting. When Luna saw that Hell's Crow had brought out his key, she split the camera into 2 halves. While one was showing that Hell's Crow was trying to enter, the other side was showing Felix leaning against the wall with his eye affixed on the door. His arms were still engulfed in that weird-looking purplish lightning charges. Cluck! Abruptly, Hell's Crow jerked the door wide open after unlocking it with his key. When he saw that no one was in sight, he heightened his vigilance to the max. Which player is my target and where is he hiding? He pondered while peering within the apartment without placing his foot inside. Is he invisible or leaning against one of those two walls? He frowned his eyebrows. I need to find out, but my fire can't enter the apartment without my foot being inside. He had multiple methods to scout those blind spots in the apartment. However, none could be used unless he went inside. Based on the information I gathered on those players, none of them seemed to possess invisibility. Hell's Crow reasoned. This means my prey is behind one of those walls, waiting to pounce on me. Upon finding the problem, it was easy to find its solution. Whoosh! Hell's Crow didn't think twice as he flew forward. The instant his head entered the apartment, he spread his arms to the sides and shouted, Inferno! Poof, poof! Giant columns of crimson fire had emerged from his palms and engulfed the walls like they were hit by two flamethrowers. Felix, whose vigilance was never lowered, didn't hesitate to point his arm at the upper part of the wall above him. SLZLZ. Before the viewers could even wonder where he was aiming at, a tether-like purplish electric arc had manifested suddenly and hoisted Felix to that chosen destination. It happened so fast, it appeared as Felix had just teleported to that spot. Oh, isn't that Thor's electrical pull technique? Aspadakalone commentated while scratching his chin in intrigue. Haha. Aspie remembered it instantly due to being bullied by it tens of times in the old days. Kumiho laughed while covering her mouth. While the other primogenitors chuckled at his expense, Aspadakalone was wise enough to ignore them and continue watching the ongoing battle. Slessel. Felix didn't bother to open his mouth and chat with Hell's Crow, as he took advantage of his opponent's inability to get in a defensive posture by firing off the same tether-like electric arc. Naturally, Hell's Crow didn't see it only after it reached his body. Even though his flaming wings had covered his body reflexively, trying to protect him from harm, it merely lessened the damage done since fire and lightning were both energies that couldn't block each other's path, unless one was powerful enough to overpower the other. That's why Felix dodged the fierce flames from before instead of placing down an electrical field to block it. He knew that was a death sentence. SLSLSLSL. A clean strike by landlord. Luna shouted loudly while watching Hell's Crow twitching in his place as purplish lighting charges continued to course on his skin. Need to break away. Hell's Crow was having difficulty thinking properly when hundreds of thousands of volts were numbing his nerves. However, before he could attempt to think of a way out of his paralyzed state, Felix made a pulling motion with his finger, causing the tether-like arc to drag Hell's Crow towards him. The lightning arc truly resembled some sort of a whip that refuses to let go of its target once it latches on it. It simply kept pulling Hell's Crow to the wall while at the same time paralyzing him. Thud! His body ended up getting slammed against the wall and refused to go upward. Felix didn't attempt to pull him any further. Instead, he did the opposite by pulling himself towards Hell's Crow. Upon sensing the incoming danger, Hell's Crow opened his bloodshot eyes with some difficulty and just let his flames go wild without any sophisticated control. Whoosh! That resulted in a sun getting created as crimson flames had emerged from every inch of his body and expanded upward. Shit! Phew! Felix dropped his attack and extended his hand in a different direction, hoisting himself away from the rising inferno. When he attached his feet to the wall, he squatted while eyeing the burning sun that seemed like it wouldn't get exhausted until eternity. Neither Hell's Crow nor the lighting arc could be seen anymore. The force he released was too much for my ability to handle, Felix thought after he lost connection with the lightning arc. Hell Crow managed to free himself after paying a large price. This short confrontation is clearly in favor of Landlord, Luna commentated. Sure enough, Hell Cow was fuming because he knew that he had lost at least 20% of his energy on his escape. I can't afford to get caught again. I am still in the second cycle yet I have only 61% to spare. Hell's Crow thought with a grim expression. He understood that to win the championship, energy should be treated like gold. Otherwise, he would end up reaching the final battle with less than 5% energy. Without a second delay, Crow's hell had withdrawn his flames back to their original shape of armor. His flaming wings didn't flap to lift him off but started emitting blue flames at their ends like they were jets. That resulted in him getting propelled high above, almost touching the ceiling in less than 2 seconds. Meanwhile, Felix was still attached to the wall by the lightning arcs. Both of them didn't make a move as they were assessing each other's strength from the last confrontation. As expected, he wasn't a fool to join the promotion game without having something to back him up. Hell's Crow thought with a solemn expression, "I don't know if he has other lightning abilities. The best thing I could do is keep my distance and bombard him with ranged attacks." Felix didn't know what Hell Crow was thinking, but he could guess that he would try to suppress him from the sky. It was only a logical decision. Hence, he started planning ahead to break through that suppression and end this fight with a single strike. Alas, Hell Crow didn't give him much time to think about it, as he had created 2 basketball-sized fireballs and swung them at him abruptly. Phew, boom. Since the distance was still too far, Felix managed to easily evade them by jumping to the side and getting pulled back to the wall with his ability. Upon seeing how easily he dodged them, Hell's Crow decided to lower his height until he was 25 meters away from Felix. He didn't dare to step into the 20 meters range, since he knew that Felix's lightning abilities would cross it in a heartbeat. Whoosh whoosh. Boom boom. Too bad. The new range was still not optimal enough to deal with Felix due to his 3-dimensional maneuvers. He was able to pull himself to the ground, then use the other hand to pull himself to another wall. Hell, he even dodged a speeding fireball that was predicting his landing spot by simply freezing midair. The way he did it was by using those tether-like arcs from both arms to pull himself in different directions at the same time. Fabulous movements by Landlord. He is truly bringing the most potential of his ability. Though what does it do exactly? Luna murmured the last part to herself. She wanted to explain the details of the ability, but she hadn't seen it before. Upon seeing that the spectators were cheering loudly without care, she manifested a side hologram and typed in the search bar the known details of the ability. This search bar wasn't the one public for everyone but an advanced one specified for MCs and other higher-ranked members in the SG Alliance. Hence, the ability had been located within the data and Luna read it quickly. Then, she waited until Felix had utilized it to dodge another fireball to inform the spectators passionately. As long as Landlord is near an object, he will continue to pull himself by using the tether-like electric arc. That's because it can cling to objects through magnetic or electrostatic attraction and can be used to hoist oneself to destinations or pull objects towards the user and turn them into shield or weapons. She ended her commentary with one final piece of info. He is quite unlucky though. If the room wasn't completely bare, he could have the ability to wield objects and threw them at Hell's Crow. Most of the spectators were too engrossed in the fight to bother listening to her commentary. Who could blame them? The entire apartment was under the bombardment of Hell's Crow due to Felix's unpredictable movements. This resulted in explosions and lightning flashes occurring in every area, creating a mesmerizing but deadly scene. However, after a couple of more bombs, Hell's Crow had stopped throwing anymore. He simply kept huffing while staring with an irked expression at Felix, who was glued to the wall like a spider. Upon noticing that he finally stopped, Felix cracked his neck while relaxing his tensed shoulders. His eyes never left his target though. Only 20 minutes are remaining in the night cycle. Felix thought calmly. He will definitely go full ham in the next round or the one after. He knows that he can't let me survive since he would get 30% debuff to his entire strength. That is going to be a deadly weakness in the next cycle. As Felix expected, Hell's Crow was indeed under immense pressure currently. He realized that Felix was a tough opponent who wouldn't get taken care of by such measly attacks. But he also understood that his other attacks consume a shitload of energy. Get hold of yourself. Hell's Crow hardened his expression. If I don't get this over with as fast as possible, I would truly lose all hope to win the game. 30% in one ability. If he died, I will still have enough to struggle for the win. If not, Hell's Crow eyed Felix coldly. There can't be another failure to get myself promoted. When Felix zoomed on Hell Crow's face and saw that look, he knew that he meant business. It's coming. Felix tensed his soles. ready to move at any given moment. However, neither he nor did the spectators anticipate that Hell's Crow wasn't going to continue relying on his ranged attack. They guessed so from the fact that Hell's Crow body was fully set on crimson fire while it continued to spread further without losing form. Everyone could see that the form was resembling a behemoth flaming crow with wings, talons, and feathers made of flames. Crow's incarnation, Luna exclaimed in excitement. A complex technique to pull off as it requires to have high aptitude in internal manipulation so as external. Kill him big bro. Shit. If only I had a higher purity, I could have pulled the same technique. You got this, Crow. Win it for the tribe. The Crow Halfling's viewers, who weren't that gifted with the Phonics' bloodline, could only watch the giant flaming crow with a fascinated look mixed with hidden envy. Just like humans, the primogenitor's descendants could be split into the gifted and ungifted since their birth. For humans, it was revolving around their affinity rating, but for the primogenitor's descendants, it depends on their bloodline's purity, whether they had a higher concentration of their ancestral bloodline or not. Only those with higher concentration could possess limited manipulation since their birth. The others were somewhat like beasts, only inherit random abilities. That's why there were spectators and fans even within those races, since not everyone was born equal. Right now, they could only feast their eyes on their idol's astonishing ability to create such a breathtaking and horrifying attack. Whoosh! The flaming crow flew in direction of Felix rapidly like a jet, causing sweat to form in his forehead due to the terrifying heat it kept releasing. Felix didn't have a single thought to remain in his position as he hastily hoisted himself to the ground and sprinted in the opposite direction. The room was indeed large, but it wasn't big enough for Felix to sprint forever. When Felix turned around and saw that the flaming crow was faster than him, he knew that his situation would be grim even if he relied on his electric pull to survive. I guess I won't be able to win this without wasting more energy than I thought. Felix smiled wryly for a split second before changing his expression to a solemn one. Due to the previous mistakes in his old games when he wasted too much energy and almost ended up killing himself, Felix had turned stingy in his energy consumption. Hence, he always thinks first if he could find a method that would take care of his fights without using his abilities that swallow most of his energy. Alas, Hell's Crow wasn't a no-name player for him to achieve such a feat. Whoosh boom boom! Sure enough, Hell's Crow knew what he was doing, as he didn't just chase down Felix, but actually started spewing large fireballs from the crow's mouth at him. This broke Felix's thoughts as he was forced to focus on evading those deadly strikes. The wall is too close, Luna exclaimed. Is he going to get cornered at last? Before her voice could register in the viewers' minds, Felix swung both of his electrifying arms at the ground in front of him. Sezzles. The purplish arcs were released akin to serpents and attached themselves 10 meters away from Felix. Then, whoosh! The viewers were left in shock after seeing that Felix had just launched himself towards the wall by utilizing those two arcs like a slingshot. The lighting arcs acted like the rubber while the ground acted like the handle. With the pulling force resulting from both those arcs, Felix had ended up reaching the wall in a split second. Without utilizing anything, Felix simply relied on his monstrous strength to bounce back from the wall and propel himself like a bullet towards the approaching behemoth flaming crow. What the hell? Hell's Crow managed to utter only this sentence before he was left in absolute horrification at the sight of Felix's body, growing to the same size as his crow's incarnation. Yet, this wasn't it as Felix snapped both of his fingers while murmuring softly, "Electrical Field X-16. They say that time seems to slow down when we fear for our lives." At this instant, Hell's Crow enlarged pupil was showing him in slow motion how Felix's humongous body released tiny harmless sparks at the start before turning into a second white sun. So bright! Hell's Crow thought while looking straight into the illuminated sun that was bright enough it overshadowed his crow's flames. Unbeknownst to him, that was the last thought he was ever going to have in his life as the moment the time returned to its normal speed. He found himself blind, deaf, relaxed, and free. There was no pain, no agony, no last instinctual surviving thoughts. Just completely free. Meanwhile, Neither the viewers nor Luna managed to see a thing of the interaction as the bright light had turned the screen completely white. The only thing they managed to hear was a delayed, loud, irritating, sizzling noise. SCLZLZLZL. Before they could understand what the actual fuck was going on, the whitened screen had returned to normal, exposing Felix's well-toned muscles while in his giant form, and nothing else. Just him standing above a wide pitch-black patch on the floor while glancing indifferently at a bunch of flying ashes. A deathly silence had descended in the stadium. The spectators from all over the universe could only look at their friends or family members with eyes wide open. Felix's body had already shrunk to his normal size, yet the viewers still weren't reacting. Their eyes could only reflexively follow his movements as he walked back to the unbroken armchair and sat on it. He crossed a leg above the other, while wearing a new set of clothes, and repeated his brand slogan with a smirky expression. Landlord's clothes? Only winners have the right to put them on. Just like a magic spell had been cast, the spectators had exploded into a hysterical uproar as each one was shouting louder than the other with flushed cheeks. Felix's fans were from the excited fanatical bunch who didn't bother to even think about the last confrontation. They simply brought out their drums, flags, and other gadgets, then began chanting on top of their voices. Landlord! 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 Meanwhile, the rest of the viewers didn't fanatically cheer for Felix, but were asking each other or shouting their questions in the air, hoping that someone would clarify what in the seven hells had just happened. The most asked question was, where did Hell's Crow go? Naturally, most of them were his fans who never expected such an outcome. Some of them even fainted at the spot, scared shitless that their idol had perished without a single bone left behind. However, the others were more optimistic as they knew that it was impossible for Felix to cause such damage. He was just a human, right? Our idol must have used the surrender coupon. It's the only logical conclusion. You useless MC. Show us already what happened to our idol. We want to see the replay. Unbeknownst to those fans, Luna had broken off from her daze faster than the others and went straight to watch the replays to understand the situation better before commentary. She might be a fallen fairy and tiny, but she was extremely professional. What she saw shocked her to the core. Dear Mother of Fairies, is he really a human or a new race in the body of a human? Luna gulped a mouthful while watching how Hell Crow's body had gotten disintegrated like dust by millions of lightning tongues arcs striking his entire being to the marrow. Useless MC. Show us the replay already. Upon hearing the ruckus again, Luna shook her head to regain her wits and swiped her finger at the big screen, replacing Felix's face with what the viewers wanted. The replay was naturally the edited version, allowing the viewers to understand what happened to Hell's Crow. While the viewers were left dumbfounded by the truth, Mananangle, Wendigo, and Saurus were currently in a discussion. This is good for us. He finally used size manipulation with another elemental ability. That should consume most of his energy since it didn't increase with his size. Saurus proclaimed. Mananangle and Wendigo nodded their heads in agreement. Just like the other primogenitors who were watching the game, they had done their research on Felix and knew about his size manipulation from his previous games. Two of them even had the same gift, making them understand fully its advantages and disadvantages. For the advantages, it was naturally increasing the size, which correspondingly increases physical strength. But this was just the basic benefit. The real deal was the increase in force to the elemental abilities. It was only common sense that a fireball fired by a human wouldn't possess the same power as a fireball fired by a cosmic being with the size of a planet. The same ability but different power. Size matter in everything. Felix had just utilized his electrical field while growing x16 bigger. That was the same as using electrical field 16 times at once. The power emitted from the ability was enough to turn Hell's Crow into dust since he was merely hiding inside a flaming crow. It wasn't able to block much for him. Nevertheless, there were other disadvantages coming along with increasing one's size. That was the energy held doesn't magically increase as well. The capacity naturally increases, but the energy itself remains the same. That's why the primogenitors keep hunting for energy during their space travel when utilizing size manipulation, and why Felix had ended up spending 70% of his energy on that attack only. He only managed to afford using it after the last etching enhancement that increased his capacity. If he ended up facing against 2 more players before your champion, he wouldn't have enough energy to lift his arms. Wendigo said, I do hope so. I just have this weird feeling when I look at him, Mananangle said while eyeing Felix, who was still chilling on the armchair. He seems genuinely too carefree, like wasting such a large amount of energy wasn't going to affect him badly. You are just seeing things. Saurus shook his head and mentioned, even if Lady Sphinx had done something to his energy capacity, it would merely double it. That's barely enough to repeat the same attack twice. Wendigo continued, I don't know. Something just doesn't sit well with me about this situation. Mananangle rubbed his chin with a thoughtful expression. Hopefully, I am overthinking things. Meanwhile, at the assembly, the primogenitors had started to rethink the whole matter about the human bloodline system being trash. They realized that it was indeed shit if they used other beasts' bloodlines, but when primogenitors' bloodlines were utilized, an abnormal freak like Felix emerges. Our descendants either inherit limited manipulation to make their own destiny or inherit some of our lowly abilities to live by, Aspidocalone said with a deep voice. Not one of them had inherited our strongest abilities that we take pride in. The primogenitors knew that it was impossible for them to even help their descendants obtain it, so they could nurture a powerful champion for them. Unlike humans who didn't have connections to primogenitors, making their body a good vessel for possibly anything, the descendant's fate gets locked from birth. Maybe I should pick a gifted human and turn her into my champion by giving her my essence. Nah. Kumiho waved her hand in disinterest. Even if she managed to inherit my strongest ability, she still will lack in base strength. If Lady Sphinx's champion didn't have that, they wouldn't have bet on him at all. Her thoughts were shared by most primogenitors. Although they seemed disinterested in the idea now due to the limitations imposed on humans, who would say that they wouldn't find their own method to go around it later on? Peep! The second night cycle had been concluded. Luna extended her hand at a list she created and claimed, another 7 players had been eliminated. 2 had been disqualified willingly by breaking the rules, and 1 had used the surrender coupon. This leaves us with 14 players in total. Luna split the screen into 14 parts and displayed the remaining players. It looks like 4 players have gotten severely injured in the previous cycle. Luna said, they will probably disqualify themselves during the daylight cycle to not avoid getting hunted. This will leave us with only 10 players. As Luna said, the moment the shuffle ended and the cycle began again, those 4 players immediately disqualified themselves by attempting to hit other players. This left only 9 players roaming in the corridors. There were still some familiar faces like Anissa, Bloodslayer, Doomsday, Vanlord, and naturally Blood Merchant. Meanwhile, Felix was nowhere to be seen in the corridors. That's because he was chilling in his apartment, still sticking to his original plan. He didn't worry about the debuffs stacking on him since the moment he eliminated Hell's Crow. The first debuff had been removed. This devious kid is planning to make a joke out of your champion, Wendigo said to Mananangle, laughing a little. Upon seeing that Blood Merchant and Vanlord had started another round to search for Felix, Mananangle could only cover his eyes while sighing deeply. He could already envision Jormungandr's ear-pricking laughter in the assembly with the other primogenitors. But he knew that Blood Merchant shouldn't be blamed for this since the players weren't given information about who died and who lived. For the viewers, it was clear that 10 players were still in the game, but for the players, that number could either higher or lower. Hence, after spending 20 minutes covering all the floors, both Blood Merchant and Vanlord concluded that there was an 80% chance that Felix had been eliminated. Now what? Vanlord asked. Should we drop it and just focus on the game? Blood Merchant thought about it for a second and nodded his head. That's the only thing we can do. I have already located my target. What's about you? Vanlord asked. Same. All right, good luck. Vanlord said one last time before teleporting back to his apartment. This time, all 9 players had found their target but Felix. This high success rate was caused by a shortage of players and empty apartments while the time remained the same. In other words, the players had enough time to try and open all of the apartments in that 30 minutes window. To combat the players all turning as hunters without prey, the right of the hunt would be given to players who found their targets the fastest of the bunch. Since Felix had willingly chosen himself to be a prey, his hunter wasn't included in this rule. That's why Vanlord was currently standing before his apartment without a single clue about the horrors that await him inside. Vanlord versus Landlord. Luna rubbed her hands in excitement and said, "Who is going to emerge as the true lord in this game?" Meanwhile, in the newest shuffled apartment, Felix was hiding 10 meters above the door. He had no intentions of repeating the same mistake as last time by hiding on the door sides. Though this method had a shortcoming. That was the sizzling noise of lighting that it makes when attaching and detaching from the wall. Just like the previous times, he left a colorless poison in front of the door, just in case a retard decided to enter without protection. Since the apartment in another dimension, he wouldn't hear the noise outside. Felix decided, hence, I need to strike the moment his foot touches the floor and hope it works. Oh, you creak. Felix stopped thinking and paid close attention to the door that had been pushed gently. When it stopped, Felix spotted a classy brown shoe land on the floor. Without an ounce of hesitation, Felix swung both of his arms at the door, sending from above those lighting arcs. When his fans saw this, they sighed in dejected. They had seen in Vanlord's highlights how he used this strategy to bait off potential ambushes. Just as they expected, blood had seeped from his shoe and transformed instantly into a small dome. CSLSLSLSLS. The lightning ended up striking the dome, making it vibrate slightly after coursing through all of it. The blood dome wasn't stationary but growing bigger and actually moving forward, making it obvious that Vanlord had stepped inside. But Felix didn't care about that for now, as he was able to notice tiny sharp heads emerging on the surface of the dome. Most of them were pointing upward. Damn it! Felix immediately bent his legs and propelled himself forward. Phew. Good thing he did it quickly, as a split second later, the place he was at got bombarded by hundreds of pointy sharp bloodish daggers. Still mid-air, Felix threw another lightning arc at the wall again and pulled himself. When his feet touched the wall, he swiftly climbed to the glass ceiling and hung upside down. However, his focused eyes never left the blood dome. Is he Vanlord or Blood Merchant? The reason he went to the ceiling was to give himself some safety space while using his X-ray vision and check on his target's bone structure. Felix knew that if one of them was smart and careful, they would definitely keep this sense of unknown about their identity even in fights to confuse their opponents. Yet, it turned out that his prediction was off the mark, as Vanlord had exposed himself by his own will. My. Vanlord lifted his head and started clapping his hands in a slow manner. Who would have thought that I will find you here after giving you a death sentence? Vanlord said with a dignified expression, not showing a single hint of shock even though his thoughts were in complete disarray. Vampires were trained since young to keep always a composed and elegant demeanor, since their other transformation wasn't so pretty, making them resemble savages. It was a way to counter the stereotype claims that vampires were bloodthirsty monsters. Which they honestly were, but it didn't sound pleasing to hear others call them that. This lowly creature had been hiding all along. Vanlord scoffed in his mind. He probably didn't hunt down his first target and survived through the second round by not getting found out. Though there is quite a small chance that he successfully hunted his first target. Yes, he must have received heavy wounds, making him stay in his apartment for the second cycle to heal himself up. He survived through it by not getting located. Or, Vanlord's mind was working so fast, he was coming up with a hypothesis after the other to understand the situation better. Not a single hypothesis had Felix winning both battles, since he firmly believes that was a preposterous idea. Who could blame him? He was still in the dark about Felix's newfound strength and poison manipulation. Whatever it is, currently he must have either low energy, hidden injury, or a stacked debuff. This situation is actually much better than I anticipated. I can force him to sign the slavery contract, then disqualify myself with him to take care of the bounty. Promotion games can come and go, but a fat 70 billion bounty is a one-time deal. Vanlord wanted to lick his lips dearly at the thought of earning that amount at once. But the teaching of nobility was ingrained in his soul to show such an unsavory action. "Are you going to get down, or should I come to you?" Vanlord smiled politely. "Make me." Still hung upside down, Felix crossed his arms with a cocky smirk. He knew that Vanlord could fly quite easily to him, but he still didn't want to move as it was part of his plan. The moment he realized that his opponent wasn't Blood Merchant, he lost interest in wasting time with him. "Human, let me teach you some manners." Vanlord eyed Felix coldly while bending his back down slightly. The classy black suit had its back completely ripped open, exposing two newly grown dark and featherless wings, which resembled bats' ones. After they emerged, Vanlord's fangs got longer and started to protrude from his closed-shut mouth. Vanlord had decided to stop at a semi-transformation. Luna facepalmed. If only he knows what that abnormal freak is capable of, he wouldn't dare get closer to him without fully transforming. This was one of the reasons why Felix refused to let anyone leave the apartment after seeing his strength or leave it on his own. It allowed him to get looked down on by those players against their will due to their absolute confidence in their strength. Vanlord was slightly different since he actually didn't go straight to Felix but created an armor out of the blood that protected his entire body. Even his wings had been coated with blood. Yet, this wasn't all. The blood on his body had been hardened, making him appear like a crystallized humanoid-shaped gem. Only the blood on his wings had remained the same. Whoosh whoosh. The wings might be lacking feathers, but their speed was still horrifyingly fast, helping Vanlord cross half the distance in less than a second. Poof! Felix didn't wait for Vanlord to reach him, as he had released a massive creamy white cloud around him while deactivating his electric pull. That resulted in him falling towards Vanlord while still hidden within the misty cloud. "Fool! I can see your blood tissues for miles." Vanlord sneered while his vision was feeding him the exact shape of Felix made completely out of red lines. This was an inherent ability that all vampires obtain during birth. The only difference between the owners would be the range and its effectiveness from one to another. Blood Scythe. Vanlord didn't hesitate to manifest his main weapon, wanting to slice a huge chunk of flesh off Felix so it would be much easier to convince him to sign the slavery contract. Naturally, the bloodish scythe was fully crystallized, making it as hard as steel. Poof poof. Abruptly, two pitch-black bombs emerged from the white cloud and smacked Vanlord's chest. Alas, they merely melted the surface of the armor before getting renewed again automatically. The only reason for this armor was to counter Felix's poison. Vanlord had done his homework and prepared well to face off against Felix and make sure to secure the bounty. Hence, when he saw that Felix's body was growing faster than his mind could process, he immediately tried to make a run for it. That's right. He wanted to retreat since, based on the information he gathered, he knew that Felix couldn't stay as a giant forever due to energy consumption. The smartest and most logical decision in his eyes was simply to avoid him until he gets forced to deactivate it. "You ain't going anywhere." Felix's booming voice echoed in Vanlord's ears akin to thunder right as he was about to change directions. It wasn't so easy to make a sudden sharp turn when he was going at his fastest acceleration. This was part of Felix's baiting strategy. If Felix couldn't reach him, then he needs to give Vanlord a juicy opportunity to approach his own. Selsleel. A thick purplish lightning arc was the only thing that reflected in Vanlord's red pupil after he glanced behind him. The arc was even bigger than an actual lightning strike. Since there was barely even 10 meters before Felix and Vanlord in midair, the arc appeared as it had instantly chained itself to Vanlord on the screen. ZZZZZZZZZ. Crystallized blood armor or not, Vanlord couldn't escape getting zapped by millions of volts from the arc, making his eyes roll at the back of his head while twitching ceaselessly. Thud! Felix's giant body finally ended up colliding with Vanlord. With his lightning immunity, he barely felt a tickle from hugging the twitching Vanlord. Did he pass out already? "There is foam coming out of his lips," Asna asked speechlessly. Sure enough, Felix noticed from within the crystallized blood that Vanlord was spewing foam while his eyes were showing only white. Without playing around, Felix caught Vanlord by his head and brought him below his body, forcing him to take the brunt of the collision. Then, he shrunk his body to lower his weight and avoid a fatal wound. Dropping from 50 meters in the air was not a joke even for him. 15 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Just as the viewers opened their eyes widely, wanting to see the blood splashing everywhere, Vanlord's pupil had regained some color. He had regained his consciousness while still being zapped. Whoosh! Upon sensing the wind smacking him in the face, Vanlord's gut told him that things weren't going to end well for him in the next second. Vanlord didn't hesitate twice to shout in his mind, "Surrender coupon!" Knowing that the coupon gets used only in critical situations, the queen instantly activated it without asking for confirmation. Thud! Crack! Crack! In the end, Felix's body was the only thing that smashed the floor after Vanlord had turned into light particles. FCKK! Felix cried in agony while clutching both of his knees after he forced himself to fall on his legs when he realized that Vanlord was gone. He wasn't groaning for no reason, as his legs had been bent in a weird shape while his knee bones were fully exposed in the open. The sight couldn't be more gruesome. Oh no! Landlord must have miscalculated Vanlord's use of the surrender coupon. Luna exclaimed with a sadistic smile, even though her tone appeared like she was worried. She felt great pleasure seeing others get hurt, and the fact that Felix's legs were broken sparked great joy in her heart. Just like Asna, who was laughing her ass off at Felix's pain. The same couldn't be said about Olivia, Robert, his fans, and the rest of the people who cared for Felix. They knew that suffering such injury only meant that he needed to disqualify himself or get killed in the next cycle. However, just as those thoughts took hold of their minds, they were shocked to see a greenish mist being released from his body just to get absorbed back by the pores on his legs. At the start, they had no idea what he was up to, but a few seconds later, cracking noises began resounding in the area. When those noises were gone, Felix's legs could be seen perfectly fine. If it wasn't for his torn-apart pants and bloody patch, no one would believe that they were broken. Isn't that the same ability that he used to heal himself in his first games? I do believe so. Does he still have it, or is this the doing of his poison manipulation? I am honestly too confused by everything going on in this game. Rowdy chatter broke out between Felix's teammates. All of them, without exception, were showing bewildered expression. Who could blame them? Their questions kept building up from the start of the game to this point in time without anyone managing to answer one. Unlike them, Lady Sphinx, Jormungandr, and the rest of the primogenitors were discussing the matter casually. It's good that you have taught him how to heal himself before sending him in the games, Aspidocalone said, smiling. I didn't teach him, I merely gave him a hint. Jormungandr shook his head and said, the kid found the method on his own, though it is still just a lesser version of poison revitalization. Not bad, Aspidocalone praised. Aspidocalone didn't know when exactly did Felix receive limited manipulation, but he understood that overcoming the hurdle of elemental immunity to affect one's body needs intelligence, wits, creativity, and repetitiveness. Each element had its own way to heal the user, some difficult while some were quite easy to pull off. Felix had managed to find a way months ago during the Jormungandr's 7 days challenge. The method was actually simple, but finding out about it posed a real challenge to Felix. That's because the method required him to merge inducements and create a poison that wasn't harmful to the body at all. Jormungandr's hint was merely telling him that the key is in merging inducements. The difficult part was done by Felix. Thankfully, Felix managed to find the right merged inducement with his enhanced cognitive skills after spending 48 hours in trial and error. He called that inducement the agitator. That's because it was created to agitate the healing properties of the body. If his tissues were injured, this inducement agitates the cells to regenerate thousands of times faster than the average recovery speed. As for the bones, it hastens the process by making the blood clot form faster around the fractured area. Then, the agitated cells would take it from there by doing the same thing just much faster. Hence, Felix wasn't actually using the same poison revitalization that he had before, since that one was capable of healing him based on the potency of the poison, which was the total opposite of the agitator inducement, since it was made from less potent inducements that were merged perfectly to counter each other's harmful effects. By doing so, Felix's poison immunity wouldn't kick in and block the agitator inducement, since there was absolutely no harm whatsoever. Although it's just a lesser version, it gets the job done, Lady Sphinx said casually while looking at Felix, who was massaging his legs. Damn. I really didn't expect him to be decisive enough to use the surrender coupon the moment he regained his consciousness. Felix firmly believed that Vanlord would try to use his blood manipulation or even force out a full transformation to buff himself up during that free half-second window. He was fully prepared to block those attempts by simply activating his electric field. But it seemed like Vanlord wasn't that greedy to take such a ballsy move at survival when he had the option to just surrender and try again. If only his crystallized armor wasn't tough to crack and regenerating itself automatically, Felix would have busted his head midair and get it over with. Whatever, it's just a loss of 400 GP. Speaking about points, Felix jumped on his feet after losing numbness on his legs. Then he looked around him and spotted 2 golden keys. He quickly grabbed them and requested the Queen to liquefy them into points. 4,000 GP had been added to your account, Queen informed. Felix nodded his head in appreciation and went to sit on the armchair. After getting comfortable and relaxing his tensed shoulders, a wave of exhaustion had assaulted him out of nowhere. Oh, I spent almost all of my energy on this last attempt, Felix thought after feeling that his poison and lightning energy were completely wiped out. Only that 10% sand energy was left behind. Utilizing elements with a bigger body was not a joke. Upon spotting his tiredness, Mananangal laughed. He must be out of energy now. I bet he doesn't have even 20% to support him. Well, Blood Merchant isn't doing any better, Saurus said while eyeing Blood Merchant, who seemed to be struggling in his battle against Anissa Life from the fisherman's race. It was quite unlucky for him to land against her. But I believe that he would take care of her while still having more than 40% in his tank to spare, Mananangal said. Don't forget there is still another battle to be held then, the last 1v1 that would decide who is the last keykeeper. Wendigo mentioned, since only 5 players are going to move to the next cycle, 1 player will have a free pass straight to the last cycle. I know. Mananangal tapped his finger on his elbow and said, the winner in the final battle will be the one who utilized his energy efficiently during the previous fights. The primogenitors in the assembly also felt this way. Only Jormungandr and Lady Sphinx were completely relaxed about the situation, since they knew that Asna had already brought Felix to full energy again during their short conversation. Having little Asna in the games is truly an unfair advantage, Jormungandr said to Lady Sphinx telepathically while chuckling. He better takes advantage of it before little Asna drinks the soul-splitting potion 6 months later, Lady Sphinx said with a little smirk. The moment Lady Sphinx had made the deal with Asna to help her connect to the UVR, her clone never stopped trying to find ways to modify the potion's recipe. So far, there were major improvements. If this pace kept going, it wouldn't be far from her predicted timestamp. This entailed that Felix literally had only 3 more games before he completely loses out on utilizing Asna's help in the games. In a short while, the alarm went off in the apartment complex, informing the last remaining players that the night cycle had been concluded. Ouch, those are some heavy injuries they got there, Luna commented while showing the 5 remaining players on the screen. Only Felix and Blood Merchant weren't exhibiting any tiredness signs or had heavy injuries like the others. Hell, one of them had an entire limb and ear missing, adding to the heavy internal injuries. This was completely normal since all of those players weren't easy to slay, as they would make sure to struggle to the last breath, making it impossible for their opponents to emerge safely. Felix's battles were on a completely different equation. The moment those 3 players see that Blood Merchant and Landlord are still healthy, they will most likely give up on the promotion, Luna predicted. Everyone agreed with her take, as it was only common sense to retreat when the situation wasn't favorable. Hence, when the daylight cycle began again, Those 3 players went out of their rooms with high hopes that everyone was just as injured and low on energy as they were. Alas, when they spotted Blood Merchant walking without a single scratch on his face, their hopes were dashed. Fucking bats and their abnormal rejuvenation speed. The werewolf Bloodslayer cursed in his mind while walking towards Blood Merchant with a limb. He had a bit of chilly air around him. "Oh, what do we have here?" Blood Merchant smiled faintly after spotting the werewolf and his condition. "Out of energy to heal yourself properly?" Blood Merchant asked, sounding polite, but the mockery hidden in his tone wasn't foreign at all to the werewolf. Bloodslayer merely growled at him with acidic saliva dripping on the floor, appearing like he was trying his best to suppress his fury. He already decided to disqualify himself, but he did want to take full advantage of the opportunity to harm Blood Merchant. Hence, the reason he continued walking towards him. "Heh. I have dealt with those piss-drinking dogs all my life to not notice the menace in his eyes." Blood Merchant instantly recognized that he would most likely get attacked after they cross paths. Hence, he crystallized the blood veil on him, turning it into a protective armor instantly. Upon seeing so, Bloodslayer glared at him but didn't carry on with his plan. He simply walked right beside him and said with a suppressed tone, "You better watch your back in those 30 minutes. Then he continued on his way. "Huh? Trying to stress me out?" Blood Merchant sneered in his mind. He recognized that Bloodslayer was definitely going to strike him in those 30 minutes. Just not when. Though, he wasn't worried at all since he could easily spot him beforehand due to his inherited vision. As long as Bloodslayer was in the same corridor as him, it was impossible to ambush him. Still no sight of Landlord or Van Lord. Blood Merchant sighed. "I guess they both officially eliminated. Whatever, I only need to deal with the last few players if there was any and secure my spot in the USG." While thinking of the glory he would be receiving after joining the Real Champions games, Blood Merchant couldn't help but break his composure and show a genuinely delighted smile. He was trained since young for those games. His entire existence and life revolve around them. Hence, it was incomprehensible to others what it means to him to join those games. If only he knew that his place in Manananggal's heart was less than dirt itself, as he could be disposed of immediately after losing a single Champions game. Or maybe he already knew about it, but he didn't care much since he wasn't taught anything else than being loyal to the ancestor and bringing him the most profit. Whatever it was, Felix was currently sitting right in front of the door with gleaming eyes, waiting patiently for the perfect time to make a move and dash all of Blood Merchant's dreams and hopes. Time went by and only 5 minutes of the cycle was remaining. Only Blood Merchant could be seen strolling down the corridors in a carefree manner like he was the landlord. As expected, Bloodslayer had failed his attempt to cause harm to Blood Merchant with a strike that carried every ounce of his last remaining energy. When an ambush was anticipated, it was quite easy to nullify it. Meanwhile, the other 2 players had already disqualified themselves by making a deal to strike each other. Since it wasn't possible to know who was eliminated or still playing, Blood Merchant had no clue if there's still 1, 2, or 3 remaining players. Hence, why he was still trying to find out his target's apartment. "Is Landlord not going to make a move again?" Luna asked in bewilderment. "Seriously? What's up with him? Why is he refusing to be in an advantageous position?" Everyone was confused by Felix's unorthodox plan of remaining in his apartment in every cycle, except for the primogenitors. Haha. The balls on this kid to actually try and humiliate Manananggal's champion like this. The Erebus laughed, appearing like a spooky shadow laughing deviously behind his owner's back. "He must be fuming. I do want to see his face right now," Kumaho said, giggling. "What are you talking about?" Charuf scoffed. "He must be over the moon since this kid is clearly playing with his food, when he is literally almost out of energy. I am not complaining at all. Free bet for me." Exactly as Charuf said, the Darken faction members were all in a good mood at the sight of Felix still chilling in his room while Blood Merchant was doing his best to find his target. He is clearly trying too hard to please the Jormungandr to the point he is willing to give up on a well-needed advantage. Wendigo smiled creepily. For a straightforward individual, the Jormungandr must be pissed seeing his champion's behavior. Haha. He will be more pissed when his champion ends up dying before all due to such a silly plan. Saurus laughed. Unbeknownst to them, Jormungandr and Lady Sphinx were chill about the whole matter, since they knew that Blood Merchant had no chance against Felix anymore. If they met at the start, then maybe he could put up a fight, but now? They knew that the energy difference was going to hurt Blood Merchant greatly. In a short while, the daylight cycle had concluded with Blood Merchant not locating his target. That's because he was one of the latest disqualified players. It seems that the night cycle will be skipped, Luna said. Naturally, the Queen will not let the viewers spend 30 minutes of their lives watching two dudes chilling in their apartments. Hence, the moment the night cycle began, the Queen had informed both Felix and Blood Merchant. This night cycle will be skipped over, since only 2 players are remaining. The next daylight cycle will have only 15 minutes and the apartment's numbers will be only 50. The player to find his target's apartment the fastest will automatically activate the night cycle. While Luna was repeating the same message to the viewers, Blood Merchant and Felix had different reactions to the announcement. Only 1 player left? Blood Merchant snickered. Since I didn't see him in the corridors, he must have remained in the apartment. This is good for me. He is currently debuffed and probably even injured since he decided to hide in such an important cycle. I guess it's a free win after all, Blood Merchant said, smiling. Meanwhile, Felix's thought process was completely different. Is he Blood Merchant or another player? There is a high chance that Blood Merchant was the last surviving player. Felix mused. Whatever if it was him, I will carry on with my plan. If not, Asna asked. Cough, I will still use it. Felix smirked faintly. Because why not? It will give some face to the elder. Hee, true. Asna laughed while covering her mouth. Peep. The moment the alarm went off, Felix hoisted himself with a lightning arc on the wall above the door. This time, he climbed to the ceiling and remained absolutely still and quiet while zooming in on the doorknob. Yet again, Landlord has picked to play defensively. Just why? He is going to have 20% debuff to his strongest suit if he didn't leave his apartment. Meanwhile, Blood Merchant will have an additional 10% buff to his strength for finding him. Luna's bafflement was shared by everyone. Only his loyal fans didn't express any other emotions than excitement and support, as they knew that Felix never does things without a reason. It happened so many times, they would fool to doubt his decisions. As they expected, the viewers were all shocked to find out that Felix had begun to spew greenish poison from his palms, manifesting a realistic giant serpent-like head. It had violet eyes, a wide-open jaw with creamy white teeth, a red tongue, greenish scales lined perfectly and symmetrically. Everything was made out of poisonous mist. Is that who I think it is? Weirded out and a bit amused, Aspidocalone murmured while glancing at Jormungandr, who appeared like he was just as stunned as the viewers. Even some primogenitors were stunned by it as they could glance at each other in amazement while watching Felix. He was continuing pumping out different colored inducements from his palms to shape up an exact version of the Jormungandr in his serpent form. The head was just the beginning and also the hardest part to create. After he was done with it, he shaped the dark greenish-scaled long body and tail in under 30 seconds of constant poison pumping. Although his external poison manipulation was shitty, he was still able to modify the creation after it had already emerged on the outside. The final result was an almost identical 40 meters version of the Jormungandr, without the purplish inscriptions all over his body. Since it was made from the mist, it kept moving slightly with the wind, making it appear alive and intimidating at the same time. Is that supposed to be his hidden card or strongest attack? I don't care if it's for attacking or just shows. It looks so cool. I wonder which serpent is that? The viewers marveled at its creation but also confused about its existence. Only the primogenitors understood the underlying message behind it. You have a good kid who is willing to honor your return, old friend, Aspidocalonipe said, smiling faintly. He sure has a good artistic style to capture your ugliness. I give you that. Brutal as always, Erebus commented. Damn it. I have 279 alive champions and 95,244 dead ones. Yet not one of them made a creation of me in the games. Kumaho complained about it with an envious tone. I will definitely make them do it in the future. The other primogenitors shared their own opinions on the matter, embarrassing Jormungandr, who honestly didn't expect this at all. Unlike Asna and Lady Sphinx, who could read Felix's mind right now, Jormungandr wasn't able to do so because his consciousness was in the UVR. He knew that Felix was planning to give him some face, but he expected that he would do it by trashing Blood Merchant. Not by this. Little rascal. Daring to embarrass me in front of those fogies. Jormungandr thought while showing a vexed expression. Though a gratified faint smile soon took over his vexation, making Lady Sphinx chuckle lightly after spotting it. He better make me my own creation in the games as well after everything I did to him. Lady Sphinx thought to herself with a dangerous gleam, making Felix flinch in coldness during his final touches. So scary. Did I get glared at by one of the Elder's enemies? Felix gulped a mouthful at the thought. He knew that his action was probably going to offend the Darken faction's members. But he honestly didn't give a crap how they feel about it. He was Jormungandr's student and his side had already been chosen. He might not kill the primogenitors, but he would make sure to do his part as Jormungandr's student and irritate them. What better method to do that than show them the Jormungandr's perfect imitation flying in the sky like in the old times? More than anything, he created the imitation to make the statement that Jormungandr had told him to make in the games. The Ragnarok bringer is back. Meanwhile, Mananangel, Saurus, and Wendigo were finally showing some signs of getting pissed at Felix's antics. They didn't care much that he was playing with Blood Merchant to embarrass Mananangel. That's because they believed that his lack of energy would cause only Jormungandr to feel ashamed when he ends up dying. However, noticing that he had created almost a 40 meters long serpent with intricate details without dropping a single sweat, made them realize that his tank wasn't even close to being consumed as they assumed. He must know that we are watching him, hence the reason why he faked his exhaustion before and now created Jormungandr's version. Mananangel narrowed his eyes dangerously. This kid must be toying with us either on his own or that snake told him to do this. All right, forget about it for now. Wendigo pointed his finger at Blood Merchant, who was walking towards Felix's apartment, and said, "The battle is going to start soon." Mananangel glanced at the Jormungandr's imitation and said calmly, "If my champion fully transformed before entering the apartment, that poison serpent is as useless as a fart." The other primogenitors nodded their heads in agreement. Back in the apartment complex, Blood Merchant was currently sprinting through the corridors, wanting to scout the entire complex to see his target face to face. Due to the lowered number of apartments, there were only 6 floors, making it easier for him to scout through them all in merely 5 minutes. When he didn't find anyone, he was honestly confused and a bit shocked. What's going on? Why is that player not leaving his apartment even in such a crucial moment? Blood Merchant kept looking around with his blood vision. He already did so the moment he left his apartment and didn't notice anyone in the corridors. But he still wanted to sprint and check with his own eyes since he knew that abilities could be used to block his vision's surveillance. Is he giving up due to injury or something? If he was giving up, why not try to disqualify himself in the daylight cycle, which is the safest option? Or he thinks that it's best to ambush me when I try to hunt him down. But that's just foolish. He already has 10% debuff, and now with another 10%, his elemental manipulation or physical strength would be affected pretty badly. It's just impossible for him to win in those conditions even against a normal player. Don't even mention me. Arg. What the hell is going on with that moron? Many questions coursed at once in Blood Merchant's mind, making him a bit irritated that he didn't have the answer to them. He hated that dearly. Alas, he could only place a key in the keyhole beside him and began the true scouting while trying to solve some of those questions. 7 minutes later, his questions weren't answered, but his key had managed to unlock a door that was going to answer all of his inquiries but at the same time could cause his death. Blood Merchant has successfully found landlord's apartment. Luna commentated with an elated voice. Now it's up to him when to start the hunt. Just like the Queen announced, the moment one of those two had located the other, the night cycle would automatically begin. Since only 2 of them remained, Blood Merchant didn't get teleported to his apartment. Instead, he was left to continue swimming in his own thoughts in front of the door, planning for the last battle. Although I am confident in my chances to victory, I should probably enter a full transformation and also prepare my weapons and armor. Blood Merchant thought with a solemn expression. I have 35% energy, which is more than enough to win if I went all out from the start and concluded the fight early. Upon making up his decision, Blood Merchant immediately entered the transformation sequence that was also an inherited ability from the ancestor for those with higher bloodline purity. The transformation was somewhat the same as the semi-morphing ability that Felix possessed. Hence, any descendant who had it meant that he would have his strength doubled during the transformation. Whoosh whoosh. Just like Vanlord's previous half-assed transformation, large bat-like dark wings were the first to pop off from Blood Merchant's back, followed by his prolonged fangs, nails, and hair that had gotten longer until it reached his shoulders. His skin got extra paler while his cheeks had sunk into the bones, making him resemble a sickly kid who never saw the sun in his life. Just as some viewers thought that his creepy appearance couldn't get any scarier, they yelped in horrification after they saw that his body got ripped apart in half, spewing a fountain of blood everywhere. Thud! His bottom half had fallen to the ground while he started flying in the same place, nonchalant to the idea of losing both of his legs. There it is. The vampire's creepy full transformation. Luna exclaimed in excitement and followed it up with a quick explanation. This transformation is claimed to be the optimal form of vampires as it allows them to get rid of their lower body that does nothing but slows them down during their flight. Those who never heard of this fact couldn't help but nod their heads at the logic behind it. After all, having wings without a feather tail to support the body balance was already tough. Yet, having 2 extra useless legs in midair would simply be a fat burden. That's why, even though anyone could have wings, they would never outspeed someone with the whole wings plus tail package. Only the vampires possessed the ability to cut off their own body in half and not worry about bleeding to death since they were the overlords of blood. Because of his blood manipulation, Blood Merchant had sealed the wound and controlled his own blood that had been spewed outside. Whoosh! Whoosh! He utilized it to create his own crystallized armor and 2 long thin red swords. Terrific! Blood Merchant made sure to save up his elemental energy by taking advantage of his own blood. Luna asked in wonder, "Let's see what Landlord is planning now." When the camera had got placed on Felix, everyone was left speechless by the sight of him spewing large amounts of greenish sand on his giant serpent. The sand began coating the serpent by following its curves throughout its long body. Since Felix didn't possess sand manipulation, he was utilizing his mental energy to make it happen. Why is he coating it with sand? Olivia asked while tilting her head in confusion. Who knows? George rubbed his eyebrows. I don't even know why he created the damn thing in the first place. When he was done speaking, Felix had finished coating the entire serpent from head to bottom, leaving only its dreadful purplish eyes and wide jaw exposed. So nothing much changed but giving the serpent a more solid feel to it. Creak. Abruptly, the rowdy stadium went quiet after seeing that the door had been opened up slowly. With a snap of a finger, Luna switched the camera to Blood Merchant, showing his point of view. As expected, the entire apartment appeared as empty as a graveyard. Felix and the giant serpent were placed exactly above the door, making it impossible to notice them unless he entered. Everyone held their breaths while leaning closer, too excited for the outcome of this battle. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, Blood Merchant's wings began flapping faster and faster, while he was still affixed 3 meters above the ground. With narrowed, focused eyes and a bloodthirsty aura, Blood Merchant created a red shell around his body and zoomed inside the apartment like an arrow. Cluck! The only thing left behind him was the door closing automatically, sealing those 2 together for the last time. The moment Felix noticed him, putting as much distance as possible from the door, he detached himself from the ceiling and used the lightning arcs to pull himself towards the Jormungandr's imitation. SZLZLZLZ. The lighting arcs connected easily due to the sand grains being solid objects. His ability was capable of connecting with any solid object. Smart. No wonder he coated the serpent with sand. Luna exclaimed in enlightenment while watching Felix standing above the serpent's giant head, without his legs actually touching the surface. Whoosh! By using his mental energy, Felix controlled the serpent to slither in the air towards Blood Merchant, who seemed like he was slowing down his speed due to his closeness to the other wall. When Blood Merchant heard the raging sound of wind behind him, he couldn't help but take a quick glance. Immediately after spotting Felix standing with crossed arms above and stiffened brightened hair above that dreadful serpent's head, he felt like his world had been flipped upside down. The only thought that managed to course in his frozen mind was, "Am I under an illusion?" Alas, Felix didn't give him enough time to think things through as he controlled the inner greenish poison of the serpent to be released from its wide-open jaw at him. It truly resembled a dragon breathing greenish fire. Whoosh! Upon seeing so, Blood Merchant regained his wits at once and leaned to the left, dodging the poisonous breath quite easily. This bastard is landlord, it got to be. There is no one in this game with poison abilities or manipulation. Blood Merchant thought with a cold expression while turning around sharply after reaching the wall. However, instead of continuing his escape, he turned around and hovered in his place while eyeing Felix and the serpent closely this time. Felix didn't feel like entering a chit-chat or a staring contest with him when he was expanding his mental energy to the limit to control the serpent and contain the absorbed lightning at the same time. Thus, the poisonous breaths continued coming at Blood Merchant, forcing him to start moving again. He better stop wasting his energy like that. Luna commentated, Blood Merchant's speed in his full transformation is unfathomable. Currently, he isn't even going at his fastest speed. The viewers agreed with her notions, but Felix still continued on his useless attacks. Unsurprisingly, he hadn't touched Blood Merchant's clothes yet. The only difference that emerged from his chase was the size of his serpent's imitation getting smaller and smaller. What a foolish human! Blood Merchant scoffed in his mind while evading another poisonous salvo. Does he think he has an infinite amount of energy? I was expecting something from him after going through all of this effort to fool me. But what the hell is this? Blood Merchant really was on his toes the entire time, since he still couldn't comprehend how did Felix make it this far without leaving his apartment. It was too uncanny in his eyes. The only theories he came up with in this duration were either Felix managed to survive purely by not getting found out, or he massacred every hunter who aimed at him. He was more inclined to believe in the latter after seeing that gigantic serpent. Hence, the reason he started to take Felix very seriously instead of looking down on him like before. But how the fuck could he continue taking him seriously when Felix was literally wasting energy like there was no tomorrow? Even if I decided to be generous and assume that he has wasted only 50% during his previous fights, he should be now at 20% or even 15% after creating that 40 meters long serpent. Blood Merchant reasoned without an ounce of pressure from Felix's attacks. If I am right, he should be somewhat exhausted right now, but is trying to hide it with his nonchalance. When he came up with this conclusion, Blood Merchant narrowed his eyes at Felix's face, focusing really closely on his forehead area. Bingo! Surprisingly, there was really a drop of sweat on Felix's temple. Luna and the viewers had spotted it before Blood Merchant, making them reach the same conclusion as him. Landlord is almost at the red zone of his tank. While Luna was commentating, the Darken faction members were talking about this particular drop of sweat like it was the decider of the game. Do you think it's real this time, or he is trying to fool everyone again? Maybe the previous time he was simply sweating from physical or mental exhaustion? Wendigo said, "This time should be real? It's impossible for a human to have this much energy even if Lady Sphinx doubled it. Unless she did more than that." Just as Saurus and Mananangle opened their mouths, wanting to retort, they closed them shut after remembering the upgrades that Felix received. Let's hope that's not the case otherwise. Your champion is really going to be played until his death, Saurus said, sighing. Whoosh! Another failed poisonous breath. The serpent's size has been brought down to merely 5 meters due to those attacks, Luna commentated. If he used another one, I doubt he would have something to stand. Oh! Whoosh! Before Luna could finish her commentary, She was left speechless after seeing that Felix ended up sending the entire goddamn serpent at Blood Merchant while he was dropping into the floor. Thud. Poof. The moment he landed on the ground safely, the serpent had collided with the wall and exploded into a cloud of sand and poison particles. Meanwhile, Blood Merchant was looking at this useless attack from tens of meters with a deadpan expression. He crossed this distance in merely half a second. Hell, he could have gone back and forth twice and dodged the attack successfully. Is this everything that he got? He does look tired. Blood Merchant arched his eyebrows while eyeing Felix, who was wiping his sweaty forehead in a sneaky manner. Time to go on offense. Blood Merchant stopped thinking and decided to start doing. Although he preferred fighting up close, he wasn't stupid to rush at Felix right at the start. Instead, he snapped his finger and created 10 crystallized red spears above his head. Then, he flew towards Felix to close the gap between them and swung his hand downward, projecting those spears at him. Whoosh whoosh. Boom. Felix didn't utilize any ability in his evades, as he simply relied on his physical fitness to jump back and forth until the last spear ended up passing right beside his cheeks. Boom! It exploded on contact, resulting in the creation of crystallized fragments that had fallen into the ground, joining their peers. Upon noticing that he was in the middle of those fragments that had yet to turn into light particles, Felix immediately jumped in the air, knowing that his position wasn't optimal. Phew, phew, phew. As he anticipated, all of those fragments had propelled themselves like bullets at him from every direction. Whoosh whoosh. Blood Merchant didn't stop at that as he created other red spears and sent them at Felix, who was still in mid-air. ZL. With nowhere to go, Landlord was forced to his lightning pull to hoist himself away from danger. Luna proclaimed in excitement while watching how those fragments and spears ended colliding with each other after Felix had been taken to a safer area with ability. So he has a lightning mobility ability. Blood Merchant noted from afar. The best play here is to keep pressuring him to use it multiple times until he is completely sapped. Then go for the kill. Upon deciding so, Blood Merchant restarted his pressuring tactic by projecting crystallized sharp weapons from all sizes and shapes at Felix. Look at him dance. Haha, that's what you get for wasting your energy. The vampire viewers kept throwing taunts and curses at Felix, who was truly dancing quite elegantly to evade this never-ending barrage of weapons. Most of the time he gets forced to utilize his lightning pull, making Blood Merchant happier each time. His plan was simple: whoever run out of energy first would be the one to die. Since he knew that Felix had wasted ton of energy earlier, he was confident in his chances to clutch it. As he expected, Felix soon started to sweat like crazy while his face turned bright red, appearing like someone who had run a 30 kilometers marathon in one go. His movements were clumsy and heavy, like he was barely able to move. All of this was a clean characteristic of either physical or elemental exhaustion. For those monster players, they would always reach elemental exhaustion before physical one since their bodies were in optimal shape. Meanwhile, Blood Merchant looked like he could still go at this for another 10 minutes. He must be out now. Blood Merchant narrowed his eyes coldly. It's time for the real show. Immediately after, Blood Merchant flew towards Felix, getting a bit closer but not close enough that Felix could jump and reach him. Then, he started to manifest a cannon with a base to hold it in place. When Felix saw this, he bolted away while huffing in exhaustion. Blood Merchant merely snickered in his mind at the sight. He didn't even bother to chase him down as he fully focused on crystallizing his cannon. Only when it was done did he flew rapidly towards Felix, reaching him in less than 2 seconds. Then, he created 2 red cannonballs inside the cannon. When Blood Merchant felt that the cannonballs were touching each other at the back of the cannon, he made a pistol sign with his finger and aimed at Felix, who was still sprinting away from him. Blood Merchant smirked faintly while pacing his fingertip exactly on Felix's tiny head. Then fire. Boom! Whoosh! A mini explosion occurred within the cannon, followed by the projection of a single speeding red cannonball at Felix. The speed it was going at was faster by 3 times than the previous spears. When Felix felt a sudden danger behind him, he jumped to the left side and rolled 3 times due to the momentum, Boom! Before he finished rolling, the cannonball smashed the previous area he was at, projecting hundreds of tiny crystallized fragments in every direction. Thud, thud, thud. Since Felix was out of balance, those fragments had ended up hitting him, the first clean strike on Landlord since the moment this game had begun. Luna proclaimed loudly in excitement. Though it didn't do much to him, Luna pouted. As she mentioned, Felix had stood back up and continued his sprint without letting out a single wince. If tiny fragments could harm him, then he really should reconsider working on his defenses. Regardless, Blood Merchant was pleased to see that he had managed to touch him. If he hit him once, he would hit him twice and thrice. Alas, when he loaded the next cannonballs and exploded one of them to propel the other at Felix, he was left irked by the sight of him managing to dodge them narrowly. He always missed him by few inches. However, the fragments were hitting Felix all right after each dodge. Still, they were useless. I need to either double down my range attacks or fight him melee. Blood Merchant frowned his eyebrows. My fighting style is focused on melee battles, but my guts are telling me that it's better to just stay away from him for now. Though I need to conclude this battle before 30 minutes. Otherwise, in the next battle, I will be severely weakened unlike him. Upon thinking so, Blood Merchant snapped both of his fingers and manifested 4 more cannons. Then, he loaded all of them with 2 cannonballs and fired them all together at Felix. CLZ. Knowing that it was going to be impossible to dodge them all at once with his fitness, Felix didn't hesitate to use his lighting arc and pull himself away from the strike zone. Damn it! This bastard still has some leftovers. Blood Merchant cursed in his mind at the realization that Felix only needs 1 lightning arc to save him, while he was wasting quite a hefty sum in each attack. He understood that if he lowered the number of his cannonballs, Felix would most definitely evade them without using elemental energy. He had no plans to lower the number and try his luck since he knew that player stamina could last them for hours and hours. Felix's movement might look clumsy, but it didn't mean that he would get hit by a single cannonball coming at him. I can only protect myself against his poison and go all out in a melee fight. From his videos, he was still not that adequate in pure close combat with weapons. Blood Merchant waved his hand, destroying all of those cannons. Mananangle, Wendigo, and Saurus had a bad feeling when they saw him doing that. Meanwhile, Lady Sphinx and Jormungandr's grinned faintly at the sight. Whoosh! When they saw that Blood Merchant had brandished his 2 long swords together and flew towards Felix rapidly, their faint grins almost reached their ears. The moment Felix felt that he was being chased, he turned around and showed a subtle terrified expression while increasing his speed even further. You ain't going anywhere. Blood Merchant snickered in his mind and increased his speed as well. Since he was in his full transformation, he ended up reaching Felix in less than a second. Die! He shouted in his mind while swinging his sword at Felix's wide-open back. Just as the sword was about to connect, Felix had released all of the contained lightning inside his body, causing him to brighten up while his hair to stand up straight. Immediately after, his lighting quick reflexes passive began doing its magic by allowing Felix's brain to see and process everything at snail-slow speed. The reason it needed lightning to be active was that the electricity was stimulating the neurons extensively to transmit information 10 times faster than average. So, it's not that Felix was seeing everything in slow motion, it was his brain that was operating so fast, everything seemed slow. This kind of state allowed Felix to activate his electrical field instantaneously, resulting in Blood Merchant and his sword getting engulfed at a shitstorm of lightning at once. Slice! Splash! Blood spilled from Felix's back as he still got wounded by the sword due to the momentum of Blood Merchant's flight. Due to his enhanced body defenses, Felix merely winced slightly and turned around instantly to clutch Blood Merchant's twitching head. He could see his horrified and shocked expression while he was still getting zapped. Unlike Van Lord, he didn't pass out instantly. However, the sight of Felix's body growing bigger and bigger while clutching his head tightly was enough to make him pass out. Blood Merchant realized that he had been fooled all this time since Felix had never utilized electrical ability or showed that his reflexes were this abnormal. He was always using only electrical pull. Blood Merchant knew if he had seen just electrical field ability, he wouldn't dare approach Felix without a counterplan. Alas, knowing that didn't change the reality that the electrical field was growing bigger and more painful with Felix's body growth. When Felix reached 8 meters tall, the electrical field had reached up to 10 meters in radius, while the lightning tongues were as big as Baguga's thighs. Crack! Crack! A. Blood Merchant managed to let out an ear-piercing shriek in his mind, as the pain had reached the limit that his nervous system could handle. Any more and it would be fried. Too bad. That was the last thing to be concerned about as the moment Felix reached 10 meters. Blood Merchant's skin began melting off like it was made out of goo. Fortunately, he wasn't feeling pain anymore but only numbness and emptiness. Meanwhile, his mind didn't have a single thought as his brain was in the full instinctual mode to help him survive. Sadly, the instant he got caught by Felix, no one could save him anymore. SHSHSSHHSHS. In the end, only a puddle of gooey black blood was left behind in his position, representing everything that he had left behind in this life. Gooey black blood. Naima, Carrie, Naomi, and the rest of Felix's classmates could only stare with a spooked expression at the gooey black blood. They couldn't help but recall Felix's polite and handsome image that he had in the academy and compare it with everything that they had seen in this game. The contrast was as clear as daylight. They were studying and hanging out with a monster who could easily kill them if it wasn't for the weakening potions in their eyes. Alas, if only they knew that it was utterly useless. Phew, that took a while. Felix winced slightly while murmuring. He really was a hard fish to bait, although it was just a murmur, it resounding akin to thunder in this dreadfully silent stadium. This caused the viewers to wake up from their daze. So the 40 meters poison serpent, the needless waste showing exhaustion through sweating and panic. So, all of this was just to bait Blood Merchant to get closer? Luna said with an absent-minded expression. How could he even afford such a heavy-priced bait? It just doesn't make sense. Unfortunately for Luna, even the primogenitors were left astounded after their prediction ended up false. Right now, they could only look at Lady Sphinx's cheerful smile and think to themselves, did she go offline for thousands of years to give birth to this abomination that defies logic? Is there a problem? Lady Sphinx asked in confusion after seeing their weird looks. Cough. It's nothing. We are simply amazed by your little champion's patience. Aspidocalone said while switching his vision to Felix, who was in the process of teleportation. The game was concluded the moment he slew Blood Merchant and obtained his keys, turning him into the last keykeeper. True, the kid was smart enough to play around his strengths and minimize his weaknesses. Erebus said, he must have known that it was absolutely impossible for him to go on offense against Mananangle's champion due to his speed. Hence, he played every card he knows to bait him into approaching him. The rest of the primogenitors nodded their heads in agreement. They knew if Felix didn't do that, he would have been left with two options. Either he plays it extremely slow by focusing only dodges until Blood Merchant loses it and switch his battle style, or force the fight to last 30 minutes. This would result in the game getting prolonged to another cycle. At that time, Blood Merchant would have 30% debuff while Felix would have his debuffs gone since he survived the hunt. Both options might work for Felix to secure the win, but who knows if that would take hours to happen due to Blood Merchant having the capability to fly, unlike Felix? He did all right, Jormungandr said calmly. He truly felt that Felix still missing a lot and was actually wasting poison manipulation's potion due to his lack of understanding. So many issues that he had in the games could have been resolved easily with his poison manipulation if his level in it was high enough. I should double down on his training, Jormungandr decided solemnly. Little Asna's emergency energy played a huge role in his fights, but he can't rely on it forever. I need to prepare him before Little Asna connects to the UVR. Otherwise, he will get steamrolled against the veteran champions. Landlord. Abnormal freak. Landlord. While Jormungandr was thinking of ways to improve the training, Felix was receiving a standing ovation from his fans and few other fan clubs from different races. Although their idols either got killed or disqualified, they still felt like it was only appropriate to give the underdog some respect over the wits and strength he displayed throughout the entire game. A human winning a promotion game was already a rare thing, but actually dominating it? That never happened before. No one was more excited by this fact than the humans themselves, who felt an innate pride get pumped each time they hear Felix's name getting chanted by other races. A win in the planetary games always gave the citizen an amazing feeling, but a win against other races? That was the ultimate glory. Give another round of applause to Landlord, the newest member to the UISG platform. Luna yelled passionately on her tiny mic while standing above Felix's hair, making him want nothing but to slap her away. Clap, clap, clap. Alas, he reeled the feeling in and simply waved at the spectators, and especially his fans who were waving his flags and beating the drums to the sound of his chants. After me! Leader Emma brought a green hand speaker near her mouth and screamed in exhilaration. 7 wins in row, 3 more to go. Sure enough, the stadium rumbled with that chant, letting everyone know that Felix was still on his winning streak. Holy, he actually won 7 in a row? What a fucking beast. Tisk, even if he broke the record, it is merely the human branch record. The USG has its own that is almost impossible to break. Oh, you talking about the 17-win streak left by the noble Tibus? Who else? Most viewers were clearly pessimistic about Felix's chances to break the winning streak record in the UISG. They felt like he had a slight chance of pulling off 10 wins in a row if he gave them the same performance as in this game, but after it, not a chance. They weren't thinking like this out of spite or envy, but just out of logic. That's because they knew that Felix's MMR was currently so high, he would immediately get placed against peak gold players or, God forbids, platinum players. He would be forced to fight against those monsters to fix up his 100% winning ratio. Thankfully, Felix never cared about the record or aiming for it. He was simply doing his best in every game to win. If someday he ended up losing, he wouldn't even feel bad or let it affect his mentality, since he lost plenty of games in his previous life. The one thing he learned from losing was the fact that, well, it's not the end of the world. He could always try again and again and again. 7 wins in row, 3 more to go. 7 wins in row, 3 more to go. Under this chant, Felix waved his hands to his fans and teleported outside of the stadium without bothering with Luna's tantrum. He had plenty of things to get done, and time was definitely not his ally. The moment Felix got teleported, Jormungandr and Lady Sphinx excused themselves and left the assembly as well. They didn't regroup in Felix's consciousness space, but went to Lady Sphinx's residency in the UVR. It was that cosmic-sized golden pyramid in the middle of nowhere. Inside a comfy lounge, Jormungandr got served a cup of tea by a maid, but he waved his hand in rejection. Should we contact them now? Lady Sphinx asked while taking a sip elegantly. I doubt they would give us their link to meet up. Jormungandr snorted softly. They know that I will gloat at their loss and embarrass them even further, so they will just ship the blood-maniacal monolith straight away to your address. It won't hurt to try. Lady Sphinx shrugged her shoulders and said, You may not know it, but they have gotten even more egoistic and proud over the years of your absence. Especially when they forced Fenrir to enter his defensive hibernation protocol to survive their gang up. Fenrir, sigh. Jormungandr showed a guilty look as he murmured the name, making Lady Sphinx soften her expression. She placed her hand on his hand and comforted him. I understand that your relationship with Fenrir is like blood brothers, but you shouldn't blame yourself for what happened to him. Jormungandr shook his head and said bitterly, I should have been there for him. I should have been helping avenge himself against Mananangle instead of just giving up. Sigh, we call each other brothers, but what kind of brother will do that to another? All right, stop moping around. Lady Sphinx slapped his hand and said calmly, You and Thor were certain that the Darken faction's members were going to off themselves as you did. You were right. They did come to the pact meeting, and if it wasn't for Illusion Primogenitor's interference, Fenrir wouldn't have been touched by them at all. Jormungandr knew that she was right, but that wasn't enough to remove the guilt of leaving Fenrir to fend for himself against all 3 primogenitors after they exited from the illusionary world. Alas, against the Great Depression, nothing but his own motives could save him from falling in such a pit. He knew that even Fenrir would have fallen in it if it wasn't for the burning rage he had for Mananangel. Sleep well, brother, because when you wake up, I will make sure the sight of a deranged bat would be the first thing you see. Jormungandr thought with a firm expression. He knew that he couldn't really harm Mananangel physically due to his current state, and if he possessed Felix's body, it wouldn't change anything. After all, they couldn't kill him even when he was still at his peak. Killing primogenitors was almost an impossible task due to all the survival skills they possess. Killing Mananangel was even more difficult since he was the blood primogenitor. As long as he had blood, he was undying. Hell, even Fenrir managed to survive the onslaught of 3 primogenitors ganging at him together. Although he was now in a protective hibernation, he was still alive, and every primogenitor knows exactly his hibernation spot. Yet, the Darken faction's members hadn't yet dealt with him. It wasn't because they didn't want to, but because it was simply impossible. That's because Fenrir's hibernation protocol made it possible for him to release a chilly air around him every single second for eternity as long as he remains asleep. That chilly air turns into ice and stack on his body over and over again in every second that passes by. Jormungandr had been told that the battle between Fenrir and the Darken faction members occurred millions of years ago, give or take. This implied that Fenrir had been in hibernation for that entire duration, and his protocol was still active to this day, stacking more ice on his body. Lady Sphinx had even shown him a picture of Fenrir's current location, and how did it turn out be? At that point, Jormungandr didn't know how to react, as the sight was shocking even to him. Who could blame him? The image showed an icy blue sphere that was hundreds of times bigger than the sun. How could the Darken faction members do anything to it now when they failed to break it apart during their first fight with Fenrir? That's why pissing off the primogenitors and ruining their mentality was the only thing that would actually affect and harm them. Didn't most primogenitors decided to off themselves due to depression? Emotions could be a deadly weapon, and currently, it was Jormungandr's only weapon. As for the wielder, it was naturally Felix, who was currently humming a song while taking a shower. Verver. Abruptly, Lady Sphinx's bracelet started vibrating. Upon seeing who was the sender, she informed the Jormungandr, "I guess you were right. They really didn't want you to rip them apart after such an overwhelming defeat." "I know them the best," Jormungandr sneered. "This is just a single defeat. There are more to come, and they can't avoid me forever." "Hee. You boys, do you?" Lady Sphinx giggled with a happy expression like a teenage girl and said, "I got what I wanted from them. Make sure it's not a counterfeit when you receive it," Jormungandr advised. "Since I am included, you never know what kind of shenanigans they will pull off." "Pull one on me?" Lady Sphinx gave him a look meant for morons and said, "You think they could fool my truth eyes?" Upon hearing so, Jormungandr coughed to hide his embarrassment, as he didn't account for her busted eyes that see only the truth and nothing but the truth. "How many did you collect so far?" Jormungandr said, trying to change the subject. "Hee. I have 37 pieces now," Lady Sphinx said with a proud tone. "So many?" Jormungandr raised his eyebrows in surprise and said, "I don't know how much you spent to get them from other primogenitors, but I wish you good luck to collect them all 197 pieces. I have all the time in the universe to unveil another secret," Lady Sphinx said in anticipation while eyeing a holographic image of a square brown rock that had 5 inscribed lines. The inscriptions appeared exactly like the ones etched on Felix's body. "The blood maniacal monolith," Jormungandr murmured while glancing at the inscriptions on it. "Hee. I hope others dare to bet their own monoliths as well." Lady Sphinx smiled widely and said, "I can't wait to take all the missing monoliths from those fogies' hands." Seeing her behave high on a kit, Jormungandr could only keep his mouth shut about her obsession with them. They weren't called maniacal monolith by them for no reason. It takes one with immense patience and extreme obsession to gather all the pieces in one place. Lady Sphinx had gathered only 37 after billions of years. There were still 160 either in the hands of the primogenitors or hadn't been found yet. Only someone who seeks knowledge with great passion and discovering the secrets of the universe had the chance to gather them all. What do they do individually? Absolutely nothing. What would happen if they were gathered together? No one knows. The only thing that was known to the primogenitors was that it was due to those monoliths were they able to learn the meaning of some of the inscribed words on their bodies. The inscriptions that were responsible for giving them their unequal gifts. That's why some primogenitors absolutely refused to give away their element-related monolith after finding them by chance or trading with another primogenitor who owned their monoliths. Some even firmly believed that those monoliths were the source of their creation. Manananggal was one of them. If it wasn't for him underestimating Felix and overestimating his champion, he wouldn't have dared to accept having his monolith as the wager. Alas, he got baited pretty hard by the wager placed from those two. Lady Sphinx offered one separated dimension that was filled with chaotic energies and undiscovered entrance to the Void Realm, where the void creatures are born and sent to the matter universe. Jormungandr didn't bet anything since he had already given most of the information. He knows about some marvelous treasures to Lady Sphinx, so she could bet in his stand. "Wanna check my collection?" Lady Sphinx invited with brightened eyes. "Would it make it any difference if I rejected?" "No. Sigh, take me to it." While those two were on their way to Lady Sphinx's monoliths collection, Felix had just finished showering in the real world and went to sit in his bedroom. "Queen, please open up my earnings list and my profile interface," Felix requested while drying his hair with a towel. Winning wish. Total streaming revenue, 1% 30 billion SC, with taxes. Unique title, The Big League Player. Game points collected solo, 12,800 GP. Game points are a bit short than expected. Felix scratched his cheek. It seems like Blood Merchant's keys didn't get turned into points. Although he felt slightly cheated by this, he decided to not let it ruin his mood and focus on the streaming revenue. "At least I earned a good revenue," Felix said with a satisfied tone. 30 billion SC from one game was beyond satisfactory as it could set anyone for life. Felix knew that he only earned this much was because the viewership wasn't at its highest. Just because he had played a universal game didn't mean that he would earn 1 trillion in his first game. After all, going universal also meant that the number of games happening at once would explode, making the viewers get split up. Though, he knew that as long as he continued winning and gaining support from the human race, the next games would be beyond profitable since the humans' population was astronomical. If only 1% decided to watch his upcoming games by paying the stream fees and chose to support him by picking him as their reason for watching the game, the amount gained would make any player die from envy. Good thing my public image is not atrocious anymore. Felix chuckled and swiped his finger away at the hologram, leaving only his profile interface. Name of the participant: Unpaid Landlord _6996. Age: unknown. Address: unknown. Integration level: unknown. SG platform: Universal Individual Supremacy Games. Rank: Low Tier Gold. Games played 007. Wins: 007. Loss: 000. Win streak: 007. Click to obtain rewards. Loss streak: 000. Eliminations: 050. Felix ignored his rank that had been dropped to low tier and clicked on the shimmering win streak button. He already knew that he would be placed in a low tier when he enters the universal platform. Now the real climb to supremacy would begin. A split second later. 1 tier advancement coupon. Allow the user to jump a tier in any rank. You can't skip promotion games. 1 use/365 days before expiring. 2 World Announcement Coupon. Allow the user to send a message into the sky, visible throughout the entire game world. 1 use/365 days before expiring. 3 Second Spin Coupon. Allow the user to spin the wheel 2 times. 1 use/365 days before expiring. 4 Prize Pool 30% Discount Coupon. Allow the user to purchase 3 items from the prize pool at a 30% discount. 1 use/365 days before expiring. 5 Winning Streak Saver Coupon. Allow the user to avoid losing their win streak after losing a game. 1 use/365 days before expiring. Oh, that's a good catch. Felix raised his eyebrows in surprise after seeing the 5th coupon. He knew that coupons were also split up into the common and rare ones. Examples of common coupons would be the World Announcement Coupon, Audience Discount Coupon, One-Tier Advancement, etc. As for rare coupons, they had a large impact on the player, just like the rank skip coupon that he used in his silver game. Winning Streak Saver coupon was a godly sent gift that wouldn't just save Felix's streak when he gets fucked in a game, but also allow him to continue getting 5 coupons after each win added to his streak. 5 coupons per win were the limit. Good. Good. Queen, please open up my coupon inventory, Felix requested. It was truly worthy to be called an inventory as it was packed with tens of unused coupons. Any player who sees Felix's collection would jump on Felix and beat him up for not taking advantage of them. It wasn't that Felix didn't want to use them, but the SG Human branch was just, well, too weak to bother using one. But now that he was an actual big league player, this was going to be changed. To secure my next win and get the most of it, I should use format pick coupon plus double game points plus second spin wheel if the game wasn't friendly to my abilities. Felix kept dragging a coupon after another to the side while continuing to speak. Lastly, I should use double triple tier skip at once since I will be fighting with either peak gold or platinum players. It might seem foolish to skip tiers, but Felix understood that as long as he continues winning, he would always be placed against players that were 3 or 4 tiers higher than him to break his winning streak and balance the matchmaking. After all, if he was winning constantly, it only meant that his strength was high above his peers and he needed to be placed against those that could actually make it difficult to win more games. By skipping those tiers, Felix would be earning wishes that had higher limit caps. So, it's a win for him. I have 4 wishes in my possession now, and I think it's time to use 2 of them to gain access to 2 layers of data in the network. Felix considered. He always wanted to use his wishes to gain the privilege of scrolling through some of the blocked information from the public. If he had this access, he would have a much easier time finding knowledge about items, history, ruins, data about players, and more. Only now did he think it was the right time to go for it, since he would still have 2 more wishes for emergencies. Wishes should never be used for items or coins unless it was necessary. The true value those wishes had was for situations like those. Queen, I am still in the 10th layer, correct? Felix wondered. No, you have entered the 8th layer automatically when you joined the Champions Games. Queen informed. Why no one ever told me about this? Felix said speechlessly. You didn't ask. You didn't ask. Both the Queen and the primogenitors said at the same time, making his eyelids twitch in vexation. Cough, if I used 2 wishes, what access would I reach? None. Queen dashed his hopes. Your wishes aren't high enough to unlock an entire layer. They could utmostly unlock knowledge branches in that layer. I guess it's because I am already down 2 layers. Felix thought, whatever. Queen, please unlock information about natural treasures and USIG player database. Are you certain? Yes. Tiering. A holographic notification popped up in front of Felix, congratulating him for his successful access to that hidden information. Without further ado, Felix went to the network and typed auctions that are renewed for selling high-end natural treasures. Instantly, a long list of names had unfolded itself before Felix, making him grin slightly in happiness. When he searched this exact question months ago, he legit got either rubbish or auctions that were known for selling only grade B natural treasures in the Milky Way galaxy. But now, he could see that some of those establishments were situated in other galaxies and their display catalog was filled with nothing but grade A natural treasures that were sold at 40 billion SC+. Damn. They sure are ripping off people. Felix's happiness was short-lived after double-checking on those numbers and comparing them with what Lady Sphinx had sold him the precious natural treasures. Everything is triple the market price. TSK. I would be a fool to spend my money in their establishments. Felix waved his hand at the hologram, sending it away from his face. Though he wasn't pleased by the prices, he did understand that when he seeks natural treasures, not all of them were going to be from the 4 elements that he had an affinity to. Hence, he would need to get disposed of them. The best way was naturally selling them in those auctions at those exorbitant prices or trade with another interested party. Exploring, he Aren't you a cute one? Asna snorted. If you don't want to get killed or kidnapped, you better keep your ass in the campus. I know. Felix sighed in dejection after being reminded of his current shitty situation. Although he was safe in here, he truly felt like he was imprisoned on the campus since there were literally billions of eyes at him, waiting patiently for him to make a single mistake. Then pounce. It was already risky enough to leave the campus and head to Lady Sphinx's castle. Don't even mention leaving the planet and going off on an adventure. I guess I need to send Malik or Eric and also get other loyal subordinates to do my explorations for me. Felix laid on his bed and looked at the ceiling with a constipated expression. I will need to pay again billions to get worthy and loyal subordinates plus gear them up with spaceships, equipment, artifacts, exploration gadgets, and more stuff to facilitate their journey. Aha! I have 98 billion SC in my bank, but I still feel poor. Felix rubbed his eyebrows in weariness and murmured, let's check on those two first and see how far did they reach in their integration. Hopefully, it's close to peak 5th stage. Without further ado, Felix dialed Malik and waited few seconds. Cluck. Hello, Sir Felix. Malik answered with a respectful tone. Unlike the first time when they met, she had been completely bought out by Felix and now had a massive amount of respect, loyalty, and trust. After all, months had gone by and in them, she read and saw what Felix was all about. Is that the boss? Let me talk to him. Eric's energetic voice resounded from the other side. Back off. Stop shoving my face. I just want to say hi. Is that my bastard grandson? Robert's annoyed voice interjected in the call as well. Upon noticing that all of them were grouped up, Felix chuckled and requested. Malik put the call on speaker. Obeying his orders, Malik did so and Eric immediately shouted in excitement. Fucking hell, boss. You killed it in the game. It was all right, Felix said, knowing that he indeed didn't play it too perfectly. In his eyes, the moment he wins a game without relying on Asna's energy, that's when he would truly be proud of his wins. What has gotten into you to be humble? Robert said with a doubtful tone. You rascal took everyone by surprise with your poison manipulation, lightning element, and freakish strength. I thought you will be over the moon. I have matured, Gramps, Felix said with a solemn tone, making Asna and the primogenitors roll their eyes at him. Matured? Heh, I will be a fool to belie. TSK? Who is calling me now? Let's catch up later, son. Got work to do, Robert said one last time before saying his goodbyes rushly and logging back in the UVR. He was a busy man with a company and a pizzeria restaurant chain that turned to be successful in the Alexander Kingdom's UVR territory. Since he knew that Felix wasn't going to answer his questions about the things he saw in his promotion game, Robert didn't bother wasting time mentioning the matter. He knew that some secrets best remain secrets. Alas, Eric wasn't that wise to feel the same as he didn't hesitate to ask in excitement. Boss, how did you get poison manipulation? Do I have a chance to get a wind manipulation as well? Smack. Malik didn't hesitate to smack him in his head while scolding him. Stop making it difficult for him. It's obvious that it was done by the Phantom Organization, and he is bound by contract to not speak about those matters. Sorry, got heated. Eric apologized with a foolish tone while rubbing his reddened baldy scalp. Don't mind it, Felix said calmly. I called you to check on your integration and also to deliver some good news. Oh, Malik raised an eyebrow in intrigue and informed. Well, I am currently at peak 5th stage of replacement. I have reached it a month ago and stopped just like you asked us. Same, Eric said. That's good. Felix nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he smiled, asked them, what do you think about using a mythical bloodline as your tier 7? Malik and Eric stiffened immediately after hearing so. Only their eyeballs managed to move slightly to glance at their partner, wanting to double-check if they heard him right. When they saw each other's reaction, they knew that he truly mentioned the term mythical bloodline. Boss, you aren't messing with us, right? Right? Eric stuttered as he spoke. Those bloodlines are sought after by every bloodliner in the galaxy. Some famous and rich players even posted on their social media account that they are willing to buy one for 60 billion SC. Even Malik, who was known for being serious and composed, reacted excessively. Who could blame her? Obtaining a mythical bloodline was currently the dream for every bloodliner. Well, the secondary dream after Felix had just shown to everyone that humans were capable of using elemental manipulation. All right, don't ask me. I am just delivering news from the higher-ups in my organization. Felix lied through his teeth calmly. They wanted to add some members for Ancient Ruins explorations, and I recommended both of you to be part of it. If you agreed, you will officially be part of the organization and rewarded mythical bloodline for each of you. For real? They really agreed? Both Malik and Eric were left astonished and also feverish by the news. They always wanted to be part of the organization after seeing all the great things it did to Felix. From his eyes, mythical bloodlines, elemental manipulation, and more. They wanted them to have them as well, but it didn't feel right to ask Felix outright to recommend them since he was their superior with a strict contract on them. By joining another organization, the contract terms might conflict with the one signed with Felix. For example, the organization might need them to keep everything they hear or see a secret. But Felix's contract with them forces them to spill out any information he wanted from them. This conflict in terms will get discovered by the Queen early on and deny them from signing the organization's contract even if they wanted. If only they knew that Felix was the organization, they wouldn't be having those thoughts. Too bad. Felix had no intentions of disclosing to anyone that the organization was a sham lest he gets himself shot in the foot. Even to Malik and Eric, who had a strict contract signed between them. By making the organization take charge in those matters, it would also be much easier to pin up anything bad that might happen on it. So, you down to explore ruins? Felix asked with a solemn tone. It's not going to be easy at all, as you would be dealing with pirates, enemies of the organization, my enemies, competitors who lucked out on the ruins, and most importantly, the serious dangers inside the ruins themselves. While Malik's expression got grim instantly after hearing so, Eric's enthusiasm didn't get affected even slightly. Upon seeing him showing no respect to the dangers of the universe, Malik slapped him in the back of his head, making him wince in pain. Your happy-go-lucky attitude isn't going to work in the universe. My crew got killed and the rest enslaved by pirates who intercepted us when we reached the ruins. That happened while we had our guards fully up. She closed her eyes, not wanting to remember that hellish experience that she had gone through. Separation from family, dead friends and clanmates, and most importantly, ending up a slave. All of this happened due to Ruins exploration going wrong. At least she didn't receive the same treatment as Felix. The organization knows that Ruins explorations aren't a joke. Felix said calmly, that's why they are going to give you the mythical bloodlines first to help you reach 75%. Even though it's just 75%, you will be more powerful than peak 6th-stage bloodliners. Haha, even if it's just 50%, I am willing to go for it. Eric beamed. The more reasonable Malik had to ask with a frown. Why 75% exactly? Is it because we will need 2 bottles? Yes, the organization can't be giving you each 2 bottles since they aren't mass manufactured yet. Felix continued his bullshitting casually. In reality, he didn't trust them enough to bring them inside the primogenitor's world by making them reach 99% and awake them. Plus, he also didn't dare go for it since he had no idea how will the Rock and Phoenix react after they get awakened. For the Rock, there might something to be done since Jormungandr was his close friend. But for Phoenix? That's a whole different matter. Who knows if she would flip at Malik and him after waking her from her long slumber. After all, she was still alive and happily asleep above a random star in the infinite cosmos. So even for Malik and Eric, going above 75% was too risky. A heads up, if you picked this route, you may not ever have a chance to enter the Origin realm. Felix inquired, Are you okay with that? Both of them shrugged their shoulders at once and said, No problem whatsoever. Their reaction didn't weird out Felix at all, as he understood that Origin realm wasn't accessible to anyone who reached peak 6th stage. There were many requirements and they needed to be met perfectly. Otherwise, only death awaits anyone who goes for it. Now that we settled this, I will email you the organization's modified contract. Felix bragged shamelessly. I have pulled some strings to modify it to fit our situation better. Asna and the primogenitors had already heard enough bullshit for today to react anymore. Thank you, boss. We won't embarrass you. I know that Malik won't, but you? Highly doubtful, Felix said, chuckling. Eric could only rub his nose with an abashed expression, knowing that he would probably cause trouble. Sir Felix, how about Elder Robert? Malik asked with a worried tone. We have managed to fend off multiple attempts on him, and I doubt that they will decrease after your enemies realize our absence. Felix nodded his head in acknowledgement and said, That's why I need you to hire many strong servants. 2 of them for his protection, and the others will accompany you as your squadmates in your explorations. I see. Malik, I want you to take care of this today. Felix said, I will be sending you the capital. Make sure to choose well. I will check on them later. I will get it done, Malik said with a solemn tone. How about me, boss? Eric complained. I am getting bored here doing nothing but hearing Elder Robert complain about the UVR's tough food market. Well, I do need help to buy those Tier 5 bloodlines. I can't waste half a day running from a store to another. Felix pondered for a second before nodding his head. You don't mind doing anything? Anything as long as it's fun. All right, after you sign the organization contract, I will let them know that you don't mind being an errand boy, Felix said. Errand boy, Eric repeated with a stunned expression, feeling like he just got cheated. Think it through. Felix looked at the hour and said, I will leave you guys now. You can expect the email to arrive in an hour or 2. After he heard their goodbyes, he hung up and started on the contract draft right away. End it quick, so we can restart the training from where we left, Jormungandr scolded. Your use of poison manipulation is an embarrassment. You didn't say that when I made a creation of you from poison. Felix mumbled to himself. Did I hear something? Jormungandr narrowed his eyes at Felix, giving him the special death stare that never fails to send chills down Felix's spine. Cough, nothing. That's what I thought. Get off his back. Lady Sphinx scolded Jormungandr, managing to warm Felix's heart. Alas, she soon chilled it with a threat. Final exams are in 20 days, and you better make it to the top 3 in the first semester, lest you end up in my lab again. I have yet to even take my nap. Felix's got a bit teary after remembering the final exams and other things he still needs to take off. He barely had a chance to take a breather after the game. The 3 months of hibernation truly screwed him over since he had skipped many classes about potions that would be in the final exams. If it wasn't for his photographic memory, saving him from the mountain of book texts, he would be left without tears. I should call Naima and the girls to help me find ways to increase my staggered elimination rate. Felix made a decision to rely on his girlfriends since he knew that would save him a lot of time than doing it all alone. Without further ado, he called Naima while continuing to write down an actual contract for his organization. He realized that it might come in handy to scam, to invite others into joining it. The conversation started unfavorably for Felix due to the multiple calls and messages he missed from the girls. But he came in with the clutch and saved the day with some sweet words that got him in the final exam study group. However, since the girls were so far ahead in their preparation, Naima and Carrie decided to add an hour to teach Felix some of the things he missed. Thank you, ladies. I will buy you drinks after exams. You better. Felix hung up the phone after saying his goodbyes and continued working on the contract draft in silence. In 30 minutes, he finished it and emailed it to his subordinates plus the capitals to run the errands he gave them. Not a second later, the Queen informed him, Eric Bogus have signed the Phantom Organization contract. God damn it! When will he learn to read contracts? Felix face-bombed the moment he heard so. He always knew that Eric was too naive for his own good due to his background, but he thought that by spending time with the mature Malik, he might learn to keep his guard up or at least to read a goddamn contract once. Whatever, Malik would be leading the expeditions. Felix sighed in weariness and dropped the matter at once, knowing that he had no time to spend on anyone but himself. Let's buy some goodies from the prize pool before the training begin. Felix swiftly opened up the prize pool list and scrolled down to the most expensive items. Naturally, they were quality real artifacts from the dwarf race. Unlike in the SG human branch, there were tens of artifacts for everyone in the game to grab. Felix spent all of his points on buying them in bulks. Then, he closed the prize pool window and went to check when will the next gathering be held in the Ivy League city. In 26 days? Good. I will pay it a visit after the exams and sell those artifacts. Felix decided with a pleased smile. He ought to feel pleased since the artifacts that he bought were definitely going to be profitable. After all, there was a severe shortage of artifacts in the galaxy. Elder, I am ready. When he was done, Felix closed his eyes, preparing to log in. Jormungandr quickly knocked his king while the game was still on and said hastily, "Let's start with your atrocious external manipulation and move back to some internal technique." Asna, who realized late that she got screwed over, yelled after Jormungandr, "Come back here and lose!" Alas, Jormungandr had already teleported to his bedroom and logged in to the UVR. Then, he sent Felix a new link to his UVR's room and waited for him. The room was gigantic as it had a far-reaching ceiling that was almost invisible and walls stretching tens of kilometers. There were many environmental areas, spanning from mountain chains, forests, deserts, swamps, snowy heights, and naturally, also a pure area for training machines and measurements. God knows how many coins he spent to turn his room into a world of its own. Honestly, when you have someone as rich as Lady Sphinx caring for you, this is nothing. A moment later, Felix's body got constructed right beside Jormungandr, who was standing in the machinery area. "Come here." Jormungandr gestured at Felix while wearing a long-sleeved black robe that matched well with his purplish hair and green-scaled skin. When Felix stood next to him, he got hit in the head with a knuckle unexpectedly, making him wince with wronged expression. "Don't make another imitation of me in the games again or anyone's imitation if you can't yet control your poison externally," Jormungandr scolded. "You have been overexerting your mental energy to control so many things at once. That's a massive mistake since you leave your mind defenseless from mental attacks." "I know." Felix rubbed his scalp and said, "That was the first and last time I am doing such a thing. I only went for it since I have enough energy and knows that Blood Merchant didn't have mental affecting abilities. No creation for me?" Upon hearing so, Lady Sphinx got disgruntled at once, but she didn't interrupt their conversation. "Good. Now continue from where you left the last time," Jormungandr said. Felix nodded his head and snapped his finger, getting himself teleported to one of the many swamps in the room. Unlike most earthling swamps, this one had a purplish miasma in the air, thick enough it resembled a fog. The shallow water was dark green and continues to spew nasty bubbles in the air that would make anyone faint from the smell only. However, Felix didn't show a single ounce of distaste by being in this horrendous environment. Instead, he felt like he was at his home as the odor of the water smelt heavenly while the purplish miasma tasted as sweet as sugar. Felix entered the swamp and sat in a meditation position on the shallow water, leaving only his head exposed. Bubbles exploded near him, hitting his face with acidic drops, but they merely slid on his cheeks and returned to the swamp. He closed his eyes and felt like he was on top of the world as the water and the atmosphere were warm and mellow. Feel the poison around you, understand what is poison and why poison is poison and not something else. Be poison and nothing but poison. Only then can you increase your affinity with poison beyond the limits. Jormungandr's voice kept echoing in the swamp, making Felix drown in his soothing voice and atmosphere. They had done this sort of exercise for 2 weeks the moment Felix had finished the minimum requirement to start learning about external manipulation. Based on Jormungandr's lessons, external manipulation would allow Felix to control any sort of poisons around him by mere feeling. Not mental energy or elemental energy. Just pure feeling and connection with the element would make it possible. This was harder than it seems since that connection couldn't be given or taught. Even the Jormungandr had no way to fasten Felix's progress by feeding him something. He could only give Felix some tips that helped him in his younger days to master external manipulation. This current practice was his own method to enhance the connection or the affinity he had with the element. After all, he might have been given perfect elemental manipulation, but he had to learn everything on his own from the beginning. Your so-called 100% affinity rating might appear amazing in your race standards, but in the primogenitor standards, that was the minimum requirement to have any type of manipulation. Jormungandr continued speaking with his southing voice. That's why it could be enhanced externally. However, the real affinity is the one that can be enhanced only with personal efforts to make a connection with your element. Felix neither replied nor showed a reaction. He simply absorbed his knowledge while continuing to create a bridge with poison element around him. In those weeks where he tried this exercise, he had yet to find much success. The only reason he could somewhat use external manipulation in the game before was due to his 100% affinity. As long as he didn't create a connection, he would never move forward in his manipulation. If you managed to reach a high level of connection, it wouldn't be difficult to be the element itself. Jormungandr tempted. Don't you want to morph yourself into a mist of poison? Don't you want to morph yourself into a lightning bolt and travel through the clouds? All of this could be done if you simply worked hard enough. Damn it, old snake, Asna chided in irritation. How can he focus on feeling poison with your constant blabbering in his ears? Geez, what do you know? Jormungandr criticized. I am speaking with the voice of poison. I am making it easier for him. Ha! That's why he has improved amazingly. Your voice is sure poisonous, all right? Asna said sarcastically. You little. Jormungandr's soothing voice was no more as he yelled sternly. You have been lacking manners lately. Manners? Heh. I am not the one who left through mid-chess game after realizing that it's doomed. Asna fired shots without care, making Lady Sphinx chuckle while flipping a page from a new book. Just as the Jormungandr wanted to retort, he took a deep breath and calmed himself up, not wanting to enter one of Asna's famous bickering traps amidst Felix's training. I will deal with you later, Jormungandr said sternly and focused on Felix, who seemed like he had entered his own world as he didn't even flinch from their bickering. Did he enter the zone? Jormungandr raised an eyebrow in surprise. He might see the poison particles around him now. Asna also stopped speaking at once upon seeing Felix's condition. All three of them knew that the zone state was a condition that couldn't be accessed manually but only by chance. It could happen to anyone, from commoners to the strongest in the entire universe. From an athlete to a professional SG player and finally to a potioneer. Felix was currently disconnected from the world, having his eyes closed shut while his mind in a completely different place. Although his eyes were closed tightly, he could see green energy particles swimming past his vision. The feeling was inconceivable, like those particles were always there, but he never noticed them before. They were extremely bright, probably due to their large numbers. However, just as he wanted to dive deeper into this world, the bright lights dimmed and the show was concluded against his will. Only darkness left behind, making him open his eyes with a dejected expression. Is this related to talent or something? Felix was ought to feel doubtful, as he had spent weeks doing the same exercise, yet the only positive result he got was this one. He didn't know if he should even call positive results since he didn't benefit from it at all. Don't think like that, lad, Jormungandr comforted. It is meant to be hard for you since your race has no relation to poison inherently, like the serpent species, spiders, scorpions, etc. I see. Felix nodded, feeling a bit better about himself. He was always pressured that his unsatisfactory results would disappoint Jormungandr since he was using his poison manipulation. But it turned out that it wasn't him who was trash but all races or species without inherited relation to poison. Should I try again? Felix wondered. Yes, keep doing it for 3 hours, Jormungandr said. Then, you are free to choose if you want to train internal manipulation or close combat practice against me. Felix nodded his head and closed his eyes again. Then he relaxed his shoulders and drifted in this warm atmosphere. While Felix was feeling like he was on a hot spring, the news of his promotion game had already spread not only galaxy-wide but also universal-wide. After all, the things he displayed in the game made him appear more like a new race that resembled humans than humans themselves, who were recognized for being weak. While the media in other galaxies wrote a few articles about him for those interested, the media in the Milky Way galaxy went absolutely bonkers. The articles they kept releasing were grander than the last one, turning Felix into some sort of a hero that was sent to bring their race some honor in the universal scene. No media was flaming him or dared to do so when most people in the galaxy were as high as kite, watching Felix brutalize a player after another in his promotion game. Naturally, there were a lot of questions about his poison manipulation, fourth lightning affinity, and lastly his enhanced strength. No matter how they discussed those subjects, the answer always comes back to the Phantom Organization. Felix had muted his email inbox right after the game was concluded because he knew that a lot of backgrounds would be sending invitations to parties, meetings, weddings, and any social gathering to bring him close and question him. He was certain that one or a couple of Origin Realm bloodliners would be on the guest list with him. Felix wasn't ready to deal with any one of them since he knew that those old monsters had enough strength to slap him to death. The difference between peak 6th stage bloodliner and Origin Realm was unfathomable. If it wasn't for some humans would have never made it to Platinum or Diamond in the UISG. Did he reply yet? The Grand Elder has woke up from his slumber just for this. The Maganda chief asked with a rushed tone while pacing around Princess Bird who was staring at her inbox. "Stop moving around me. You making me dizzy." Princess Bird gave her father an annoyed look and said, "And I doubt he will reply to any of us after he sees how mad the outside world is." Ah, I shouldn't have awakened the elder and filled him with the situation so soon. The chief sat on the side of the bed and sighed in frustration. He thought that either Felix or the organization would respond to them since they were allies on paper, but he didn't receive a single reply for hours now. That was freaking him out since he knew that the Grand Elder valued time more than anything in the universe. Making him wait for even a minute could cause him to lose a limb. Alas, minutes went by then hours. Felix didn't magically reply to him since he was still chilling in the swamp, trying his best to establish a connection with his element. Chief Maganda could only stare at the ceiling of his daughter's room with a deadpan expression and cold sweat covering his entire body. I am going to get killed if I met him without information. Soon, he looked down and spotted Alicia playing with her feet in the air while reading the latest news about Felix in the forums. An idea came up to him. Alicia. Yes. Don't you want to see your great-granduncle? You were born while he was still asleep, he asked with a hopeful tone. Nope. Alicia replied bluntly while writing a comment, bashing on someone who praised Felix. You are still coming with me either way. Chief caught her by the waist and affixed her on his shoulder against her will. Put me down. Alicia threw a tantrum immediately. I will tell Mom about this. The Maganda chief ignored her threats and the servant's weird looks as he walked towards the elevator. What are you staring at me for? Alicia growled. Go call the security. I am being kidnapped by an imposter. Alas, no one bothered to address her shenanigans. An interaction like this was already happening on a weekly basis. Oh, Father, what are you up to again? Suddenly, a pleasant voice resounded from above, making Maganda Chief and Alicia glance upward. What came in their view was a mesmerizing long-legged tanned girl, who had her hair caramel brown hair made into a short ponytail. She was wearing shorts and a tight-fitted blue t-shirt. Big sis Les, save me. He is taking me to the Grand Elder. Alicia immediately beseeched. The moment everyone heard that name, they lowered their heads and scattered like a bunch of cockroaches that got exposed under an oven. Les was the fastest of them. Looking at her escaping back, Princess Bird could only cry out loud, You traitor! A few minutes later, deep under the royal tree where nothing could be seen beside giant roots and dirt, Maganda Chief had reached the door of a room that was made inside one of the many roots. The tunnel leading to it was well brightened and unguarded. The chief pushed it slowly while speaking with a respectful tone. Grand Elder, I have arrived. Upon receiving no response from the other side, Maganda Chief and Princess Bird gulped a mouthful at the same time in nervousness. After a couple of seconds, Princess Bird whispered, Let's leave. He must have returned to sleep after you kept him wait. Before she could finish, Maganda Chief hastily closed her mouth and shushed her with sweat dripping down his forehead. Just as he wanted to scold her, A deep jarring voice resounded in his ears akin to a thunderclap. "It's been 1 hour and 12 minutes and 37 seconds since you left. To keep me waiting this long, you better have something good to offer." Maganda Chief's hands trembled slightly, making Princess Bird realize that her father sincerely feared the Grand Elder. She had never seen him before, but she heard rumors from her bigger sisters who met with him years ago. Based on their words, he is older than the royal tree itself, which stood the test of time for eons and eons. But unlike the immortal royal tree, he had already reached the end of his longevity 100 years ago. Currently, he was merely slowing down his death by entering long slumbers. So, he was always a bit on edge when it came to time. "Elder, I have tried to contact him and his organization tens of times to no avail," Chief admitted. "I asked other members of my alliance and they informed me that he didn't respond to their calls either." Silence. In this godforsaken area where the light of the sun never reaches, such silence could be dreadful and spooky. "Dad, is he mad?" Princess Bird asked telepathically. "No," Chief said with a bitter smile. "He is livid." "I do." Before Princess Bird could reply, her face was suddenly dyed red, making her stiffen in her place. Only her eyeballs managed to turn around and glance at her father, who was standing still with a single arm left. The other? It was nowhere to be seen. "Wake me up only when you set a meeting with him." The same jarring voice sounded this time distant and low like it was sent from a hole. Then, the door closed by itself, leaving the bloodied chief and the stunned Princess Bird by themselves. Dad, are you okay?" Princess Bird hastily asked with a worried tone while beaming rejuvenation potions clumsily. "Hee, I got quite lucky." Instead of feeling pain by losing a limb, Maganda Chief simply chuckled while closing the wound forcefully with his mental control. He truly believed that he got off lightly as he was expecting both limbs to be lost after making such a blunder. "Bringing you here was really the right move." Maganda Chief patted the dumbfounded Princess Bird and started walking from where he came from, not caring in the slightest about his missing limb. Meanwhile, Zoja and Barry had it slightly better than him since their Origin Realm bloodliners weren't that old to feel antsy about every second wasted. Though Gabrielle almost ended up in the same situation due to his great-grandfather being close to kicking the bucket. Felix's untimely disconnection truly created a mess for them, but they could only blame themselves for informing their elders about everything the moment the game ended. But their rush was justifiable as they knew that not only their elders were interested in Felix but every Origin Realm bloodliner alive in the galaxy. Their sources had told them that many sleeping giants had been awakened by the news. This meant that the vultures had been just upgraded, making it even more impossible for Felix to leave the Witch Empire and head for adventures. 2 hours later, Felix had finished his external manipulation training and now was practicing his close combat against Jormungandr, who was fighting him with a single hand. The practice was purely about martial arts and techniques without elemental abilities. Hence, Felix kept receiving a beatdown after another without making Jormungandr move even a step away. By the time he was done, the evening had already arrived. Felix excused himself and teleported back to his house in Vamdarom. He changed to decent clothes and sent a message to Naima, asking her if everyone was gathered in her room yet. Upon receiving approval, Felix used her room's link to teleport. Felix's body got reconstructed right next to a comfy couch that was taken by Carrie and Naomi. Meanwhile, Naima and a couple more witches were seated on other couches around a square-shaped glass table. The moment Felix opened his eyes, he smiled faintly and greeted, "Good evening, ladies. Felix, you finally showed up after 3 months. It's been such a long time since we saw you." The girls sure were surprised by his sudden appearance, making him realize that Naima probably didn't inform him about his participation. One by one, they stood up and went to give him a quick hug as it had been 3 months and almost 2 weeks since they saw him. "Sorry, Teacher Delilia was stricter than I expected, as she didn't allow me to enter UVR for long." Felix concocted a bullshit excuse to save himself from getting grilled on why he ignored their calls or meetings in the past 3 months. "Aha! I hope you learned something at least," Naomi said with a cute smile. "If you are still having difficulty with some lessons, just point it out. That's why I am here." Felix sighed. Teacher Delilia didn't teach me the materials that will be in the final exams. The girls raised their eyebrows in surprise and exclaimed, "You can't be serious?" Felix extended his hands helplessly and said, "I need to practice all potions that we have been taught if I want to pass the exams." "What about the theoretical?" Carrie asked with a worried tone. "There are tens of books that you must read in less than 20 days. Felix waved his hand. "I have that settled. I don't know how you did it, but if it's practical exams, those 20 days are more than enough to practice them enough to secure a C+. Carrie sighed in relief and said, "It's not high, but you won't fail. C+? I will probably get killed if I showed Lady Sphinx such a garbage mark." Felix's eyelids twitched after hearing so. Lady Sphinx nodded her head in agreement without lifting her head from her book. Felix sat on a chair and said, "You girls carry on your preparation. I will be studying on my own until you finish." Naima and the rest nodded their heads and continued their preparation from where they left it. Although they wanted to help out Felix, it didn't mean that they would put him as a priority and ignore their own marks. Every witch in the Royal Academy had been in the top 10 of her elementary school. This meant they were competitive as hell, and they wouldn't accept any less than being in the top 10. Naima and the rest of Felix's classmates were all aiming not just to be in the top 10 of their class but in the entire semester, overtopping hundreds of witches. They knew that wasn't going to be easy at all. Hell, it would be on the border of impossibility since, in a such heated and tight-knotted competition, a tiny mistake could drop a witch straight from top 10 to top 50. Felix was trying to clutch the top 3 in this competition with multiple disadvantages that he possessed. It just didn't seem doable. 20 days, 6 potions, 80% elimination rate. Felix thought with a frown. My memory could help me with the recipe and steps, but nothing could help me reach a 95% plus elimination rate in those 20 days. That's truly the only dilemma that was stopping him from getting to the top. If I used the usual methods, I will probably improve my mental control only slightly in those 20 days. That isn't even close. I need to find another way. Felix contemplated while listening to the girls chatter as they observed Naima. She was concocting a potion with prepared materials. Beside her was a screen that was showing the microscopic world and the creepy-looking microorganisms getting turned into ash by an orange wave that passed on them like a tide. With a flip here and there, Naima had finished killing 95% of the microorganisms before the materials had melted off completely. Instead of continuing the concoction, Naima waved her hand and the cauldron had been gotten rid of. Your innate trait is truly amazing when it comes to dealing with those microorganisms, a witch said with an envious tone. Other witches nodded their heads in agreement as they also wanted to have one just like it. Who could blame them? Naima's innate trait allows her to heat her mental energy on a microscopic level, making it 10 times easier to deal with those microorganisms. In fact, she might be already better than Lara when it comes to this exact part. It's all right. Naima smiled bitterly. It could have been better if it was useful to concoct rank 2 potions. At least it is helpful in your concoction. Yes, I will trade with you any day with mine. Seeing them arguing about their innate traits made Felix pretty depressed. He knew that it was already difficult to deal with the disadvantages that he had. Now, he needs to compete with witches that possess innate traits that were too good for potion concoction. If only I had an innate trait, this exam would have been much. Wait a second. Felix's pupil suddenly enlarged while his breaths quickened at an absurd idea that came up in his mind just now. Somewhat excited and hopeful, Felix interrupted the girls' chatter with a rushed question. May I know what could be used in the exams and what is banned? You mean to help us in the exams? Naima tilted her head in confusion as she inquired. Yes. Well, that's easy. You have potions, substances, asking for help through the queen, accessing the network, using invisible holograms, eating or drinking anything that could help your performance 7 days before the exams, and someone telling you what to do by accessing your consciousness space. I think that's it, Naima said. The girls approved on her list. So anything external is banned? Felix grinned faintly and asked again, how about internal? The girls didn't know where he was going with this but still answered him. Anything internal can be used since it belongs to us, and it's stupid to forbid witches from using their own advantages in the concoction. That's why innate traits are allowed. Thank you, ladies. That's all I wanted to know. Felix stood up and gave them a slight nod and said, "Let's meet later on as I have something important to do right now." Huh? Why? Before Naima could finish, Felix was already gone, leaving the girls to look at each other in bafflement. This moron is going to fail if he keeps wasting time like this, Naima grumbled while crossing her arms. The other witches could only shake their heads at Felix's antics and return to their preparation. They would be happy to help him out study, but they were not going to chase him down and forcefully teach him. While they were thinking that he was messing around, Felix was actually really messing around. He was in his UVR's room, standing before a complete potion-making station. On the table before him was the marmador grass that was used to create the catalyst of the rejuvenation potion. Soon, Felix's white pupil had enlarged to the corners, allowing the emergence of another reversed red triangle pupil. Then, he looked at the grass and zoomed on it with his quantum vision, entering the microscopic world in an instant. After spotting those microorganisms wiggling around, Felix grinned faintly and called in his mind, "Queen, please charge me with electricity." CLZLZLZ. Felix's body immediately transformed into an uncounterable lightning beacon with electrical charges being emitted everywhere. Since he was standing 1 meter away from the table and the grass, the electrical charges didn't touch either of them. However, his eyes were feeding him a completely different image than before. The microorganisms had been slowed down in his eyes just like everything else after his passive lightning-quick reflexes had activated on its own. With a thrilled expression, Felix immediately utilized his mental energy to obliterate all of the microorganisms that were in his line of sight. Tens of thousands of them kept exploding akin to balloons one by one. Felix had ended up finishing an entire side in under 1 second when he usually takes at least 10 seconds to get it done. Without delaying any further, Felix turned the grass to other sides and dealt with the microorganism infections on them as well. In total, he killed more than 97% in under 5 seconds. In a single moment, he had gone from having difficulty eliminating more than 80% in under 30 seconds to obliterating most of those microorganisms in less than 5 seconds. Felix didn't know if he should feel happy at having his dilemma getting fixed so easily or slap the shit out of himself for missing such an obvious solution. Ha ha ha. I might not have innate traits like witches, but I do have my bloodline abilities. Felix laughed loudly while closing off his lightning containers. He truly had his eyes closed the entire time when concocting, as he kept thinking as a witch and what a witch needs to do to concoct potions. He never considered once utilizing his assets to enhance his concoction since they weren't mentioned in his taught lessons. So he was always being swept away with the tide, not stopping for a second to think or test his assets on potion making. For witches, it was as clear as crystal that they needed microscopic vision, extensive knowledge, advanced mental control, and lastly a good innate trait if they had it. Those were the only things they had to concoct potions. But for Felix, he had poison manipulation, lighting abilities, and even more upcoming abilities and manipulations. All of this could be combined in his potion making to create the most efficient system of concoction just for him. Such a slowpoke, and you wonder why I didn't accept you as my student. Lady Sphinx fired shots casually. Cough, fair enough. Felix didn't dare to retort or create excuses to defend himself. He knew that he could totally excuse himself by mentioning that he was constantly busy with training, studying, dealing with business matters, preparing for the games, and more matters that were eating up his focus on a daily basis. The fact that he managed to find out about all of this right after the game concluded only shows that he was truly too stressed to bother with potion making. This opens up many paths for me to concoct potions. Felix rested his chin on his hand and thought out loud. Lightning-quick reflexes make it possible to work 10 times faster than my usual speed. This will help me with rank 2 potions the most since they are the ones that require potioneer to be extremely fast and perspective. He tapped his finger on the table with a frown. Though, as long as I don't find a way to contain lightning within me without relying on my mental control, it will be tough to concoct rank 2 potions. For rank 1 potions, Felix merely needed to eliminate the microorganisms and follow the recipe. By using his lightning-quick reflexes and photographic memory, Felix wasn't feeling any more pressure to concoct them anymore. Even the stress of the exams had been washed away as he knew that 20 days was more than enough to master all the potions that he missed without needing anyone's help. However, for rank 2 potions, that's when things get serious. Alright, let's leave rank 2 potions for later. Felix rubbed his hand with an eager expression. I still haven't tested my poison's effects on those microorganisms. Felix knew that it was a long shot since there wasn't a poison out there that was potent enough to kill those tough microorganisms while at the same time not affecting the sensitive material. But he was willing to attempt it. The first thing he did was choose which inducement would be the best in this situation. After giving it some thoughts, he settled with a less potent version of corrosion. That's because it was one of the only inducements in his possession that could kill and obliterate the remains of the microorganisms. Killing them wasn't enough, they needed to be fully getting rid of for the concoction to turn out alright. Soon, he activated his quantum vision and dove right back to the microscopic world of another material. When he targeted those microorganisms, Felix took deep breaths and imagined a micro version of multiple poisonous needles in his mind. He started by tens and ended up having hundreds of thousands of them swimming in his mind. Without losing focus, Felix channeled his inner poison energy to shape up those micro versions of needles and emerge from his palms. As he ordered, a mass of greenish energy rose from his palms and went on its own to engulf the material. While it appeared ordinary to others, Felix was able to see that the poisonous needles were waging a war against the microorganisms. However, not a single ounce of delight was in his face as he could see that the material was getting hit as well plus corroded. Damn, this is the minimum corrosion amount, yet it still affects those materials negatively. Felix shook his head and snapped his finger, deactivating everything at once. Just as he tried to go for another attempt but with a different inducement, Lady Sphinx stopped him. Don't waste your time. If it was possible to concoct rank 1 potions by relying on destructive elements, everyone would have been doing it by now. Lady Sphinx clarified calmly. It's simply impossible to not affect the materials while using destructive elements. Only mental energy is harmless unless we wanted it to cause harm. Upon hearing so, Felix felt like it was quite a shame that it wasn't possible to rely on his poison. After all, his quantum vision consumes huge amount of his mental energy to stay active. If he could reduce his mental energy consumption by adding poison to the mix, it would be a good upgrade. Too bad he could only give up on the thought now. Soon, Felix created all the materials for rejuvenation potions and placed them neatly on the preparation table. All of them were still fresh and needed to be prepared from the start. Felix wanted to see how much time he would take to concoct the rejuvenation potion since it was the only potion that was pre-decided to be in the exam. After all, to get apprentice potioneer license, it was a must to concoct a rejuvenation potion. The final first semester exam was merely a much harder version of the license exam since the witches would be required to concoct 6 potions and take exams on 6 theoretical courses which they'd been taught. Only those who scored C+ in total advanced to the next semester. The rest? They had another 6 months to try again. If they failed, they would get expelled straight away. Next morning, Felix unmuted his inbox after eating his breakfast, wanting to see if anything was interesting sent to him. Alas, the only thing he found was invitations above invitations. The only difference from the previous times was that those invitations were from a bona fide Origin Realm bloodliners. I can't ignore some and accept some. So, pretend to be dead, Felix said while shrugging his shoulders. The only ones that deserved an actual rejection email were his organization's allies. He wrote a polite rejection letter, telling them that he was busy with the exams. Then, he wrote one with his organization, simply telling them that they weren't interested at all. As for invitation to talk shows, interviews, celebrity shows, etc., Felix deleted them. Also, leader Emma wouldn't bother him with accepting 1 or 2 to advertise his brand. Ring ring. Soon, Felix received a call from his subordinates to update him on the errands he gave them yesterday. Any difficulties? Felix asked. No, boss. Eric informed. I have managed to purchase 40 bottles successfully. Tell me their distribution. Felix requested. I found only 10 Avian species Epic Tier 5 bottles in 20 shops that I have visited. However, I got 15 fire and 15 wind bottles. Good job. Felix praised and requested. Send me the serial codes. I will be taking care of it. Without hesitation, Eric had emailed him everything and left Malik to cover her own update. Sir Felix, I have yet to get someone. Malik clarified. The 3 auctions that I am planning to visit are going to be held in the next 2 weeks. Just do you? Felix said casually. Felix preferred that she was taking this slow instead of heading to the public slave market and getting him trouble instead of subordinates. After all, the slaves in the public markets were the ones who were treated as slaves for real instead of those strong bloodliners with rules and rights. Since those slaves were going to be part of Malik's exploration crew, they needed to be either the best or at least they had good behavior. Soon, Felix hung up after wishing her good luck. Then he opened Eric's email and copied the serial codes. Then he sent them to Fatty Botadai and told him to ship everything to the cargo company he always makes dealings with. Because he was in a different galaxy, this delivery would take at least 15 days to reach him. That's only if he used another delivery worm who was situated in the Witch Empire. 10 bottles. Felix wished. Hopefully, it's enough to reach 75% at least. Felix was currently at 51% integration and he didn't want to join another individual game with only those abilities. He knew that he would be studied and researched before the game. This entailed that his kamikaze strategy wasn't going to be as effective as in the previous game since the players wouldn't be retarded to get near him anymore. Because his poison manipulation wasn't that good yet, this would leave him with fewer options to play the game. There is still 2 months before the reset. Let's focus on the exams now. Felix snapped his finger, morphing his pajamas into the academy's clothes. It was time to return to the campus after more than 3 months of absence. Before leaving the castle, Felix naturally had to inform Sage Delilia and the headmistress so he would receive full protection during those 3 minutes journey. 3 minutes might seem short, but Felix didn't dare to underestimate what could happen in it. After all, there were at least 3 kidnapping attempts that occurred during that 3 minutes window. Now that he had offended the Darken faction members and attracted the attention of most Origin Realm bloodliners, God knows what would happen. 10 minutes later, Felix was surprised to see 10 large vehicles, that appeared like flying silver tanks, were sent for his protection. In the previous times, he got escorted by only 2 of them and they were enough for his safety. Did something happen or is this the Elder doing? Felix wondered. It's not me. Lady Sphinx glanced upward and chuckled faintly. Delilia finally started liking you after you won the game. Or in better terms, you won me the bet. Wait. Did she hate me before? Felix asked speechlessly while thinking of Sage Delilia's kind and elderly smile she always showed when meeting him. Lady Sphinx merely chuckled and continued reading her book. Felix also dropped the matter as he didn't want to keep the soldiers waiting for long. Hating him or liking him, Felix didn't care much about it. But the improved treatment did feel nice. Upon entering one of the vehicles and greeting the soldiers inside, they took off rapidly towards the Academy's campus. The sight of a platoon of tanks made the pedestrians wonder if a sage which was being escorted to another city. As for the scouting dogs who were left to report Felix's movements, they could only stare at the platoon with a dumbfounded expression. Isn't this protection way over what his citizenship could offer? They thought to themselves. But they still reported the news to their superiors. When those superiors got the news, they could only curse Queen Aluna for her overprotectiveness. Hell, some of them even started to assume that Felix was her lover in the UVR since it was common knowledge that witches change their race to humans to get some fun. No matter how much they guess, it would never come close to the truth. Just like that, Felix had reached the campus without any hiccups. The moment he was put down, he went straight to the main faculty since he had a theoretical class in 10 minutes. While he was cruising down the streets on his hover platform, he was surveying the empty sidewalks and gardens with a peculiar look. Compared to the first time he came here where the streets were full of life, now he could barely spot a couple of witches walking by. Even those witches seemed like they were in a rush. When he crossed past the library and saw how packed it was with witches carrying books of all sizes and shapes, it clicked in his mind. Damn. The exams are making those witches forget about everything. I doubt you will say that if you didn't drink the photographic memory. Asna scoffed while drinking juice from a straw. Upon remembering all the books that he needs to study for the exams, Felix realized that he was indeed getting a bit snobbish in his thoughts. It had been only 5 months yet he almost completely forgot what it's like to read a book twice just to etch most of the important content in his mind. Yet, forgetting all about it during the exam due to stress. Such pain was foreign to him. Photographic memory sure is a wonderful gift. Felix wished luck to all the students and continued on his journey to the faculty. Before long, he reached the main entrance and found that the witches were rushing out and in with their heads in the clouds. Hee hee. Are you feeling upset that the girls aren't swooning over you? Asna said, giggling. On the opposite. Felix smiled in elation while walking upstairs, feeling for the first time that he was completely invisible in the academy. Even on his way to the class, no one bothered to approach him and ask him about the game yesterday. However, the moment he entered his class, the party was over as his classmates all collapsed on him with never-ending questions about his absence, mission, game, and many more. Seeing that he was struggling to fend off the vixens and choirs, Naima decided to save him by shooing the girls away. Go, go. He is already more stressed with the exams after skipping half the semester. The witches returned to their own seats after hearing so, feeling somewhat bad for Felix. Do you think he is going to fail? If he really didn't study the syllabus while he was with Sage Delilia, then it's highly likely that he will either fail or barely pass. I guess we won't be classmates in the next semester. The witches talked with hushed tones while glancing at Felix, who was sitting with Naima and the rest of his study group. Soon, they were forced to focus in front after spotting teacher Hala entering through the class's back door. When she reached the podium, she surveyed the students from left to right, wanting to check if someone missed the class. Oh, Felix is back? She raised an eyebrow in surprise and said calmly, Welcome back, student Felix. I hope that you have built a good foundation while in presence of Sage Delilia. Felix stood up and bowed his head slightly. Thank you for your care. Teacher Hala nodded her head and asked, How about the exams? Did you prepare for them? I am doing all right, Felix replied vaguely. He didn't want anyone to know about his lightning passive lest some jealous witches protest to ban him from using it in the exams. After all, the moment some witches realized that Felix was a serious threat to their ranking, it wouldn't be weird to see them pulling Felix down at all costs. Especially when it comes to having a human ranking higher than a witch. Not a single witch dared to imagine how of laughingstock she would become if that ever happened. That's why most of his classmates sighed in relief in their minds after hearing his answer. If you need help, just ask, Teacher Hala offered. Thank you. Upon hearing so, Teacher Hala stopped bothering with Felix and jumped straight into today's course, which was just a revision of a potion that they worked on it in Felix's absence. Hence, Felix had entered a full concentration mode, not wanting to miss anything. After 2 long informative hours, the class was dismissed, allowing Felix and the girls to hit their next and last mandatory class of the day. When it was done as well, Felix went back to the dorms and began practicing his unique concoction method and also tried to discover the most efficient way to get the best results in the least time possible. Felix had already checked yesterday how the previous exams had been carried out and realized that to get in the top 3, he needed to ace the written exams, getting the perfect marks in each one of them. In addition, going far and beyond in practical exams by concocting more potions than required to pass the exams. So, it wasn't just concoct 6 potions for him anymore. It was concoct as much as he could in 2 hours. There are 4 witches in the entire first semester with monstrous innate traits and have consumed photographic memory potion. Felix thought while preparing the materials swiftly. To surpass them, I need to get better at my materials preparations and catalyst creation in those 20 days. Felix knew that the elimination of the microorganisms wasn't the one that consumes most of the time but the preparation and especially the catalyst. While some could be prepared in under 5 minutes, others need at least 15 minutes for one catalyst to be prepared. The timing couldn't be messed with lest he ends up failing to create even the catalyst. Hence, he needs an efficient way to mass create potions at the same time and takes advantage of his lighting quick reflexes to the limit before he runs out of juice. He was already prepared to enter the exam fully charged with electricity to the limit. But still, he knew that it could never last for 1 hour even if he rationed it properly. It's going to be challenging, but with the right plan and dedication, I am positive about my chances to secure a rank in the top 3. That was the last thought in Felix's mind before he completely engrossed himself in preparing as many materials as possible in less than 5 minutes. Days went by quickly for Felix and the rest of the students in the academy. Some of them could swear that 19 days had gone by in a blink of an eye. Tomorrow was the first day of the final exams that would last for 3 days straight. The first 2 days would cover exams about the 6 theoretical classes that were taught in the first semester. As for the last day, it would be for only a practical exam, or which everyone refers to as a concoction contest. It wouldn't be wrong to call it that since it would be streamed live throughout the Forsythia Witch Empire. This was a running tradition in the Royal Academy that was enjoyed by most citizens in the Empire. After all, witches couldn't participate in the games like most races. Hence, they didn't have much entertainment that was purely related to them. Streaming the students' concoction exam was much better than hosting a concoction competition with senior witches participating, since that would be wasting their precious time. Naturally, there were concoction competitions between academies throughout the empire, but those competitions were for senior students only. Typically, the practical exam stream would attract a lot of attention, but not as much as it was shown in the past days. The hype for the exams was evident throughout all social media in the Witch Empire plus the Milky Way galaxy. That's right, the humans were actually the ones who were most anticipated to watch the stream purely for Felix. After all, he was the first human potioneer and they had to watch how he does it and if he was any good at it. Till this point in time, there wasn't a single video released of Felix concocting potions. That's because it was against the rules to record in class. Felix seldom concocted a potion in any other location than his own UVR's room or the classes. This meant the only source of information was rumors spread by Felix's classmates in the network. The latest rumors were about his lack of preparation for the exams due to him being absent for half the semester. This made the humans pretty grim about Felix's chances to pass the exams. Currently, the forums were filled with nothing but negativity. It will be the greatest joke if the first human potioneer failed to pass the easiest semester. I can already see the headlines when he fails. The first non-witch potioneer still can't amount to the worst witch in the academy. I don't care about the results. I am still watching. Get off his back. Our Lord has started concocting potions in less than a year. How can you expect him to perform as well as the witches who were taught from birth? Hehe. Even your fans are doubting you. Asna chuckled while reading the comments with Felix. He was chilling in his dorm's bedroom while chewing on a red apple casually. He was this relaxed and cool because he was given 4 days off from training by Jormungandr. In reality, it was Lady Sphinx who forced Jormungandr to hold off the training for those upcoming 4 days. Since there are doubters, there must be a bet on going related to me. Felix slid his finger through the hologram and started searching for bets related to these particular exams. Upon checking a few shady websites, he ended up locating a legit one that had already tens of thousands of bets ongoing on the entire exams, from first semester to the 6th one. Hot damn. People are really betting on witches' results. Felix wasn't even that surprised since he knew that there was a lot of crazy shit going on in the UVR. Things were far more dreadful than the games themselves. This was nothing compared to it. After scrolling for a couple of seconds, he was astounded to find that Labna had at least thousands of bets placed on her ability to emerge in the top 5 in the 4th semester. Labna sure is popular even outside. Let's see me. Felix mused while continuing to scroll down the list of bets. Upon reaching the first semester, he saw more than 350 names written neatly in order based on the number of bets placed on them. Unsurprisingly, Lara was in the top 3 with 3 more witches from other classes. She had exactly 410 bets on her emerging in the first rank, 431 emerging in the second rank, and lastly 780 to emerge in the third rank. There were other non-directs bets on her, like how many potions she will make or if she was going to fail a concoction or not. It seemed like some bidders preferred this style of betting since the odds were great compared to the normal bets on her being just 1 to 1.7. The other witches near the top had the same ratio of bets. The lowest Felix scrolled, the fewer bets could be seen. Where the hell am I? Felix's lips twitched as he had almost reached the abyss of the list, yet his name was still nowhere to be seen. Asna's sadistic grin kept getting wider and wider with every scroll. When he finally reached the bottom and saw his name in the last rank, Asna exploded in laughter. Ha ha ha! I can't breathe. Everyone thinks you are a retard in concoction. Felix could only bath in her mocking laughter while staring speechlessly at his name that had barely 20 bets on him. 15 of them were indirect bets, and 5 were direct bets. Since it was impossible to bet on his failure in the exams, most of them were betting that he would get B+ or C+ in his written exams and fail at least 3 to 5 potions in his practical exam. There were only 2 bets placed on him emerging in the top 3. However, the amount placed was just 5 million SC. Although it was low, if Felix actually managed to pull it off, the bidders would be earning 7 times their money. The odds were that great, yet no one was that stupid to take those bets. In their eyes, they had higher chances of winning the lottery than this bet. It's their loss, I guess. Felix shrugged his shoulder carelessly, not feeling pensive anymore. Instead, he was actually somewhat happy since without this cloud of doubt, the odds wouldn't be this great. Let's try to bankrupt the house, shall we? Felix rubbed his hands with a grin and pressed on his name. After getting transferred to the list of bets on him, he placed 5 billion SC on him emerging in rank 1, another 4 billion to emergency in rank 2, and lastly 4 billion to emergency in rank 3. After locking down his bets and signing a holographic contract, the amount had been deducted from his balance by the house. Felix chose this betting formula since he wasn't really positive in which rank he would emerge. The reason he didn't bet that he would get in the top 4 was that he knew that if he ended up in that rank and won his bet, he wouldn't enjoy it at all. How could he enjoy it when he would be strapped to a cold table in Lady Sphinx's lab? Now we got that out of the way, let's check my class number. It should be out by now, Felix thought while accessing his student's ID details. He scrolled down and found that he was assigned to lecture room number 12, while his table number was 140. Just like college entrance exams or such, the students placed in one class were randomized for the entire semester. Felix memorized his number and went to the official website to check on the ranking rewards. Since there were ranks, it was only normal to have rewards for the students who tried their best to topple over the rest. Felix already saw the rewards for students who ranked 50 or below. They weren't bad at all, as they were giving the students 4,000 CP to enjoy on the campus. The amount increases with the rank. However, the rewards for the top 10 were kept secret, and only now were they going to be released. After clicking on the exams rewards button, another hologram emerged on the side, showing all the top 10 rewards starting from the top. 1. Duskwraith Potion Recipe License plus 7,000 CP. 2. Elixir of Might Recipe License plus 5,000 CP. 3. Vial of Concentration Recipe License plus 5,000 CP. 9. Draft of Tranquility Recipe License plus 4,000 CP. 10. Phial of Eternal Rage Recipe License plus 4,000 CP. Felix wasn't surprised that the rewards were licenses to recipes for rank 2 potions, since the Academy always rewarded different licenses to startup students with great aptitude. It might seem like it wasn't much of a reward, but Felix knew that was far from the truth. In his eyes, those rewards were better than even wishes from silver games. That's because getting a license for a potion implied that the potioneer had all rights reserved to concoct it, mass-produce it, then sell it to anyone she pleases. If she had only the recipe of someone else but not the license, she could utmostly concoct it for her own use. As for those with neither permission nor license, they couldn't even concoct it and use it in real life, since the Queen would find out instantly and penalize the offender. Hence, in this thirsty market for potions, obtaining licenses was the same as getting a method to print money. But Felix knew that the real money-making scheme was creating new recipes and selling the licenses to other witches. It was like patenting his own recipe, and everyone who sells a potion by using it must pay 3 or 5% royalty fees. My level is still far from creating recipes, but I must at least secure a license for myself to practice and also earn on the side. Without further ado, Felix typed the name of the first potion in the network and began reading its details, wanting to see why it was placed in rank 1. Upon seeing that it was priced at 500 million SC a bottle, Felix's eyes widened in disbelief. Why the hell is it so expensive? Tomorrow at 7:40 a.m. Felix was currently already seated in his chair that was in the middle row. Hence, he was surrounded by beauties from every direction. Most of them were not his classmates, making him steal a glance here and there to memorize their faces and see if he knew any of them. Oh, Camille is here? Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise after spotting an elegant girl with a sophisticated breath to her sitting in the front row. She was from the B1 class and known for having the biggest chance to get the highest mark, just like Lara. Speaking about Lara, she was sitting in the cornerback row with her usual indifferent expression. As for Naima and the rest of Felix's close witches, they were not in the same exam lecture. After waiting for 10 minutes doing nothing but sitting in dreadful silence, the lecture hall's door had finally been pushed open by Teacher Sana. "Good morning, everyone," Teacher Sana greeted while pushing her glasses upwards in a clumsy manner. If this was before the UVR's era, everyone would have been happy to have Teacher Sana as their supervisor, since she wasn't strict and doesn't know how to be strict. So it was easier to cheat under supervision. Alas, those were the old good days. Now, cheating in exams was impossible. How could anyone cheat when the unbiased queen was the one supervising the exams? The fact that she had the right to read everyone's thoughts during the exams made it a nightmare for cheaters, as she could snitch on them and ruin their lives in a blink of an eye. As you have all know, the current written exam is going to be about materials and glassware course. Teacher Sana said softly near the mic. So, you can take advantage of those last 10 minutes to patch up any holes in your preparation. Thank you, Teacher Sana. You are an angel. Immediately after she said so, everyone showed their appreciation with head bows. Then, they opened their holographic notepads and began memorizing more materials/glassware's equipment and their details. If the supervisor didn't give them permission, the queen would rat on them the moment they utilized their bracelets. All of the witches could be seen working hard besides Lara, Camille, and Felix. The 3 of them had their arms crossed above their chests as they waited patiently for the exam to begin. Since Lara was behind Felix, she spotted his inactiveness instantly. Is he that confident in his preparation? Lara wondered in intrigue. Lara recognized that this exam was actually one of the easier to pass but also one of the hardest to score perfect marks in it. That's because it didn't just give pictures of materials and glassware equipment and ask the students to name them. That was barely 30% of the exam. The real thing was the proposed problems that require immense understanding in materials and glassware equipment to find the solution. To actually solve those kinds of problems, the students truly needed to know almost everything that had been taught to them. Since there were other exams as well, that's quite difficult to pull off. Only those with photographic memory or lucky enough to have prepared for those exact problems would pass this exam with flying colors. Upon being reminded of photographic memory, Lara placed a finger on her lips and guessed, maybe he bought a potion? With the money gained from the games, I doubt that he wouldn't have enough to purchase one from Teacher Delilia or her friend. If it wasn't for Felix's relation to Sage Delilia, Lara wouldn't even consider him getting that potion since it wasn't accessible to anyone with enough coins. Those potions might be temporary, but their effects were too useful for witches. Hence, they always had the first dibs on them. The only way for others to get them was by waiting for a potion or 2 to get smuggled outside. Ding ding ding. Lara's thought process was broken by the Academy's bell resounding in every area. When the witches heard it, they closed their eyes shut while taking deep breaths through their noses. The holographic notepads had been removed by the queen without their approval. What emerged after were 2 invisible holograms. One was packed with questions and the other empty like a white page. It had only numbers written at the side of the hologram, probably representing the area to answer each question. You have 2 hours to finish. Teacher Sana sat on her desk and shouted softly with a fist in the air, "Fighting!" No one responded to her as they were all engrossed in reading the first questions, appearing like nothing could shake away their focus. Meanwhile, Felix didn't read questions yet as he kept scrolling rapidly down, wanting to see how many questions were in the exam. The known number was 60, but one could never be too careful. After getting to the bottom of the list, he realized that there were 61 questions and the last one was a theoretical problem that requires a 600 words essay. Felix ignored it for now and went back up. Let's begin. He cracked his fingers and narrowed his eyes at the first question. Name the 3 necessary glassware equipment needed to create brew of haste's catalyst, simple liquid filter, graduated cylinders, and separating funnel. Felix read the question in his mind and typed the answer instantly on the other hologram, not taking even a split second to think about it. Then, he moved to the next question, which was even easier than the first one as it showed him 5 pictures of glassware equipment and required him to type out their names. With his memory, he got them right easily. Then came the third question. This one needed a bit of thinking since it asked him to write down the exact steps of creating the potion of intellect's catalyst. Felix still remembered Teacher Sana covering this on the second day of his attendance. After writing down more than 200 words explaining the process from the start to the end, Felix double-checked on his spelling and moved to the fourth question. So far, Teacher Sana had noticed that no one was finding difficulty with the first questions as everyone could be seen typing down silently. This kept going for about 30 minutes before signs of struggle began resurfacing on some witches' faces. Some were frowning their eyebrows in confusion while some were outright showing panicked expressions. Meanwhile, Felix's expression was as cool as cucumber, making Teacher Sana smile widely in delight. It seems like he came fully prepared for the exam. Good for him. Unbeknownst to her, Felix had already reached the last 10% of the exam as he had answered everything correctly in the last 30 minutes. He knew that he was right because his memory could never fail him. Last 5 questions. Felix scratched his chin while reading the first one in his mind. Name all of the preparation methods that are used for raw materials. Give 2 examples for each method. Upon giving it a few seconds of thinking, Felix's fingers never stopped typing the moment he started. By the time he finished, there were exactly 7 methods, each with 2 examples. He knew that he could have gone ahead and written down more examples, but it would be useless since the Queen was the one grading those answers. There was absolutely no such a thing as extra points for going beyond what the question required. Without further ado, Felix read another question and answered it in less than a few seconds. Then another and another until he reached the last essay. Although Felix wasn't really a literature guy, he managed to style with good grammar and vocabulary due to him reading tens of books and actually remembering them. Even his punctuations were better than some novelist authors. Cough. As for the content, by now it was evident that the written exams didn't really pose a challenge to Felix. Phew, time for revision. Not wanting to get cocky and be the first to leave the class, Felix went back to the top of the hologram and began rereading everything that he wrote and checking if there was the tiniest misspelling. Since his aim was the top 3, he couldn't miss even a quarter of a point. Teacher Sana, I am done, may I leave? I am done, teacher. While Felix was having his head in his hologram, Camille and Lara were already up and ready to head out. Please head to the public spaces and don't make any noise in the corridors. Teacher Sana gave them permission telepathically while checking their papers. They were graded instantly by the Queen and sent to her for revision. However, the grades weren't given to the students because it would add more pressure in their upcoming exams if they saw a bad mark. It was better to keep them hidden until the final exams were over. Both scored A++, a perfect mark, as expected of witches with a photographic memory. Teacher Sana nodded her head while checking their answers one by one. She was merely doing so out of curiosity since the Queen's correction could never be wrong. Just as she reached half of Lara's exam paper, she received another telepathic message. Sir Felix has requested to exit the lecture room. Queen reported. What? Teacher Sana broke out of her engrossment at the message. With a baffled expression, She saw Felix standing up while showing her a polite smile. Did he finish already, or did he give up midway? Teacher Sana didn't excuse him right away, as she wanted to figure out first his reason for handing out his exam paper. "Queen, what's his mark?" she asked. "Perfect mark. A plus plus." Queen replied monotonously. "Come again. A plus plus. It can't be." Still doubtful, Teacher Sana made a sweeping look at Felix's answers sheet, and her pupils could only enlarge every time she saw an answer colored in green. The way the queen corrected the answers was by coloring the wrong ones in red and the correct ones in green for easier understanding. "He really aced it," she exclaimed while raising her head, staring with widened eyes at Felix, who was still waiting patiently to get pardoned. Upon noticing that she had left him waiting for long, she sent an apology and gave him permission to leave without asking him about his paper. She knew that it was rude and would come out as offensive to Felix. She didn't think for a second that he cheated to get such results. Instead, she was torn between believing that he had drunk photographic memory potion or actually was good enough to ace the exam simply by his own efforts. Whatever it was, she was beyond ecstatic, as she was always worried that Felix might fail like the rumors. If he aced the rest of the written exams, it only means that he had drunk the potion. Teacher Sana sighed in relief. "That's good. With its help, he will definitely pass the practical exams as well and advance." Meanwhile, the other witches merely spared a glance at Felix's empty seat and focused back on their exam. Not a single one of them believed that he had finished answering all questions correctly. In their eyes, if they were struggling this hard to answer those latest questions, it only meant that Felix had skipped them or answered them wrong since he didn't attend classes for 3 months straight. Alas, they weren't going to like the end results. When Felix exited the lecture hall, he went straight to the closest pink garden that was outside of the main faculty. He chose a beautiful calming tree and sat underneath it. It hid him under its shadow, making him enjoy the cool breeze caressing his face. He looked around him and spotted Camel and Lara sitting on public chairs while focusing on mid-air, probably having an invisible hologram in front of them. Besides them, there were a few more witches roaming around. Since the exams of all semesters had started at the same time, it meant that those witches were the elites of the elites who finished the exams with flying colors. After a few more minutes, Felix spotted Labna and her best friend Ishtar exiting the main faculty. Since he wasn't sitting far from the stairs, he got noticed pretty easily by them. "Felix, what are you doing here?" Labna asked telepathically while waving her hand at him to attract his attention. "Clearly, I finished early," Felix replied while patting the grass next to him. "Come chill with me, we still 2 hours to kill before our next exam." Labna glanced at her friend and walked with rushed steps towards him. After they reached him, she sat down to his right and gave him her known friendly hug in greeting. Meanwhile, Ishtar had just extended her hand as she sat on the grass to his left. Felix shook her hand and asked them in intrigue, "Did you ace it?" "Naturally. It wasn't that hard." Ishtar spoke with her eyes dropped, appearing as she had just gotten from a nap. "How about you?" Labna inquired with a curious look. "I didn't do too shabby," Felix said, smiling. "That's great," Labna advised. "Make sure to get the highest rank so you will have a shot at being placed in the elite class." "Oh? You talking about the split?" Felix already heard from Naima that the first 30 students in the first semester would be gathered in one class. The rest would remain in their classes and continue their studies in the second semester. Although both would be studying the same materials, every student desired to make the cut and join the elites. That's because they get the best teachers assigned to them, the best recipes to learn, given access to better missions, and not to forget, school trips into restricted herbal areas, where the rarest materials and natural treasures were kept. Most importantly, they could have a chance to get picked in the academy team and participate in competitions against other academies throughout the empire. So, it was a great boon for a witch to join this class. However, Felix could care less about it since most of the benefits weren't really his cup of tea. First, he couldn't leave the campus and go on field trips like a normal student since he would definitely get attacked and ruin the experience for everyone. He might be an asshole, but he wouldn't stoop that low to endanger others for a bit of fun. Secondly, he didn't give a shit about concoction competitions when he was already on the greatest platform for competitions. Though he wouldn't say no to better teachers, rare recipes, and good missions. He was quite tight on contribution points after all. I will do my best, Felix replied, smiling. Soon, they entered a mindless conversation for a couple of minutes before all three of them went quiet and started to prepare for the next exam. For Felix, the next exam was actually the easiest one of them all due to it requiring purely a good memory. That's because it was about the autobiography of the three greatest potioneer sages to appear in the Empire. Felix had already memorized their books down to the last syllable. Ding ding ding. After a short period of time, the Academy's bell had rung yet again to inform the student about the start of their next exam. Felix was already in the lecture hall with everyone else. During his stay in the garden, he met with Naima and his friends. All of them seemed like they did great in their first exam. Since the Queen doesn't inform the students about their results or marks, everyone could only assume their grade by their confidence in their answers. You may begin. Teacher Sana gave them a head nod and sat on her desk. Just like the first exam, everything was too easy for Felix as he never stopped typing once he started. He took 20 minutes to finish the exam and another 10 minutes to revise for mistakes. Upon seeing that everything was clean, he asked for permission to leave early. This time Teacher Sana excused him first before starting to read his paper. While she was digging for mistakes, Felix was hovering on his platform towards the dorms. The last exam of the day would be held in the evening to give the students a break. When he entered his room, the first thing he did was stretch his limbs and sit on the floor. He removed his shirt and beamed bottles and materials needed for integration. That's right, Felix had no plans to take a break when the exams didn't burn even 2 of his brain cells. As for Thor's essence, he had extracted it 4 days ago the moment the delivery worm brought him his stuff. They were 10 lightning bottles, 15 wind bottles, 15 fire bottles, energy stones for Asna to purify, and more. For Thor's essence, he extracted a solid 31% that would help him reach 82% at once. As for Malik and Eric, their 75% bottles were already on their way. It was easier to gather it since Felix had still some leftover from the previous extractions, plus they required only 75% instead of 99%. Naturally, Felix had given them strict instructions on integration with a primogenitor's bloodline so they wouldn't end up getting killed during it. Now, it was time to focus on his own integration and push for 60% to get another 2 active abilities. He was already at 56% after integrating 5% 2 days ago. Phew! Upon seeing that Felix had brought the needle to his chest, Jormungandr, Lady Sphinx, and Asna had all dropped whatever they were doing and teleported together to a mist-made couch. Then, they hugged a popcorn basket in their arms and started a new betting game. What's the reward? Asna asked with a solemn tone. 3 days shoulder massage. Jormungandr answered with narrowed eyes. All of them nodded their heads in agreement and said, Who goes first? I bet that he will awaken consecutive zaps and lightning call. Lady Sphinx said her bet immediately after seeing that both of them had shrugged their shoulders. I would say that he will unlock swift lightning burst and thunder explosions. Jormungandr said with a confident tone. Asna thought about all of the lightning abilities that she had been given by those 2 primogenitors and guessed smugly. He will definitely unlock Thunder Shockwave and Lightning Beam. While they were betting, Felix's eyes were releasing tears instinctively from the hellish agony he was experiencing. Are those your final bets? Jormungandr warned. Once you lock them, you can't go back. Both Asna and Lady Sphinx nodded their heads in confirmation. As we discussed, the one who guessed the most abilities wins, Jormungandr said while switching his vision to Felix, who was clawing the wooden floor, leaving bad marks on their smooth surface. The 3 of them said nothing else as they kept watching Felix wriggle in pain for the remaining duration until he dropped on his stomach, breathing ruggedly with his tongue out like a dog. He remained like that for a few seconds until he mustered his energy and gulped down 5 rejuvenation potions at once. A couple of minutes later, Felix could be seen wiping his sweaty forehead with a nasty expression. Fucking hell, I can never get accustomed to the pain. It's just getting worse and harder every time. Stop whining and tell us your abilities quickly. Asna rushed him. Why the sudden interest? Felix murmured in confusion, but he still stood up and went to the bathroom. After feeling the cold water hitting his face, Felix closed his eyes and dove deeper into his memories. Immediately, he found the newly added information and read them all in his mind. Upon hearing him say the names of the abilities, Lady Sphinx smiled widely and asked, "So who's going to give me a back rub while I finish my book? Damn it, I didn't think this bastard's luck is going to turn around and give him those two abilities." Asna threw a bunch of popcorn in front of her in frustration. Meanwhile, Felix's happiness was through the roof. Ha ha ha, this is exactly what I needed. Finally, I got those kinds of abilities, finally. Felix's excited loud laughter resounded in the room and the floor's empty corridor. Shower water entered Felix's mouth as he laughed, yet he didn't even care. He wished for long-range destructive abilities for so long, and ultimately he got not just one but two of them at once. Those abilities were named Lightning Call and Thor's Ordnance. Due to guessing the first ability correctly, Lady Sphinx won the bet and was currently enjoying a shoulder rub from the irritated Jormungandr. Meanwhile, Asna had already bailed out by teleporting to her mansion. But neither Lady Sphinx nor Jormungandr cared about it. They knew that she had nowhere to hide in this space. Her turn to massage Lady Sphinx was bound to arrive soon. On the other hand, Felix reeled back some of his excitement and dove back into his memories to read all of those abilities' details. Sometimes, there might be strengths and weaknesses of the ability in the unlocked information. However, this time he didn't find any of those things but the basic details that he already read. Felix quickly opened up his eyes and started cleaning himself much faster so he could log in to the UVR and test those abilities. If their strength is exactly as the details proclaim, then those abilities would be my mind firepower in the games. Felix grinned while rubbing his ass cheeks with a soap sponge. No one will know what hit them in the upcoming game. 2 days later, early in the morning, Felix was currently hovering on his platform towards the main faculty through a garden's path, making him enjoy the pink leaves flying around him. It could be seen that he was in a great mode since he had a wide smile affixed on his face, unlike other witches in the road. They looked like they were going to war with their tense expressions. It wasn't far-fetched to call it that since today was the practical exam that was referred by all in the network as the concoction contest. Those witches were clearly stressed by the realization of failure plus being viewed galaxy-wide. The idea of having your failure get viewed by trillions of viewers was crippling to anyone. Don't even mention those young witches. Yet, the Academy still allows the stream to be held. It seemed like it was done on purpose to see how the students would fare under pressure. Felix wasn't feeling under pressure at all as he was used to the cameras. Meanwhile, his preparations for the exam were adequate. As for his written exams, he was confident that he had aced all of them. In a short while, Felix met with Naima and Carrie next to the main entrance. They greeted each other and entered the building. While heading to their classrooms, Naima couldn't help but inquire with a worried tone. "Are you sure that you can pass? You didn't bother to join our study group since the day you left abruptly." Felix looked at her speechlessly and said, "Can you have a bit of faith in me already? I would have if you didn't skip half the semester and ignored our study group meetings." Naima chided him while poking his left temple in annoyance. "Just focus on your exams." Felix winked at her. "I might score better than you if you didn't." Carrie and Naima traded glances and ended up giggling while covering their mouths in amusement. "If you manage to actually surpass me in marks, I will let you have your way with me in the UVR." Naima winked back and said, "I know how you humans love those sort of things the most. You bad." Teasing him like this, Carrie laughed softly while looking at Felix's startled reaction. "You talking for real?" Felix narrowed his eyes at Naima and said, "If I took your offer, there is no going back." "Wait, does he really think that he can surpass me in marks?" Naima was taken back by his attitude. She was just messing around with him since she knew that Felix couldn't do better than her in marks. She wasn't acting cocky or anything, but it was just her self-confidence in her innate trait to make her ace the practical exam and score higher than most students. So, In her eyes, it would take an actual miracle for Felix to pull it off. You know what? Naima came face to face with him and fixed his tie. When she was done, she winked playfully and promised, "If you manage to score above either me or Carrie, we will indulge you as a celebration." Felix looked at her cunning, playful smile and asked, "But, what do you mean?" Naima pouted, "There is no but. Come on, out with it. I need to enter class soon." Felix wasn't affected by her expression. "All right, but if you didn't manage to score higher than us, you will have to do our monthly mandatory concoction homework for the next 5 months," she said with an innocent look. "You sure are brutal," Felix chuckled. "Well, if you don't I am in," Felix affirmed while thinking in his mind. Relieving post-exam stress on both of them doesn't sound too shabby. Die, pervert. Asna cursed him after reading what he had in mind for those two beauties. Meanwhile, Lady Sphinx and Jormungandr could care less about Felix's private life. They wouldn't give a shit even if he decided to host an orgy in his house. "This is my class, ladies." Felix stopped at once before a lecture hall's entrance and waved his hand at them. "Good luck in your exams? Oh, make sure to wear something nice in the evening." Upon hearing his confident tone, the girls could only look at each other while waving their hands at him. Soon, they burst into laughter and started walking away to their class. "You sure are devious to drop all of our mandatory homeworks on him," Carrie said. "What are you talking about?" Naima smiled with an innocent look. "I am simply trying to motivate him. With this deal on the line, he might not score higher than us, but at least he will surpass his performance." "Huh, aren't you an angel?" Carrie said with a sarcastic tone. Naima shrugged her shoulders at Carrie and entered their lecture hall. They didn't carry on talking since loud noises were forbidden in the classrooms to let students relax their minds and focus much better in the exams. Alas, those last few minutes wouldn't make any difference. Meanwhile, in the Earthling headquarters, Olivia and the rest of Felix's teammates were gathered in the same spot to watch the live stream of the practical exams. Since there were many lecture halls, each with its own set of students, the viewers were given the freedom to choose one lecture hall and focus only on it. Currently, Olivia and the rest were conversing loudly while looking at Felix, who was sitting in the middle row. "Ahaya, I would fucking die to be in his place right now." Leo banged his thigh with a tearful look, making the girls curl their lips in disgust. They understood that he didn't mean by taking the exams but being surrounded by beauties. The other boys had the same thought as Leo, but they were smart enough to keep it to themselves to not aggro the girls. "Dear viewers, the concoction contest is going to start in less than 10 minutes. Abruptly, a pleasant feminine voice resounded from the stream, following the emergence of an elegant lady at the corner of the screen. "Let's explore the most favorable students to come in top in those 2 minutes." The camera zoomed in on Camel, who had her eyes closed shut while a pretty smile was affixed on her lips. "This is Camel from B1 class. She is a personal student of Sage Aurora. She is known for possessing one of the rarest innate traits in the Witch Empire." The elegant commentator paused to build suspense and said, "Optimal control." This innate trait allowed Camel to have mental energy control equal to senior students while she was merely a child. Now that she was fully grown up, God knows how good her control had become. George and the rest didn't react much to the news since they really didn't give a crap about all of this potion-making nonsense. It was to be expected since potion-making was never going to be part of their lives. It was the same as a literature student getting informed about marvelous and complex math equations. There was no way in hell he would show an enthusiastic expression. Hence, no one bothered to concentrate on the rest of the students' introductions by the commentator. Now to the star of this stream, the one and only landlord. I meant Felix Maxwell. The commentator corrected herself quickly as it wasn't proper to use Felix's SG name for events like those. Vice versa, as the MCs were required to use only the nicknames in the games. Sir Felix is currently a rising star in the Universal SG platform after his latest performance in the promotion game. The commentator displayed one of the highlights at the side and said, "Yet, who would have thought that we would see an SG player able to join a concoction contest against witches? Most of the viewers nodded their heads in intrigue. They tuned in to the stream simply because seeing someone from another race concocting a potion was a fresh experience. If it wasn't for Felix, no one would have bothered to spectate the contest, since no matter how much they tried to hype it up, it was still going to be boring as hell. Ding ding ding. The contest is about to begin. The commentator quieted down after saying so. Just like everyone else, she focused on the students who had placed their heads on the tables and closed their eyes shut. The moment she saw this, she switched the stream to the UVR's version of the lecture hall. Well, it shouldn't be really referred to it as such, since the seatings had been removed, leaving a wide spacious area. There were at least 100 potion-making stations that appeared exactly the same as others. Neither the preparation table nor the glassware table had a single thing on them. Only the circular table had a common bronze cauldron on it. Felix and the witches were standing before each station with a concentrated look. No one seemed weirded out by the empty tables, as they knew that it was done like this to let the students pick their own pieces of equipment. This was a test on its own that targeted the students' knowledge of equipment. If it was lacking, it might cost them the entire exam, since they couldn't create a catalyst while missing a piece of important equipment. They couldn't even cheat by peeking into another student's station to copy the pieces of equipment, since there was an invisible barrier hiding each student. Only the viewers and teacher Sana were able to see everyone. In 30 seconds, all of you will be informed of the 6 potions that you must concoct to pass the exam. Teacher Sana looked at them and informed, "It can't be 6 potions of the same recipe. You need 1 potion for each recipe. After you secure the passing mark, you can earn extra points for each potion that you concoct in those 2 hours. Do know that each potion had its own value. For example, Rejuvenation Potion gives measly 5 points for each potion. So don't bother concocting it for points if you are aiming to get a higher mark. As for the others, the Queen will let you know the details." Teacher Sana glanced at her bracelet and said, 5 seconds left. The moment the students heard so, they all opened their eyes with a firm expression. They focused on the holographic screen that was showing the countdown. Soon, it turned 0 and the screen changed to display a list full of details appearing as such. 1. Rejuvenation Potion, 5 points. 2. Brew of Courage, 35 points. 3. Flask of Corruption, 60 points. 4. Potion of Madness, 70 points. 5. Phial of Vigor, 70 points. 6. Tonic of Idle Minds, 90 points. Immediately after Felix and the witches read the names of the potions, their gears started moving just like they were practicing for the last month. My prediction was off the mark on the other 4 potions, but at least the Potion of Madness has been chosen. I can carry out my plan now. Although Felix had trained for only 20 days, he was actually faster than any witch due to his enhanced senses from integration. The first thing he did was name every material and equipment needed to prepare them. The Queen kept filling up his table with everything that he mentioned obediently. It took merely 10 seconds for the preparation table to be half-packed with everything that he asked. Felix ignored them for now and went to the empty glassware table. However, he didn't name all of the glassware equipment at once like before. Instead, he named only the equipment to concoct the Potion of Madness. Then, he lifted them and placed them in an orderly manner at the corner of the table. The viewers were somewhat weirded out by his move, since they felt like he jammed them tightly in one tiny space while there was enough space on the table for at least 20 more pieces of equipment. "What is Felix doing?" the commentator mentioned while focusing on the witches. "Some of his classmates are already starting to prepare materials." Sure enough, at least 70% of the witches were in the process of preparing materials for the rejuvenation potion, since it was the easiest to make. When they succeed, it would give them the confidence to carry on with the harder potions. Camel and Lara have chosen to place 4 sets of glassware pieces of equipment on their tables to start creating the catalysts of 4 potions at the same time. The commentator exclaimed while spotting light on those 2 beauties who began preparing 4 sets of catalysts at the same time. Their speed while doing so was extraordinary, making even the layman viewers know that they were a league apart from the rest. When the camera switched to Felix, the viewers were left at loss for words at the sight of him still setting up the glassware table. Yet, What baffled them the most was the fact that he actually managed to pack 6 sets of equipment on that table. Sure, it appeared crammed as hell and confusing with all the tubes connecting from a flask to another, but it was still perfect 6 sets for one potion. They knew so because the stream colored each perfect set with a different color to facilitate their watch. Is he planning on creating 6 portions of catalysts for one potion at the same time? Olivia tilted her head in confusion and asked, since other witches didn't do it before him, doesn't that mean he also shouldn't do it? How would we know? George shrugged his shoulders. This is way out of our comfort zone. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement but Sylvia. She eyed Felix, who started washing a bunch of materials at the same time, and clarified Olivia's doubts. I believe that the witches could not go for more than 4 catalysts because their senses aren't able to handle such a level of multitasking, unlike Felix. Everyone's eyes brightened up at the sound of that, feeling like it was indeed plausible reason since the witches weren't really any different than commoners. Since it was almost impossible for normal citizens to juggle too many things at once, the witches also suffered from the same issue. If they didn't drink enhancing potions, they wouldn't even be able to make 2 or 3 catalysts at the same time perfectly. There were bound to be tiny mistakes that would ruin the entire process, and witches would rather play it safe. However, in Felix's case, that wasn't considered as an issue since his enhanced senses were at least 5 times better than the witches. While it seemed a mess to make 6 catalysts at the same time, Felix could be seen pulling it off with an astounding speed. All of the pieces of equipment were put to work by him, making the viewers enter a trance while watching him work. Although he was fast and everything seemed hectic, the image he was painting wasn't messy or chaotic. It had a sense of order and balance, like a dancer going on with the flow. This was due to his prolonged practice on this potion plus muscle memory doing its magic. But most importantly, the catalyst of the potion of madness didn't require him to destroy the microorganisms from its materials. There were only 3 potions that were taught to them with the same advantage. Felix had learned all of them heart to heart. Thankfully, one of them was chosen in the exams. If it wasn't, he would be able to secure high rank, but he doubts that he could fight for the top 3 ranks. Felix Maxwell is showing everyone his true colors, the commentator yelled passionately. His concoction skills were always being doubted since he wasn't a witch, but right at this moment, the commentator zoomed on Felix's serious, focused face and yelled, he is showing the entire universe that he might not be a witch, but he could at least create 6 catalysts at the same time unlike them. Sure enough, Felix managed to finish the process successfully, helping him gain 6 portions of the catalyst, while Lara and Camille had finished only 4. The other witches weren't worth mentioning as they were taking things safe and slow to pass the exam first, then focus on points. After Felix was done with the catalysts for the potion of madness, he isolated them on the preparation table and started preparing again the materials for 6 more portions. In less than a minute he was done and back on the glassware table. Then, he restarted the same process all over again that took more than 10 minutes but helped him obtain 6 more catalyst portions. Just when everyone thought that would be the end of it, Felix repeated the same process for the 3rd time, costing him another 10 minutes. This meant only 1 hour and a half were left in the exam, and Felix was the only one without a successful potion to show. Yet, he still didn't stop repeating the same process for another time. This pushed the total tally to a whopping 24 catalysts for the potion of madness. Meanwhile, there were only 1 hour and 20 minutes left on the clock. No wonder he chose catalyst of that potion. He had gone mad, the commentator said in agitation. Sure, he has 24 catalysts for 24 potions, but does he have enough time to concoct all of them plus another 5 unique potions to pass the exam? The headmistress, Sage Delilia, Queen Allura, and other senior witches who were watching the stream shook their heads at Felix's plan. They knew that he would most definitely fail the exam if he dared to concoct those 24 potions first, then follow it with the other 5 unique potions. He has bitten more than he could chew, Sage Delilia said, calmly seated next to Queen Allura in the throne's chamber. You told me that he was stuck at an 80% elimination rate. Queen Allura coiled a stalk around her finger and wondered, do you think maybe he has solved that issue? If he did, then his plan could potentially work. Sage Delilia shook her head firmly and said, "You know that's impossible. Even the best of us needed at least 2 years of constant work to improve our mental control to such a degree. How long did this kid have our master's eyes?" Sage Delilia said, "In less than a year, unless master decided to find a way to help him bridge that gap. I simply can't see any plausible way to get above 95% elimination rate. It's highly doubtful that master will help him out." Queen Allura said, "She might seem like she is spoiling him a tad too much due to his champion status, but she wouldn't go that far. Indeed, mental energy control is an important aspect that needed to be learned by one's own efforts to show the most results." Sage Delilia agreed. Just as Queen Allura wanted to comment, she was left startled by the sight of Felix mixing the main ingredient with the subsidiary ingredient just to leave them on a smooth plate and repeat the same process. When he was done with the next mixture, he placed it on a plate that was connected with the first plate. He kept doing this over and over again until a long line of plates had shaped up neatly on the table. When the viewers counted, they discovered that the entire line was made out of 10 plates. All of them were sealed inside a glass container so they wouldn't get contaminated. Is he really going for a mass-producing method? Queen Allura didn't know how to comment on Felix's decision. She knew that he was a smart lad who wouldn't make a foolish decision like this. Hence, she believed that he had something to rely on. She just didn't know what it was. Meanwhile, Sage Delilia wasn't that open-minded as her. She kept shaking her head in disapproval while watching him continue to set up mixtures one after the other until another line shaped up behind the first one. No one was surprised by this technique since it was known as the mass manufacturing technique. It was utilized by almost all witches who were good enough to concoct rank 1 potions blindfolded. This technique couldn't be utilized on all of the rank 1 potions since some of them couldn't have their mixtures remain in the open for even 2 minutes. Otherwise, they would spoil and the concoction wouldn't be carried on. That's why Felix chose the potion of madness. It was of the 2 potions on the list that could be mass-produced at once. He didn't choose the other potion since its catalyst creation was way harder than the potion of madness's catalyst. When Felix was done, the viewers counted the number of plates and recognized that he had made the same amount of mixtures as the catalysts. The entire process took him an additional 10 minutes, making his chances to pass the exam seem even grimmer. "I have only 1 hour and 10 minutes left." Felix narrowed his eyes in focus at the plates and thought, "It's time to begin the concoction." Immediately after thinking so, Felix let go of his mental control that was blocking off the lightning containers. SLZLZLZLZ. Out of nowhere, he turned into a lightning torch under the dumbfounded eyes of the viewers and the witches, who couldn't help but glance in his direction. Thankfully, each student station was blocked from the other to not sneak peeks. So, they only saw the sudden emergence of bright light but not what actually caused it. Since it was a test in the UVR, they didn't get blinded by the bright light or annoyed by the sizzling noise of the charges. "Why the hell did he activate his elemental ability?" the commentator exclaimed in disbelief. "Is he planning on making the witches lose focus to ruin their concoction?" However, before the viewers could consider her opinion, their eyes were attracted to a screen that emerged above Felix's head. A couple of witches had the same screen above them as well, showing the microscopic battle against the microorganisms in slow motion to entertain them. Hence, when the viewers saw how blurred Felix's screen was, they didn't know what was going on anymore. However, the senior witches, Queen Allura and Sage Delilia, instantly recognized what the blurred image represented. "It can't be. Ha ha ha. What a smart cute junior to think of such a method." While Sage Delilia exclaimed in shock, Queen Allura laughed with a fascinated look, appearing like she had recognized Felix's unique method of elimination. "How is he killing them so fast?" "He is still faster for the slow motion to show the microorganisms' destruction." Meanwhile, Teacher Sana removed any thought she had about scolding Felix's use of lightning element after seeing such an abnormal image. "Teacher Sana, please slow down the synchronized screen of Felix." Upon receiving a telepathic message from the headmistress, she broke out of her daze and immediately did as she was told. "Impossible!" She couldn't help but exclaim after finding out that X for slow motion was still useless. Without a second delayed, she slowed the stream even further, reaching up to x8. Only then was everyone able to notice the microorganisms getting exploded after a river of mental energy washes above them. How is this possible? The commentator who finally realized what was going on could only cover her mouth with hands while murmuring in incredulity. The viewers shared the same reaction as her. Even laymen like Olivia and George had managed to conclude that Felix had been obliterating microorganisms since the moment he released the lightning. When they glanced at Felix, they saw that he was standing stiffly in his place while his reversed red pupil was the only thing moving back and forth rapidly like a ping-pong ball. Without previous warning, the lightning was contained back inside Felix's body as he returned to normal yet again. Then, he took a step forward and began quickly flipping the mixtures on a newer side one by one. Since they appeared like a red ball of minced meat and were placed on a white plate, the viewers were given a false impression that Felix was flipping meat burgers. In less than 5 seconds, Felix returned to his position and turned himself into a torch of lightning again. Then, he took care of the newer side of each mixture, taking a total of 30 seconds to finish the process. Felix repeated this on and off switch 2 more times until the mixtures had only 3% or less microorganism on their surfaces. ZLZLZLZL. Just like it was all calculated, Felix's lightning had been fully consumed the moment he finished the elimination process. However, only a satisfied grin was placed on his face as he knew that battle was half won. He actually did it. 97% elimination rate on 24 potions in less than a minute. I have never seen even a master potioneer do this before. Sage Delilia murmured with a hint of disbelief while staring deeply at the corner of Felix's microorganism screen. It was showing the entire universe a single number that was never considered possible to be associated with Felix this soon. 97% elimination rate. The bidders who ignored Felix and placed their fortunes on Lara, Camel, and other witches felt like their throat was getting drier by the second, while their heartbeats kept accelerating in agitation. They could feel an upcoming upset and they dreaded it dearly. Unbeknownst to the chaos he created in the network, Felix took the first mixture to the cauldron that was releasing bursts of steam from a tiny hole on its lid. Felix glanced at his bracelet and noticed that he needed to wait 30 more seconds to throw in the mixture with the catalyst. Although there was still plenty of time for the exam, Felix didn't plan on wasting those 30 seconds doing nothing. He quickly went to the glassware table and removed all of the pieces of equipment with a wave of a hand. Then, he began naming new pieces of equipment while pointing his finger at the area he wanted the queen to place them on. By the time the 30 seconds went by, the viewers were left speechless by the sight of tens of jammed pieces of equipment on one table just like the previous time. The only noticeable difference would the pieces of equipment themselves not being the same. I believe that those are the 5 required sets to create the catalyst for the remaining 5 potions. The commentator exclaimed. If he actually managed to perfectly concoct those 24 potions without wasting too much time, then he might be able to concoct the remaining 5 and pass the exam with the biggest amount of points in the semester. Sage Delilia turned to Queen Allura and asked, "Do you agree with her?" Queen Allura nodded her head. I believe that little Junior is smart enough to deal with this matter if he had prepared this far ahead. Sure enough, Felix had indeed thought about those matters before and found a solution for them during his practice. First, he understood that each concoction would require 2 minutes and 40 seconds to finish. This period included the 2 minutes of the catalyst getting heated first. This meant those 24 potions would require a minimum of 64 minutes to deal with them all. This would leave him with 12 minutes or so to deal with the other potions. He understood that some of their catalysts take at least 15 minutes to be prepared, unlike the Potion of Madness. So, he wasn't planning on creating the catalyst after he was done with the concoction but during it. After seeing that the mixture had fully melted with the catalyst, Felix closed the lid and increased the fire to the limit. Then, he placed his hand on the lid and kept it affixed in its place as the cauldron started shaking and making rumbling noises like a madman was hitting the inner walls of the cauldron from within. While doing so, he was counting backward from 40 seconds to 0. The moment he reached it, Felix opened the lid wide open while taking a step away. Whoosh! A red fog had been released abruptly, emitting with it a foul smell in the area. Felix didn't bother to close his nose as he had gotten used to it after all the practice he had done with this potion. Without further ado, Felix dove through the red smoke and held the cauldron from its handles. Then, he went to the potion vessels and poured the content into one. After making sure that the bottle was filled to the brim, Felix placed the cauldron back on the fire and poured another catalyst within it. Then, he closed the lid and lowered the fire intensity back to normal. Since it would take 2 minutes before the catalyst to get fully heated, Felix went back to the preparation table and began working on the rejuvenation potion's catalyst. The first thing he did was activate his quantum vision and begin eliminating the microorganisms without utilizing his lightning-quick reflexes. That led the viewers to see his average speed of eliminating 95% in 40 seconds. But it didn't matter since he wasn't killing them during the concoction. After he finished, he took it to the glassware table and followed the steps of extracting its essence that would be used as a catalyst. He didn't supervise the process but went back to his cauldron since 2 minutes was about to pass. When it did, Felix lifted the lid and threw in the bloodish mixture, then closed the lid after it. Then, he repeated the following steps meticulously. In the art of potion making, if you followed the recipe down to the letter, there was no way in hell you will fail. Thus, the second potion was born under a cloud of red miasma. Lara and Camel currently have concocted all the 6 unique potions to pass the exam and have started to concoct for a potion of madness as well for points since it takes the least time. The commentator switched to Lara and Camel, showing that those girls weren't messing around. Due to the blockage, they didn't know that he was a threat to be aware of. In their eyes, they only considered each other as true opponents. Too bad. Their chances to catch up to Felix seemed pretty grim since he was concocting a potion while preparing for the 6 unique potions at the same time. Because he had already dealt with all of their preparation, he entered some sort of a repetitive routine. First, he pours the catalyst, then takes advantage of those 2 minutes to deal with the catalyst of the other 5 potions. When the 2 minutes finish, he returns to the cauldron and empties the content in a vessel. This routine made him appear to the viewers like an industrial machine that does the same thing over and over again. When they compared him to Lara and Camel, they came to a horrifying truth that his method made him 2 times faster than them. Seconds went by, then minutes. Only 15 minutes remained in the exam, and the viewers could see that all of the witches had successfully connected the 6 unique potions and were now fighting for more points to rank higher. Most of them managed to concoct only 12 extra potions. Meanwhile, Lara and Camel were currently on their 18 extra potions. Based on their average speed, the viewers guessed that they could add utmost additional 4 potions due to the catalyst taking a minimum of 10 minutes to be ready. When they glanced at Felix's preparation table and saw 24 potions gleaming with red light, they could only give Lara and Camel a piteous look. Felix is still going strong. 24 potions of madness are already out, and the catalysts of the remaining 5 potions had been dealt with. The commentator commented in excitement. 15 minutes is more than enough to concoct them unless he made a fatal mistake. Mistake? Looking at Felix's serious expression as he kept mixing the ingredients together made the bidders smile bitterly. They knew that all of their money placed on Camel and Lara was gone. The difference in potions was too high to cover in this short period of time. Sigh. If I placed a bet on Landlord, I would have gotten 7 times worth my money. I envy the bastard who bid billions of coins on Landlord to win. I was laughing foolishly before, but now I can only bow to his godly foresight. Anyone else thinks that he might be Landlord betting on himself? No one can be that confident to bet this much money, while the rumors on the network made it pretty clear that he had no chance to rank higher. Ah, don't remind me of those damned rumors. The stream chat was loaded with comments from bidders since they had the most interest in the exam's results. Unlike other viewers, all of them felt like they had been cheated out of their money since the rumors were too damn real. Yet, no matter how pained they feel about their loss, it could never amount to the house's executives who had the urge to strangle Felix. Who could blame them? Every time they see Felix finishing a potion and placing it on a table, they got closer to losing a whopping 35 billion SC. Truthfully speaking, they were being quite greedy since they were going to earn at least 10 times that amount thanks to Felix. After all, the bids were concentrated mostly on Lara, Camel, and other witches at the top. So both parties were winning from this. Although Felix was about to earn 35 billion SC, his mind never drifted to that thought. 5 minutes remaining and only tonic of idle minds is left. Felix wiped his sweaty forehead with his sleeve and washed his hands again before touching the last remaining mixture. After spending 40 seconds eliminating most microorganisms, Felix brought the mixture next to the cauldron and poured the liquid catalyst inside. It takes 3 minutes for this exact catalyst to heat up and another minute after it for the mixture to melt inside of it. Felix smiled with a relieved expression. This will leave me 1 minute to pour it in the empty vessel and conclude the exam. Now we wait for the final results. Hopefully, this is enough to put me in the top 3. Felix wished. Since he wasn't able to see Camel or Lara's progress, he was quite on edge about them pulling something extraordinary and surpassing him. Unbeknownst to him, all of his friends and family members were cheering in excitement, knowing that Felix was just about to pull off the unthinkable. Felix Maxwell, a human, an SG player, a prick, but now, under the eyes of the universe, he was number 1 in the entire semester, toppling over hundreds of witches in the one thing they were best at. Unfortunately for the witches, there was no sudden drama or upset to save their faces occurring in the last seconds. The moment the countdown reached 0, the queen had forcefully logged out everyone. Knew. I was in the middle of pouring the concoction in the vessel. Damn it, so am I. When Felix opened his eyes, he heard disgruntled chatter around him as the witches clearly were displeased by having their last touches get ruined. I hope that all of you are satisfied with your performances during both the written and the practical exams. Teacher Sana looked at Felix and said with an elated smile, "Especially you, student Felix." Was his performance that good? Lara tilted her head in confusion after hearing so. The human? Camel gave a side glance at Felix and focused back on Teacher Sana, not giving a crap about his performance. The only thing in her mind now was to see her name as first ranker, scoring above all. She was extremely confident in her performance since she had overdone herself. Upon seeing her confident expression, the viewers could only give her a sympathetic look as they knew that her world was about to flip upside down. So as the rest of the poor witches. Can you guess your rank? I think I will be in the top 100. Sigh, I doubt that I will make it that far. Most of the materials that I prepared didn't get chosen. At least you won't be last. The witches around Felix kept chatting between them while a couple of them sneaked a glance or two at Felix. They heard that Teacher Sana had praised him, but they still refused to believe that he could do better than them. Thankfully, Teacher Sana didn't leave them guessing for long, as she had manifested a wide holographic list that displayed the entire semester ranking. It appeared as 1. Felix Maxwell. Written exams /A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++. Practical exams /A++/1680 points. 2. Lara. Written exams /A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++. Practical exams /A++/1260 points. 3. Camel. Written exams /A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++. Practical exams /A++/1260 points. 13. Naima. Written exams /A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++. Practical exams /A++/900 points. 24. Carry. Written exams /A++/A++/A++/A++/A++/A++. Practical exams /A++/800 points. 251. Salma. Written exams /B+/A, B++/A/A++/B++. Practical exams /A++/500 points. The moment the witches spotted Felix's name toppling over everyone like a god over a mortal, their hopeful expressions stiffened at once. A. Meanwhile, their brains were trying their best to analyze what they were staring at. Is this some sort of a joke? Camel thought with her pupil enlarged to the limit, reflecting on its glassy surface, Felix's name and his monstrous marks. Her reaction was shared by most witches, as all of them had doubted their eyes at the start, then felt like they were being pranked by the administration. Although it was far-fetched, in their eyes it was more logical than a human performing better than all of them in the one thing that they know. Such a slap, such a shock. It was too much for their minds to handle, and they would rather avoid considering it at all. Teacher, I think you made a mistake with ranking, a witch murmured softly while glancing at Felix, who had a relieved expression like a weight had been removed over his shoulder. Teacher Sana pushed her glasses clumsily and said, if you were talking about student Felix, then there is no mistake whatsoever. Teacher Sana looked at their taken-back expressions and proclaimed with a soft tone. His performance was indeed extraordinary and deserving of such a rank. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. He must have cheated. Humans are known for being deceptive. So he would have found a way. This can't be happening to me. Camel swayed a little, feeling like she will pass out at any moment. No one else got hit harder than her. Even Lara was left merely speechless by the situation. Previous memories of picking up Felix from the space elevator station coursed in her mind, making her find it a bit difficult to imagine that human would actually surpass her. So scary. If they jumped on me out of anger, I will definitely end up killing one of them by mistake. When Felix saw the hysteria in the classroom of witches clamoring around, he gulped a mouthful and sneaked to the window. The cheater is trying to run away. Don't let him leave. The agitated witches instantly noticed his attempt and tried to block it. Alas, Felix was too mobile to be caught by them. He easily jumped outside of the window and landed on the grass like a feather. Then, he bolted towards the dorms. Looking at him running away, Teacher Sana didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was supposed to be his moment to shine and gain approval in the academy, but it turned into this fiasco due to the witches absolutely refusing to accept the reality. To put it into our perspective, it was the same as a literature student ranking first in a science major final exam after studying merely 6 months. Who in his right mind would accept it without seeing how he did it? Unfortunately for the witches, the proof was already trending viral in the network, showing clips of Felix's unique way of concocting potions. Well, it wasn't that unique since he was mostly using techniques that had already been done before. But the fact that he could enhance his mental control with his lighting element was the most astonishing part. When Camel, Lara, and the rest of the witches saw those clips, they went seeking answers in the forums since they couldn't figure out how could lightning ability help him with his mental energy control. They quickly found that everyone's first hypothesis was enhanced reflexes due to lightning. They didn't know which ability he used exactly, but there were plenty of abilities related to enhancing reflexes. As for how he managed to create 6 catalyst portions at the same time, it was also explained in detail for them. Lastly, the photographic memory potion easily explained his written marks. The bottom line was that Felix had utilized only his own assets to concoct the potions, which translate to him passing the exams without cheating at all. When the witches reached this conclusion, hell broke loose in the academy. Even senior witches had heard the news and were flabbergasted by it. They could already foresee the academy's reputation and its students getting thrown in the gutter by other witches from different academies and also people from around the universe. Some even predicted that the witch as a race was going to suffer from this. That's because everyone would begin considering that their talent in potion making was actually garbage if a human could score higher than their students without having the same foundation as them. Hell, there were already comments from humans, dwarves, goblins, and more races, claiming that they would perform better than them if they had also a spiritual eye. So this was a real issue. Uncaring about the mess he left behind, Felix was chilling on the upper floor of the library, sitting in the rightmost corner. This place was a perfect hiding spot since there were many rows of books around it, hiding Felix and his table. Since today was for the exams, the library was completely empty from witches, allowing Felix to enjoy a few minutes of peace. He didn't dare to return to his room since everyone knew about it. That's why he bolted before in its direction to fool the witches into heading there when they come for his ass. Felix was fully clear that wasn't going to blow off anytime soon, since he had just delivered a resounding slap that would be written in history books. Good, good, good. Now just keep it up for the other 5 semesters. Lady Sphinx praised with a tiny grin while watching the chaotic situation in the academy through the headmistress' eyes. Sob, you want me to get beat up? Felix's eyes got a bit teary after being reminded of his classmates' bloodthirsty eyes. Their beauty was no more as he saw only devils, who lost their insanity due to such a brutal humiliation. It wasn't that he was afraid of getting beat up but ending up killing a witch by accident due to his strength. That's gonna screw him up big time since everyone was assuming that he was under the effects of the weakening potion. I can only avoid them until they accept the reality. Felix surveyed around him with his infrared vision. When he saw that the floor was still empty, he requested in his mind, "Queen, please show me the latest biggest transfer to my bank account. 35 billion SC from the Peacock Gambling House." Queen replied, "Thank you." Felix smiled at the sound of that. It was free money after all, and also a good punishment to anyone who doubted him after everything that he had been showing in the games. "Give me the rewards for the first rank," he requested again, quickly forgetting about those billions. Tearing. "Congratulations for obtaining the Duskwraith Potion Recipe License and 7,000 CP. Upon hearing the notification, Felix grinned slightly. "I won't need to worry about the rent for a long while now." Due to his 3 months' absence, Felix had 1,200 CP debt on his rent. Since the fake mission he accepted by Sage Delilia was clearly meant for training, the contribution points rewarded were a couple of measly 100 points. Duskwraith Potion is capable of giving the drinker 200 longevity instantly just to sap all of it for a massive enhancement in elemental energy. Felix brought out a holographic picture of the grim-looking potion and its recipe. He already read about its effects, but the recipe was kept secret. Only those with permission or license could know it. Hopefully, its materials aren't that expensive or hard to get. Felix wished softly. Felix knew that he was asking for a lot since for a rank 2 Duskwraith potion to be sold at 500 million it only meant that its main and subsidiary ingredient were going to be rare. As expected, Felix flinched the moment he saw that its main material was a dusk flower while the subsidiary was a dawn flower. As for the catalyst, it was created from 5 drops of purity fountain and a cup of cleansed water. Since Felix had been reading plenty of books about materials, he recognized those flowers at once and also most of their details. Dawn flower is capable of increasing longevity by 200 years if all of its petals were consumed. Because it could be used by everyone, its price is at 100 million. Felix rubbed his chin and glanced at the dawn flower. If anyone saw it, they could mistake it for a normal lily flower since it appeared just like it. Even its petals were creamy white. As for the dusk flower, it does the total opposite as it saps the drinker from 200 years of his longevity, but provides an astronomical level of energy that will remain for years, unless the drinker decided to use it fully. Felix thought while looking at a twin flower that appeared exactly like the dawn flower but with pitch-black leaves. It's priced at 50 million, which is not that bad. Felix rested his head on his elbow and returned to reading the recipe. Since it was a rank 2 potion, there were additional secondary materials needed for a third step in the concoction. It was called the augmentation phase. To understand why the augmentation phase was needed for rank 2+ potions, one needs to understand how rank 2 potions get concocted. First, the catalyst gets thrown in the cauldron to get heated up. After it finishes, the mixed main ingredient and subsidiary ingredient follow it up. Unlike rank 1 potions where the reaction always results in creating a usable concoction if the recipe was followed properly, the reaction in rank 2 would always end up failing. Failure meant getting useless goo. This would happen even if the microorganisms were taken care of. That's due to the materials not being able to react to each other at all by nature itself. That's what most witches assume. If supervised under a microscope, the only result would be the emergence of dark matter slowly creeping from the outside into the inside of the mixture. The potioneer refer to this as the dark reaction. It happens only with high-grade materials that were meant to concoct +2 rank potions. Some witches considered this to be a failed reaction, while others consider it to be a natural reaction that was simply meant to happen by the laws of the universe. It was like the universe was forbidding them to merge the materials together. Lady Sphinx, being the founder of alchemy, was the first to defy the universe's laws and attempt to merge those high-graded materials and turn them either into a potion or God knows what. Lady Sphinx's entire existence was a rebel to the universe, since she was one of the few beings still seeking its secrets. Felix wasn't told by her how she defied the universe, but a general concept was written in almost every potion-related book. Hence, he knew that the potioneer's role in this was to supervise the reaction on an atomic level, then utilize her mental energy to manually save the reaction from going dark fully. This phase was called atomic interference. Naturally, it was impossible for the potioneer to allow every molecule to break apart and bond with others due to their immense numbers. After all, just a drop of water has 1.67 sextillion water molecules. That's why potioneer never bothered to manually save all of them, but just what they could, and used the mental energy to protect them from being reached by the dark reaction. Since the dark reaction made it seem in the atomic world like a curse or a plague spreading throughout the two mixed ingredients, the potioneer would try his best to block it off from contaminating everything at once. Let's say a potioneer had saved only 20% of the mixture, while the remaining 80% had been ruined by the dark reaction. It meant that the concoction had a 20% chance of turning into a useful concoction if the next phase had succeeded. Obviously, this was the augmentation phase. This phase was included to increase the chances of turning the saved portion into an actual effective potion. It required the potioneer to add secondary positive materials that could help the portion grow extensively. This step depends on luck and the amount of material that the potioneer had saved. If the potioneer saved 1%, it meant that he had only a 1% chance that the process would up successful. Since most concoctions had from 30 seconds to 60 seconds window before the mixture gets melted into the catalyst, this meant that speed, high perspective, and extraordinary mental control were must-have tools for the potioneers. That's why witches were practicing by eliminating microorganisms during concoction instead of simply eliminating them on the preparation table. It might not have a fraction of the difficulty of dealing with molecules and atoms, but it was still a good practice. This was also the reason why turning into an expert potioneer was the requirement of graduation in the academy, while turning into an apprentice potioneer could be done just in the first semester. Concocting the first rank 2 potion was a major milestone for each witch, since it represents turning into a senior witch. In the case of Felix, a senior witcher. Speaking about witches, Felix had to change his hiding spot, since he saw 2 humanoid auras stepping onto his floor and approaching him rapidly. Currently, he was in the library toilet, reading about the reviews for the Duskwraith potion and also if there were many witches concocting it and selling it. If he planned on mass-producing it anytime soon, he needs to figure out if it was worth the time and effort or not. Thankfully, the reviews were beyond positive. Almost all of them spoke highly about its effect that allows them to harness an astronomical level of energy. This could be life-saving in many situations, since energy was literally the source of life for fighters around the universe. Although its $500 million price was a little steep, many rich lords were buying 1 or 2 for emergencies. As for Felix's future competitors, they weren't that many, since the recipe was owned by the academy. This meant only the students and alumnus had a monopoly over it, since the licenses were given as rewards in exams or competitions. Felix had counted 10 of them on that website where he contacted Witch Hala. "I can't possibly keep hiding in the toilet forever." Felix waved the holograms away from his face while looking with his infrared vision at the library that was being filled slowly. "After the exams, we get a month as a holiday. So, I think it's best that I return to the castle and remain there for the duration until the situation cools down." Felix decided. This was the best move currently to avoid trouble. Soon, he called Sage Delilia, informing her about his decision so she could send protection to escort him back. After he received her agreement, he put on his hat and went outside of the bathroom. Then, he avoided the witches on the floors quite easily with his vision. When he reached the entrance, he beamed his hover platform and swiftly left towards the main gate of the campus. 15 minutes later, Felix was back in his castle's room without any hiccups again. The 10 silver tanks platoon was a massive deterrence to anyone with ill intentions towards him. Right now, Naima and Carrie must be losing their minds. Felix grinned wickedly. I should call them later to honor their bet. It has been more than half a year of abstaining from sex and my desires can't be suppressed forever. There are people abstaining for years. Asna cursed with an annoyed look. You just don't want to admit that you are a pervert. Don't compare me to them. Felix said casually. Life forced them to abstain from it. It wasn't by choice. Seeing Asna getting irritated after hearing so, Lady Sphinx chuckled and said, Only 5 months are left, little Asna. Asna tilted her head in confusion at the start, but soon her eyes widened in disbelief and shame. She instantly closed the connection between them and Felix and exploded on Lady Sphinx. Big sis, how could you think like that? She crossed her arms with her cheeks slightly reddened and stressed. I would rather hang myself in a burning house than ever do it with this asshole. Ever. Isn't that a bit harsh? Jormungandr pointed at Felix and said with an honest expression, I think he is a great fit for you. Me too. Lady Sphinx nodded her head. Where can you find a partner with the same mental age as you and have a good chance to reach the peak these days? Only old fogies are left in your race, by the way. True, Jormungandr supported. You should really take advantage of the fact that you are still free from the constraints of the universe and get some romance in your life. Who knows how it will turn to be? Upon hearing so, Asna's anger got subside a little bit. She was always seeking freedom from either her shackles or Felix's soul. However, she always knew that she could never be free since the moment her soul gets separated. She would be forced by the laws imposed on her to carry on her duties just like her race members. So the only difference between now and then would be the type of freedom she would possess. Now, she was free mentality but not physically. Vice versa. In 5 months, I will connect to the UVR and have a virtual form. It might not be the same as having a true physical form, but the 100% realism would make it up for it. Asna tightened her lips while staring at Felix, who was preparing to call Malik. Maybe old Snake is right. I should have as much fun as possible before my soul gets freed. But no romance with this perverted asshole.